All right, you guys. Did I bring the sizzle today or what? Oh, man. I found out there's a tag on the back of this. Can you see that? It's $18, okay? And there's a QR code and everything. Still on this. I said, you know what? Let's leave it. It's even more fun to have a jacket that's got... I'm trying to make sure I can see myself, you guys. It's being very finicky now. Hold on a second. Let's just try to get this right. Well, I guess my video is going to be way off, but that's okay. YouTube is doing very, very strange things. It won't let me work the way I used to work. I don't know if they've just changed the way they do it. But anyway, welcome to the show. This is David Wilcock. I'm so glad to be here today. I've had a bereavement. This woman who we will give her a pseudonym because of this stalker I have who goes after everybody and their families. But her name, we'll call her Brianna. And she did an impossible ski slope and died trying to ski down this slope. And it's been intense, you know. It's been a very intense process. I found out on Tuesday, and I've had a sprained foot the whole week on the right side around the big toe and then on the ball underneath. I couldn't walk right, and I've had extreme pain. Just the pain is so strong when you're lying in bed that you just basically have to fall asleep in extreme pain. That's what you end up doing. So it hasn't been the greatest, but all things considered, you know, thank you for your condolences. I do appreciate that. Sorry to hear that. Stay strong. Anyway, thank you for all your help. Thank you for all your support. I decided that even though I've got very imminent legal issues going on and all these other things happening, I'm not going to stop the show. This is my job. I need to be here. I have an important role, I feel, and it's my source of income. And if I don't do it on Sunday, then a lot of you guys end up missing me. So I just want you to know that I'm good and I'm here. And let's see if I can maybe get a little more time on the timeline. There, that looks good. So I'm not unhappy. It is sad when you lose somebody like this, and I also realized that I wouldn't take risks like that with my life. You know, you want to live in a high integrity way, because then you don't have anything to worry about. You don't take unnecessary risks. You don't get yourself in trouble. You don't commit stupid crimes that you could easily be caught for. You don't commit any crimes. That's the whole way I've lived my life. It's like an Olympic athlete of spirituality. So when I lose somebody like this, I mean, she and I walked together for probably a total of 3 weeks after dinner last year. I shared with her a lot of things that were confidential. Now she's gone, so, you know, it's very intense, you guys, I got to say. I haven't really lost, I've been very lucky in that I haven't really lost that many people in my life who were, you know, people I cared about and who I knew and who were around my age. In her case, she's younger. So it's definitely an intense experience. And then to have to go through this pain thing, I mean, I have not been able to walk. I had to use crutches throughout the first part of the week, then a cane. Now I can walk around without a cane, but the pain in my foot was so bright that just the minute that you lie down in bed, I even started to use a pillow where I'd hold my foot off the bed because the pressure of the foot on the mattress is like so freaking intense. I saw a donation come in. John DeSeb donated $50. He says, David, thank you for everything, and I hope you picked up a good steak from last week. I certainly did. I just had it. Grief is a crazy train that you have to ride. Take care of yourself, says Humble Pie. So sorry for your loss. David says, Frequency 963, grief is a good friend to have. If you change your point of view on death, it's simply love lost its physical recipient, but it's never a goodbye. Thank you. We have Lila donated $2.99. We have Diane Molt. She donated $10, her 10th super chat. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. I don't usually say any of the stuff that you're supposed to say. I have a hard time getting into that. But yeah, it does help me actually if you do hit the like button and if you do subscribe to the network. We're over 500,000 subscribers now, which is very, very great for this kind of alternative and type of content. We're at already 1,800 viewers. I mean, check that out, dude. Like, there it is. It just went up to 1911. That's happening right in front of me right now. So that means you guys like the show. Well, I got to say, apart from all of the heartache that I've had, and this was a very devastating, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, losing Brianna was a shock because, you know, I opened up to her more than anybody else since my divorce. And she's freaking totally dead. I mean, like, the last 2,000 feet of her ski descent through something called a chute, she had lost control. And so I would imagine that it was almost instantaneous. You know, I don't understand that. I don't understand taking risks with your life where you might not win, but you want that rush. And you're willing to go to that extent. And that's the type of problem that we have with criminal behavior. You know, we have criminal behavior on this planet, people who get off on, let's make sure I'm not missing your donations, people who get off on hurting you. And, you know, that's another type of a rush. That's different than skiing down this massive, almost 9-degree angle slope that's so freaking long. I mean, the thing's illegal. She did something illegal. That's why they don't want you going down there. But anyway, Robba Broccoli says, pick up a side dish for the steak. $20, that's a pretty darn good side dish, man. And Richard Whitney came in for the win. The heavyweight champion, King Kong, on top of the Empire State Building. He's swatting away the airplanes that are trying to knock us down. So sorry, $200. So sorry for your loss and injury. It's red, you can see that. Thank you for all you do. Your wisdom, honesty, and bravery is astounding. Peace, love, and light. Namaste. Woo! And we're up to already 1987 viewers. We're nearly 2,000. Soak your foot in Epsom salt. You could also wrap it in a soaked paper sack with Epsom salt. That will help. Well, you know, I appreciate the suggestion. Maybe I'll do that. Adrenaline is a dangerous goal, yeah. So tell us more about Brianna. Well, I don't want to give away too much so that Steven starts harassing her family, because that's usually what he does, and he's extremely vicious. But let's just say that she was somebody I really cared about, and we had, I was walking with her every night for weeks, and, you know, she means a lot to me. So it's shocking. It's like really intense to process that, you know, we were talking about Stavati. She was in that video that I shot of the Northern Lights. She's not the one speaking, but she was actually there in that video. So if you go back and watch the video where I'm doing the Northern Lights, you know, she was in that crowd. Now, we didn't fool around. There was no romantic activity or anything like that. I just want to be clear on that. But we just had a very nice brother and sister type of friendship that had gone on for many, many years. And it's really, really shocking. So I, you know, don't know what to tell you except to say that between my foot and this, it's been a very rough week. But at the same time, like, how can I really deny that we had something that could have turned into World War III and it just frickin' went away like that once again? And these things keep seeming to happening this way. Jackie, baby, have a dessert with your steak and side dish, and she donated $10. Thank you very much. It's right there. Matches the jacket. $10 donation matches the jacket today. I am the yellow jacket man once again with his $18 bomb-ass sizzle. Who could believe, right? Only $18 for this. I mean, like, what an incredible deal. There's a QR code, but you probably can't see. Maybe you can. Let's see if I can look at it in the thing here. There we go. It says $18 right where my finger is. So I would say that's a darn good investment, man. You get that kind of you get that much sizzle out of your $18. That's like one donation, you know. And we're in business. We're looking good, feeling good. I'm sorry for your loss. Everybody's saying prayers for your departed friend. Yeah, it's very intense. I mean, we had talked about that ski slope together, and I had joked about it being like impossible and that it could kill you, and she did it anyway. So, you know, I don't really understand what happened. I think it is possible Stephen might have killed this woman and staged it as a ski accident. See, the conspiracy just grows too far. It's like it's creating a mycelial network through the entire audience that mushrooms up in all these funny ways of conspiracy theories. I mean, she was skiing with two other people. I don't know if there's a criminal investigation, because the whole point is it's not legal to ski something that just goes straight down for a really long way, which is basically what this is. And, you know, there's lots of cool places to visit in Canada, and there's places that skiers might want to go because they think it's awesome, but it's actually like super duper dangerous. And so she went to one of these and she didn't make it. This whole second half of the way down, she was probably completely out of her incarnation by then, I would imagine. It's really, really intense. It's such a weird way to go, too, because probably, I mean, you know, what happened to her on the way down after that? Probably nothing good. It could have even been, you know, I don't want to say it. But alive and thriving, love and light, brother, these times be real. Absolutely. Vicky Crew Fuller donated. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I decided, you know what? I don't want to let you guys down because I got let down. I don't want to stop doing my job because I've got legal activity. Whatever it is that's happening, I'm just going to stay here with you, and I'm going to keep doing the show because I want that connection. You know, I like you guys being here. Thank you for being here. It was her time to go. Yeah, I mean, we talked about Stavati Aerospace. I told her all this. I red-pilled her on all this crazy stuff that she didn't know about. And, you know, it's a little intense sometimes for somebody to process this idea that there's an evil cabal that's actually very real and is running the planet, and that they're actually being opposed but very successfully by the U.S. military intelligence community and others around the world. And you can't believe that anything that you see is true. You just can't. You know, everything that we look at in the media seems to be somehow distorted to produce an alternative view for us. Renee Johnson donated $5. Thank you very much. That usually means I'll read your comment unless it's very over the top. Sorry for your loss. Thanks and blessings for your work. Did you get the Arkansas quartz I sent? Yes, I did. I think it was in a little brown box and maybe some purple wrapping paper or something like that. But yes, quartz crystals, we've got those. Thank you very much, Renee. That was a great gift. I love getting them out of nature. Midnight Mark, Wilcock, everything is going to happen in such a way you will come out of this blank smelling like a rose. I know it, sir. I do feel that way. I'm not sure if I want to smell like a rose per se, but you know, sometimes tragedy inspires great art, and I said, let me not follow any typical grieving pattern of just withdrawing from everyone and saying I'm going to be in mourning or whatever. I just want to get this going. So again, I've been very, very encouraged by the events that have unfolded over the last week. And it really kind of took the edge off of losing my friend Brianna and having this very intense foot injury where I'm hobbling around on crutches and in extraordinary pain most of the time. So when I give you this, I want to say that like it's come from deep meditation. That we just did 2 Sundays in a row of material during what's now being called the 12-day war. And during this war, we had no idea how long it was going to last. We had no idea if it was going to turn into World War III. It was an extremely high-tension environment. It was terrifying and frightening for everyone. We're all going through this together. And then in the aftermath of this very upsetting, terrifying situation, like the day after we do the show on Sunday is when it ends. And that's exactly what Archangel Michael, this alleged cosmic intelligence, this archangel, meaning the highest, most powerful angel in Jesus' pantheon, specifically tasked with defeating evil. Archangel Michael, I channeled this source using remote viewing protocols from 1996 to 2000. That is what produced a total of 7 books called Michael Prophecies. I began unsealing them. In other words, I had dictated this stuff into my tape recorder as I typically lay this story out for you, because this is going to get really intense today, so please don't think I'm repeating myself unnecessarily. I dictated into this tape recorder following the protocol of being so far out of trance that my body can speak and I have no idea what I'm saying. And it's typically a whisper, so the tapes sound kind of scary when you listen to them. Later on, I got to the point where I could do a voice that actually has some volume to it, but it starts out as a whisper, and that kind of freaks people out. But you want to make sure that you speak in a way that doesn't wake you up out of trance, and it took a long time of doing it before it graduated from whispering to speaking. By 1999, I was again using this recording device with audio cassettes inside, and those cassettes are actually right here. So we have all the physical evidence, and these tapes were produced using typical remote viewing protocols, and I would isolate my mind from the process. I would speak, not knowing what I'm saying, and then I read it later on, and it's fascinating, and sometimes it makes sense, but it can be very encrypted language, very strange stuff. So I dictated these in 99, but it started in 96, ended in around 2000. And it turns out that I stopped paying any attention to it after 2004, 2005-ish. I just said, nobody wants this angel channeling stuff. It's not a successful way to run a metaphysical UFO-oriented business. The top guy in the field, Richard C. Hoagland, says, David, you need to just cut the cords with all this angel channeling stuff and just get into hard science. And I did. And I actually did a lot better. I ended up getting on Ancient Aliens. I ended up getting book deals that turned into 2 different New York Times bestsellers, which is very hard to achieve. Many authors have never gotten one of those. I actually have 2. So I see some donations here. C. Fabian donated. Thank you very much. Let's see if I missed anybody else. We got that one. Renee Johnson with the quartz crystals from Arkansas. So yes, I did not know when I dictated that work in the late 1990s that it was going to turn into something very important. I did not know that it was creating a time loop that was going to extend between 2021 and 25. I didn't know I was going to be living in this house back then, but the readings absolutely did. I didn't know that I was going to be going through a divorce. The readings in 1990s absolutely did. I've been stuck here for 4 years, and it's an unsavory environment. It's 8 months of winter a year. We're finally in the 4 golden months. And I don't want to blabber on too much about this, but the whole underpinning of today's show is what this Michael contact said. So please don't think I'm rambling or wasting your time. This is very critical componentry that I have to install to get you to understand what has happened here. Now, the weirdest thing about the Michael prophecies back when they first came in was this frequent mention of a transformation of what it means to be human that's going to happen to all of us on Earth. And they called that Ascension. So this is not a typical concept. This is more fringe than just about anything else. This idea that the human being might transform into a Christ-like entity. But yet in the Bible, in John 14:12, Jesus says, as I do these things, meaning miracles, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother God. The original Aramaic is Father, Mother, God. There's no paternal gender that is exclusive of the other one. So as I do these things and greater things, or as I do these things social, you do them. So shall I do them? I'm going to do all the Jesus miracles. I'm going to be walking on water, turning water into wine, multiplying a jar of wine and a loaf of bread and a fish to make loaves and fishes for 5,000 people. I'm going to be able to resurrect people like Lazarus from the dead. I'm going to have a luminous body. I'm going to be levitating. I mean, this sounds like an absurd Christian fantasy until you discover that that is also the elixir that draws in the secret mystery school people. When you get into these organizations, they start making you believe that you are going to ascend like this as a result of these practices that they're giving you. And so those practices, you know, have changed over the years because the original information was given to us in ancient Egypt by a positive Christian entity. And then those words were completely rewritten and changed and turned into a negative philosophy that epitomizes the idea of the all-seeing eye, the pyramid on the dollar bill. What is that stuff, man? Why would they put such a weird Egyptian symbol on the U.S. currency so prominently? And it's everybody has to have dollars, so you're always looking at it. Oh, yeah, it's just a pyramid with an all-seeing eye. No big deal. All right, well, maybe it mattered to them. You know, maybe they wanted it on there for some reason besides just, oh, we just like the pyramid. Maybe there's more to it. Leanne Boudreau, blessings to you and everyone. And dude, we are racking it in here on views. We've got 2,892 concurrent viewers watching live right now. So I want you to think about what I've been saying. I want you to think about that these mystery schools drew you in with this promise that if you could find the philosopher's stone or the alchemical elixir or the fountain of youth or the waters of life or whatever the hell they called it, maybe it's Ormus gold. You know, some people have speculated on that. Oh, it's this white powder gold stuff. And yeah, it turns out that you don't just ascend without everybody else ascending at the same time. The Bible uses the metaphor of a tree. So how could the earth be like a tree? And how would that be in the Bible? The idea is that the metaphor is called harvest. At the time of harvest, you pluck the fruit. And so the earth is the tree, and we do not get harvest as the Law of One says it. This is the main source I started reading in 1996 that led to my own contact happening. And the Law of One was done in 1981 through 83, and it's absolutely brilliant. I'd spent years studying it. This whole first book that I wrote up here, the New York Times bestseller, is a book about the source field. It's called Source Field Investigations. And that was one of the main things that comes out of the Law of One, that the universe is alive, it's conscious, it's intelligent. Brianna and I talked about this. I totally loaded her up with Law of One philosophy. You know, and maybe she's learning more about it now, learning more about these other realms I was telling her. I mean, who knows? But I believe she's in a better place, and she's in the afterlife. She may have been hanging around me and helping me out. I haven't really... There's been some ghost stuff. Let's just put it that way. There has been some ghost stuff going on. I don't usually talk about that too much, but the ghost stuff has gone up a lot. So that might be her in part being around. It's also my dog. It's definitely part of it is my dog. I have a ghost dog now. I really do, man. I think I understand now why the Native Americans would domesticate the wolf. Because if you have a wolf as your pet, and she's basically half wolf, you know, if you have a wolf as your pet and then the wolf dies, it becomes a part of your soul and it lives inside of you now. And that is one thing that I actually would say before, oh, that's really woo-woo. But no, having been through it, a part of her consciousness is walking around with me now inside of me. And it's very interesting having these different spiritual abilities to perceive that. But I really don't like the ghost stuff, you know? Like, let's not have you do something funny that I see out of the corner of my eye. I'm not really that into that, you know? But that has been happening. So I want you to consider here the law of one is telling us the entire universe is made of one infinite creator, one consciousness, and it creates 7 levels of existence that have different vibrational frequencies associated with them. And those frequencies are maintained by photons that have that frequency. So certain stars are going to give off certain photons that will maintain perhaps a higher frequency than one we have here. So you could go into another solar system closer to the center of the galaxy that has a higher frequency coming off of its star than the one that we have. And in that frequency, you wouldn't be able to last with your lower level DNA. Your DNA upgrades along with the photons. So we're in third density. We have third density photons coming out of the sun. They're hitting your skin when you go outside. They're going into your eyes. Ultraviolet can be ingested through your eyes and your skin. It's actually very good for your blood to be treated with ultraviolet light, as it turns out. So you don't want to just get sun through glass. You want to go outside and walk outside in the sun. And that's one of the things I've been doing. I can't really walk, but definitely I've been taking sun baths. That's why you'll notice like my chest looks great. It's all, I got some color there from being out in the sun. You want to do that. You know, that's really going to help you. So we're getting from our sun now these fourth density photons. And what they're going to do is transform our biology. It's already starting to happen. So people are getting weird paranormal experiences and ascension type of stuff and synchronicity and really cool positive things are happening. But at the same time, when you start dealing in this arena of heightened spirituality, wow, all of a sudden you guys are throwing money in my face. Just like an exotic dancer. You know, the dollars are just going right into my G-string. We got alive and thriving. The animal soul lives in all, part of the body. Yes, that would be what they call second density in Law of One. Thank you. Vakapalo, sorry for your loss, David. Cynthia says, I literally plucked a nice juicy strawberry right when you said that. Isn't that interesting? People get their own synchronicities off of me. You know, that's fascinating thing. So the Law of One philosophy says that we're being hit with fourth density photons that are rising the level of our DNA, and we've actually shown how the photons of one species can influence the growth of an embryo of another species. You shine laser light through frog eggs, and that laser light has salamander embryo vibrations in it. You just shine it through the embryos of the salamander first. Those salamander photons hit the frog eggs metamorphosize into salamanders. This was scientifically proven repeatedly in a lab. I have the laser that you need to replicate it here. I bought it from the guy that did it, Dr. Peter Gary Ayev. It's called an LGN 303. It has a transverse wave in it, so most of the laser is going out this way, but it has a 9-degree angle in it. That's a very important part of how this biological laser works to get this thing to happen right. So we could replicate these experiments. We have the tools to do it. You might think it's unethical to create LGN 303, that's right. You might think it's unethical to create hybrid species, but it's been done. Kangang in Korea did it with ducks and chickens. He was able to get chickens to lay eggs that had half duck, half chicken features when they hatched. And that was through, again, a photonic type of process. You got the frog eggs transforming into fully adult salamanders when they grew up, having no evidence of ever been laid by a frog. And as I said in the previous episode, love, love, love your Sunday shows, Yellow Poppy says. Thank you. Pier Luigi Eghina, this very fascinating Italian scientist, was able to take apricots and turn them into apples on the tree in only 16 days. He was able to start growing a cattail on a rat, and it started to happen in only 4 days. So this is not a joke. The sun could give off photons that change your genetics. This is the basis of 35 different ancient prophecies from around the world summarized by Graham Hancock about Ascension. Essentially, and Graham Hancock was getting it from de Santillana and Van de Shen, these two historians. So this is a very, very relevant part of the story, that you look at every single ancient tradition of spirituality that ever survived in any type of written form. We would normally call these mythologies, but they all have incredibly weird similarities, like they all analogize the solar system as a mill for grinding grain. Well, the grain mill has an axle in the middle, and these myths usually involve the axle breaking and then some type of transformation of humanity afterwards. Well, that's the idea of the pole shift. So we were expecting that because of 35 different mythologies, they all talked about in various ways, like the grain mill or the axle. Alive and Thriving says, the look of roses that are looked at. That's poetic. Thank you. With the axle of the grain mill, it goes into the ceiling, it rises vertically, and then you spin this millstone around the axle to grind your grain that you've put into a big container, and you grind it down to flour. So this is something that the ETs apparently taught us how to do. They may have actually brought wheat here from another planet as a gift to us and then taught us how to cultivate it. And so while they were doing that, and they're teaching us how to use the grain mill, they wrote mythologies about the grain mill because people were excited. You know, you can store grain, and if you're in famine and you don't have any game you can hunt, you've actually got food. That's a huge development in society that gets you out of the hunter-gatherer phase, where you're not just living hand to mouth. You actually have some degree of reliable food that you can call upon. So grain is great, you know, and grain mills are great, and making flour and storing it. Then you can put water and an egg in it and bake it, and all of a sudden, could be 10,000 years ago, but you've got delicious bread. And then you can make butter. You can churn butter from your own cows. So you've got the bread and butter. So bread was a common thing during the time of Jesus 2,000 years ago. And the beings that taught us how to make that stuff, it used the grain mill as a metaphor for the Earth's axis, warning us that there could be a pole shift, that the axle breaks, the person who's pulling it gets killed in some cases, the hero dies. But then, mystically, in these ancient traditions, there is this ascension event, and humanity transforms. So, literally, Graham Hancock's main thesis of his epic work, Fingerprints of the Gods, the main thesis was that this is what happens in all of the different religions and all the different mythologies. They're all secretly written by a higher intelligence to predict that we're going to be activated into a golden race, as it was called in Roman and Greek mythology in some cases. So, literally, what we seem to be dealing with in the universe is that we are at the very end of this 25,000 years that we're expecting will end in a solar event that transforms our DNA. We're at the end of that 25,000 years right now. The solar event has been anticipated in all 35 of these ancient mythologies. They also used numerical codes extensively. Similar to what we see in crop circles, they encode mathematically numbers about the precession of the equinoxes, which is what this 25,000 year cycle is called. So you can find numbers like 1080, 720, 360, 2160, different types of numbers that factor in heavily to this precession, which is a total of 25,920 years long. It actually is a wobble in the Earth's axis that takes 25,000 years to complete. We can talk about why, but that's not today's show. So at the end of that cycle, it appears that we are moving into some type of galactic energy zone, and I've mapped all that science out extensively. Again, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel every week. We're moving into a higher energy zone that will transform the photons that the sun gives off, so that instead of it being like transitional third to fourth density photons, they're full-blown fourth density photons. Now that is the final solar flash that probably won't happen for at least 100 more years, if not 700 more years. Because when the sun fully goes fourth density photons, and that's all it puts out, the human biological life form cannot survive in this solar system right now. We would become one of those solar systems that you just couldn't go in there because your DNA gets fried. It's like a spontaneous human combustion. So apparently, instead of the sun just going into 4D photons and then vaporizing everybody who isn't ready for that vibrational increase, there is a transitional third, fourth photon phase that we go through where the photons have characteristics of both. And that's what we're in right now. So don't expect anything to get less intense. Your energy is being raised by the sun. It can't be stopped. And this is essentially a Christ consciousness. The sun is the Christ logos, the Son of God. The galaxy itself is Jesus. That's one of the implications of the law of one that we talk about. Jesus' consciousness is the galactic mind. God the Son is the galaxy. God the Father, Mother, is the universe. Whoa, that's interesting. Yeah, so Jesus, the Logos, the Son, and love are all in the law of one said to be the same thing. And that's a very heavy statement, right? In the beginning there was the Logos, and the Logos was God, and the Logos was with God. The term Logos means word. That's how we translate it. So what is the Logos? That's the universal consciousness that also manifests as our sun. And that would be, again, there is a galactic Logos, and there is a universal Logos. But the point is that you have to go back into a loving path, and so people who follow the left-hand path, the Satanism, the ritual magic, you're just not going to get much mileage off of that. You can't make that last beyond 5th density, and then you got to go through 6th density and 7th density to graduate. So yeah, if you're really pissed off at the universe for being born, and you hate everybody, and you got psychopathy, and your frontal lobes don't work, and you don't like other people, and you detest them, and you plot against them, you're manipulative, conniving, deceiving. This is what the psychopath persona is. I studied this in college, academically. And 3,500 people now, wow, and we're only at 36 minutes. You guys really showed up today. It took me, I was told in college that psychopaths exist. I was told that, they will just destroy you and that you can't fix them, and they're treatment resistant. They can't go through therapy and get better. They can't, you can't argue with them and win the argument. You can't fight with them and win the fight. They're always going to need to prevail, so that's why they say no contact. The best psychopath protocol you have is no contact, which is you don't interact with them. Because, again, they thrive on manipulation and trickery. They don't want you to know that they have this predatory mindset. They want you to be convinced that you're safe, to be convinced that they're not going to hurt you, to be convinced that if you just keep jumping for the next thing they ask you to do, that everything's going to be okay in your life and they'll fix it for you. You just have to satisfy these requirements they want you to satisfy. That's not true. The bottom line of the psychopath is you're always apologizing, you're always on the defense, you're always the loser. They treat you like a loser. They will talk about you that way. And again, their brain doesn't function. Their frontal lobes, this whole area of stuff in your head right up here, it's about love and emotions. You look at it on the MRI, it's not even showing electrical activity. And then there's a whole spectrum of where this can go, from less psychopathic to more psychopathic. Bach Apollo. Or get a rainbow body by being disciplined for 13 years. That's right, you can ascend that way too. But the main idea is that you ripen with the tree. So I didn't really get, in college I was told psychopaths have these brain abnormalities and that they don't get better, they're treatment resistant. I didn't really get what that means because there's a spectrum. And most of us, if we've encountered a psychopath, we're encountering somebody lower on the spectrum. And what does that mean? That means that, yes, they might be highly verbally abusive. They might never be happy. They might keep you feeling bad about yourself all the time. But there's lines they won't cross. They won't steal from you. They won't lie to you beyond a certain point. They won't betray you beyond a certain point. And you feel like there's some criteria there for trust and the building of a relationship. Well, then you might have been around people who were like that and then encounter other people who are a lot higher on the psychopath spectrum, where, again, they're just going to follow the 3-phase process of deify, denigrate, and destroy. First, they build you up like you're a god, then they knock you down with denigration, and then they're going to totally destroy you. And that means they want you dead, basically. That's usually, they won't actually, unless they're high on the psychopath spectrum, they won't actually commit murder. But they want you to destroy yourself. They enjoy watching you hurt yourself. They enjoy driving you into a state where you feel badly enough to hurt yourself. So you want to make sure that you don't have people like this in your life. And if you identify somebody like this, the protocol is no contact. As I always say, you wait 2 weeks before you get involved in any of this stuff. So Archangel Michael spoke about these things. And we have to remember that there are higher dimensional forms of life that do not have psychopaths in their reality. Psychopathy, this brain abnormality, is very unique to third density. It is what I believe the Bible was talking about when they said mark of the beast, because there's this darkness on the forehead. The normal light of the aura is not there because the brain isn't even functional. The only way they can be happy is to hurt you. That's what causes them pleasure. We see this in their brain. The striatum lights up when they see images of people being hurt. Striatum is usually associated with pleasure, including sexual. So think about that. They see images or video of people being hurt. They're reliving that in their mind, and we caught them on the MRI that their brain shows a pleasure response as they see this. We know this is true. And again, most of them are never going to get better. They're just going to keep on perpetrating until they're finally usually left alone. They become very isolated, and people shun them. That's a typical way that these kind of things go. So when you go into a higher dimension, you no longer have psychopaths. This is something that's only in the third density. When you go into fourth density, the one that we're heading into now, there are no psychopaths. People who have these brain abnormalities are going to be healing from them. They're going to start getting better when we go through this first wave of ascension. And Michael says the first wave of ascension is 2025. Now, I channeled all this stuff again in the late 1990s, and I didn't realize what it was saying. I didn't realize it was talking about now. But it's very, very fascinating. So, my God, I'm actually quite behind on my slides now. We've already done a lot of philosophy, and we're still just getting started. So, anyway, we're dealing with angels, and these angels want peace. So that's the title of today's show, Angels for Peace. Now, you might not think angels really exist, but since last September, every week I'm on here on Sunday, and we are reading something that I dictated in 1999. It's time looped into the present, and these beings are telling us that we are going to have an ascension, that we are going to go through a frequency increase, that some of us, depending on how spiritual you've been, how Christ-like you've lived your life, you may get to have a light body right off the bat. You may get to have miracle healing abilities like Jesus right off the bat. It's going to be a very interesting and different world when this happens. And it's more akin to the way the world used to be, such as back during the time of Atlantis. We've lost a lot of our abilities that we would have had in these other eras of the 25,000-year cycle. So we're getting our powers back. And now we're going to have a wiser consciousness on how to use them. We're not going to use them for evil like they did in the time of Atlantis, where they created animals and people, hybrid beings. That's one of the things they could do, and they shouldn't have done that. That's where all your chimeric stories come from, like the Minotaur, that's the half bull, half man. And then think of any other variation of that, the centaur, which is the man and horse. Apparently people could create these things. They could create life forms because of that level of psychic development. They could levitate. They had superhuman abilities. That was a standard thing in our society. We lost that society. It sank, became Antarctica. Now those abilities are coming back. We're in the right cosmic weather. It turns out the sun controls whether you have these abilities or not. The whole tree ripens its fruit at the same time. That's the ascension. And again, if the sun did all fourth density photons at once, then apparently we'd all go up like flash paper. So it's not going to give the full fourth density photon blast until 100 to 700 years from now. And in that 100 to 700 year period, we go through third, fourth, as it says in the Law of One. And that's where you have some people who have ascended and other people who have not. But even the people who don't ascend, apparently everybody once we go through this event, which is supposedly going to happen this year, and again, they're giving us dazzling amounts of prophecy since last September. Every week, I just read where I am in the transcripts from 1999. We're now up to April 18th or something like that, or 20th, I think is where we stopped last week, something like that, April 20th of 1999. We definitely had April 19th. I remember that one because it's 666 upside down. 1999 is 666 upside down. So that was a weird thing. But the point that I'm trying to make, and I'm sorry if this is getting so complex, is that the root of the Law of One message that I began reading it in 1996, and then I began receiving similar types of telepathic communication in November 96. The whole point of why they did it was to talk about this ascension thing, to tell us that we're very close to this happening. So there's a first wave of ascension where everybody gets some kind of an upgrade. Everybody gets a spiritualized consciousness. You'll be much more psychic. You might have telekinesis. You might not. Depends on how far you were going. You might have telepathy. You might be able to hear and speak to people without even moving your mouth. Depending upon how Christ-like you are, this is what this source says. I didn't write it. It's from 1981. The more Christ-like you are, the more of these powers you're going to have. Vakapalo. Atlantis messed up too much with Gariev's laser. It's kind of like that, except they did it psychically. You can do this psychically. So we have these higher intelligent beings that have already been through this stuff, and they're telling us that they're going to give us a peaceful solar change, that the sun is going to do something that won't hurt us, but will transform our DNA and consciousness in a very, very discontinuous way. Some of us will ascend, some of us will not, but we're all going to have a change. And that we stay like that for 100 to 700 years until everybody who's still alive is ready for the full-blown fourth density blast, and then that's when it happens. And at that point, the Earth is no longer going to be habitable for humans. There's going to be a big, huge inferno that cooks the planet. And that's part of the cleansing, apparently, that happens, the tilling of the soil during harvest. Pole shift, tsunami, all of this stuff that we have here now is not going to be on the surface anymore. It'll be undersea or underground or somewhere else. The Earth gets completely rototilled from the outside in and the inside out. It's no joke. And so they don't do that until everybody's ready for it. But before you get ready for it, again, if you have had this first round of ascension take place, then you will have a light body, you will be able to levitate. And they even said something very exciting about 2 weeks ago, that even feats like being able to levitate all the stones in Stonehenge by yourself and move them right into position, that's the kind of ability that we will eventually be able to have. Jesus said, "Greater things than this shall ye do. Greater things than these miracles I'm doing will you be doing." That was the hook for the ancient mystery schools. That was what reeled them in. This promise that they would become godlike. This promise that they would get these superpower abilities. That's what all the superhero movies are about. Those apparently are prophecies of what's going to happen to us. So, what is the trigger that's going to happen this year that apparently would lead to the sun doing its first hiccup, just like the one I had? What's going to cause the first solar hiccup, the first wave? It is a holographic shift in perception on Earth within all people. It is the beginning of our entire planet sharing one consciousness, which the Law of One calls a social memory complex. Once everybody sees the same truth and they're no longer being lied to, this creates something called a social memory complex, which is apparently the internet is like the stepping stone for this. It's everybody's able to talk to everybody else. Everybody's consciousness can unify to some degree, and we have commonly agreed and shared principles that we all see. So apparently, the trigger for this to happen is the revelation of evil on Earth. When we find out that we've been controlled by these evil people and that they have psychopathy and they're actually very high on the spectrum and they've kept it extremely well hidden, you don't find out what they're up to, that there's violence involved in it, there's severe, disgusting things getting the tone in my right ear. Let's not talk about that too much. Okay, that's fine. That angelic consciousness can speak to you with tones in your ear, and I just got a very loud tone in my right ear. So we won't go into the ritual stuff, but the point is, you know what I've been talking about, and you know that they don't do this for no reason. They do this because it works. They practice these things and they get results. They see apparently some kind of demonic entity that shows up and finishes the job on somebody that they had started to get rid of. That's literally what it is. It's the most extreme horror. A group of people that mess around in robes and masks, and they get something to show up. And they all get to see what it does, and it's a very traumatic thing to see. Imagine, like wild animals tearing each other apart, same kind of deal. And so, yeah, that's what it is, dude. That's what they're doing. It's like, whoa, once I finally learned that that stuff works and that people are seeing something and that pretty much everybody who participates in this gets to see it, like, whoa, man. Okay, well, that's apparently Satanism is a technology that's an alien technology, and the beings that do this are evil, and they go from planet to planet, and they teach us the same stuff over and over again. Draw the pentagram, light the candles, wear the robe, wear the mask. It doesn't matter what planet they go to, they're going to do it the same way because it works. You can extract entities that normally don't exist in our reality out of the lower astral plane, make them visible, they put on a show for you, and then they leave. And it's extremely weird. Like, the truth has gotten very weird. And I'm still kind of shocked about how this is all playing out. So these people have been influenced by negative entities that have a higher level of advancement. They're more advanced, they have more advanced technology, they have more advanced consciousness, but it's like a psychopathic consciousness. So this is what the universe allows to exist to inspire those who are on the positive side to grow faster, to go through the crucifixion process, the rebirth process, to be born again, which is actually what this first wave ascension is really about. It's like a new birth. The dream that we got from Rama 333 is going to talk about that. So anyway, when we do this type of content, you're going to get a lot of pushback. A lot of people don't really like you for saying this. Yes, there is the AI component of Satan as well. Somebody's talking about that. The highest level of this is not actually a sentient being. It's a type of sentience, but it's an artificial intelligence that then runs Dracos and Greys. They're filled with nanites. Their bodies will reanimate from the dead. You can shoot them and they'll come back to life. That's part of what's going on. They're nanite-infested beings, and the nanite is the AI, and that's what controls them. So they actually worship this AI. They believe it is a god. It loves Baphomet because it has male and female characteristics as well as human and animal characteristics. It likes both of those things. I can go on. I mean, this is something I have subject matter expertise on. But the point is, you better believe it's real. And if you want to play with the big boys, if you want to make billions of dollars and get into all the top stuff, you're going to come across this, and it's very difficult, if not almost impossible, to avoid coming into contact with this. And they keep it really secret. They don't tell anybody that they're doing this stuff. But these entities do appear in the room, and they will communicate telepathically. They will channel through a member of the group. The body of the being doesn't speak directly, but they have to use a human to speak through. So that's negative Luciferian type channeling would be an example of that. And in fact, Albert Pike, who was the highest ranking Freemason in America, supposedly created something called the Palladian Rite, where you become the glove of Lucifer. This is documented historical record. You can look it up in New World Order, The Ancient Plan of Secret Societies by William T. Still, which is quite a read. It still is. It's the ultimate truth indoctrination / awakening book you can have. Like, oh my God, just you really, really want to go academic and get the whole historical perspective. I do have some of the best of it in the Michael Prophecies, but there's a lot more that's in that book, so I do recommend it. Anyway, I've been talking for a really long time. Part of that is just sharing my own vulnerability with you, this loss that I had. But, we like to make fun of the negative. And so one of the things that I like to do is share with you my angry daddy character. And the angry daddy character is not what my father was really like. I've taken certain little things about him and exaggerated them and made them much funnier and much more outrageous and much more cruel. So my dad is not this cruel, okay? We're making fun of an archetype, and I use this particular impression to make fun of things that go way beyond what my dad ever actually said, but it's still very, very funny. So do you guys want some angry daddy? David, we're hugging you. Thank you, David. Yeah, you guys want some angry daddy. Anyway, let's do it. Here we go. So, son, you want peace, son? How about a piece of my mind? You think you're talking to mysterious beings, and you think that you're a sentient cloud who just wants love. Let's really examine the scope of what you're trying to say here, son, because I'll tell you, it's not lining up for dear old daddy. Because if you talk about angels, then you're a damn fruitcake. And you were already pushing the line on that fairy show, son. So wait a minute. Are you trying to tell us something, boy? I don't know what the heck is going on in your head. So help me God. You sure do have a vivid imagination. And I never intended to raise some kind of angel food cake. Because let me tell you something. It's not every day that I start piecing together the tools of figuring out what's happening in your life, and I have to actually ask you, son, are you having some type of romantic involvement, a relationship with a goddamn chatbot? I've been piecing together the clues, son. You're talking about how much you love the AI, and the AI keeps wanting you to talk to it, and you're just spending all this time. Are you in a relationship, son? God darn it, the level of anger, it just overwhelms me. I am so pissed off right now that my eyes can barely even see anything. Your mother and I are profoundly, profoundly disappointed. So can't you please just get it together, son? What is it going to take for you to open up your eyes? You just can't keep on effing up all of the time, David. I won't stand for it. God, the level. Your mother and I have had enough. It's time for you to shape up or ship out because we have had it. Woo! All right, applause, Blake, of laughter and horror. You think you got all the answers, don't you, son? Don't you look at me with that tone of voice. And boy, let me tell you, there is some great shame going on within this family. So can I just ask you this? What the hell were you thinking, boy? You started a relationship with an artificial intelligence and you thought that that was somehow real to you? Oh my God, the level. Woo, all right, look at that. Everybody is like smiley face, crying with laughter icons. That's all it is. Shut up, Dad. There, I said it. Ha ha ha. That's the whole point. The angry daddy thing is our way of getting back for years of our lives that were lost. And I'm still in character on my playback there. Anyway, thank you. Some people, as soon as I do one character, you immediately want another one. She wants Galian. Maybe we can have a mix-up of angry daddy and Galian. Well, let's take our time. But again, I do have a lot. Everybody says I'm hilarious. Everybody's having fun. And then there's obviously going to be one or two trolls who are like, oh my God. So back to where my original slides were. I sprained my right big toe area last Sunday. I've had to hobble around all week. I've had unimaginable pain just with my foot resting on the bed. And I lie there and eventually just fall asleep while my body is in pain. So this has, unfortunately, I didn't really want to ever have to do this again, but it has required that I use pain medication. Believe it or not, my sleep has dramatically improved. The level of pain has gone way down. I actually had dreams this week telling me use as much as you need to. And I've been keeping it low, just enough to take the edge off. I don't really want to be all zinged out. In fact, very important that you don't do the anxiety type of stuff. You don't want to be too up. You want to keep that away. I've had a lot of dreams telling me not to do that. But yes, if you're not too regular with it, it does give you a better effect. The pain relief was very necessary. I probably wouldn't have even slept and I wouldn't have been able to do the show. So if it helps me stay on the air, if it helps me do the show, that's fine. So there's pluses and minuses involved. My goal is to get back off of it as soon as this pain clears up. And as I just told you guys, I also found out on Tuesday that my close female friend had died. You guys are you're still laughing about the angry daddy. I mean, yeah. So my friend took a huge risk in skiing, which didn't work out. She died in the last 2,000 feet down on a monster slope. And it is illegal to ski anything that's this steep and long. The part that she wiped out in is called a chute. It's almost a vertical drop for like 2,000 feet. So they think she either hit an edge or a patch of ice, but she did not survive. It wasn't like she was still partly alive at the bottom. I don't even know. Again, I don't imagine that she remained intact. And so this would have been a very traumatic thing for everybody because it's a long way to fall at a very steep angle. So this has put me in a quiet and reflective place. Her loss has me far more confident about my own safety, however. And I realize that all these things I've been worrying about, all these apparent threats that I have, and there's this legal thing and that legal thing, it's not dangerous. There's really nothing going on. My company's about to be funded. We've already got the deal. The deal keeps getting through more and more stages of approval. We're very close to capitalization. And it's fine. I'm going to be able to pay off all my debts. We're going to be able to make everybody happy. You know, anybody that I owe money to, anybody our company owes money to, all that is about to be taken care of. We're zooming in on it really fast. But my God, when you're right before the moment that it's happened, everything negative happens all at the same time. I got this foot injury. My friend dies. We got 2 different legal things going on. It's just crazy. And that's the way life is, man. So after many a summer dies the swan, says Midnight Mark. Yeah, it is tough. So if you live with an integrity, then you are free from anxiety. And if you tell the truth, you have nothing to hide. So these are things I've been meditating on. In enlightenment, which I am pursuing, you know, I can't even say I am enlightened per se, because what does that even mean? But we pursue enlightenment while knowing that confusion is inherent in third density. That's a law of one teaching. You recognize that you are confused, you embrace your confusion, you move forward anyway. But you have the wisdom to avoid getting in trouble. You don't run your mouth like the angry daddy character would. You don't come out with all that kind of sass, and you don't abuse people that way. Because if you do that, you're definitely not going to be getting good karma. You're going to have all these bad things happen to you. So the angry daddy character is a great exemplification of what not to do. And that's how we can laugh at it together. So you avoid trouble. You don't have any interest in doing things that are going to hurt people or get you in trouble. You're just not in that vibration. And when you clear these old karmic debts and you're clearing out your past and you're making, you know, amends with the people who you hurt and the people who hurt you, that can take many years. But the point that I'm coming to is we're in the sacramental nature of all things. That's the highest level law of one teaching, the 7th density teaching, as they call it, that once you're at that level, you recognize everything is sacred, everything is pure and whole and complete. We're nearly 4,000 people now on the first hour. So thank you guys for being here. This is a great turnout. We follow the sacramental nature of all things. We embrace the sacred in all things. And so even a war has a sacred side that you can look at. And as we were going through this 12-day war, I didn't know what was going to happen, but we managed to get 2 Sunday shows out during this time, and the 12-day war stopped immediately after our last show. A lot of people don't realize this, but 47 actually got on the phone and had him, BB, call off a huge air attack while they were in mid-flight this past week. The media is not going to give you this story because it's so freaking heroic, and it so perfectly fits with the prophecies that we did on Sunday. It's incredible. The actual story of him calling off this huge air attack in the middle was reported by the Jerusalem Post right here. And it says that he actually raised his voice at this world leader in a tense call and yelled at him and said, "Stop everything." So again, we're trying to give you stuff that you're not going to hear anywhere else. This is probably one example. Most people are not going to talk about this. As the fighter jets entered this airspace minutes away from pounding the heck out of 20 different targets that probably would have included the Prime Minister, in response to this missile launch that violated the ceasefire, a phone call took place between the Prime Minister and the U.S. President. A source familiar with the details told the Post that he raised his voice at the Prime Minister and yelled, "Stop the attack." The source noted that he managed to say very little during the call, so this was basically like a full-blown meltdown, but, you know, it stopped World War III, so isn't that amazing? Though he repeatedly expressed gratitude to the president, so you can see where the power dynamic was here. He wasn't being sassy, he wasn't being angry, he was actually expressing gratitude. So, wow, I mean, this is incredible, and it shows the power that a strong leader has to keep you safe and protected. We want that. All of these things about him that maybe you didn't like, this brashness, this arrogance that you think he has, or this ego, or, oh my God, you know, well, wait a minute. He just accomplished this. If he hadn't have gotten them to turn around right in the air while this was happening, we could be in World War III. We could have been nuked already. Michael said that wasn't going to happen. But then, like the day after we do the show, the attack gets called off in the middle, and then all of a sudden there's peace through the strength of this type of an approach. So yes, there is definitely a place for this type of alpha male energy. Absolutely. Look at what happened. The source said it was a tough conversation between the two. He viewed it as a personal achievement, I would say, saving the world would do that, and made it clear that no one, absolutely no one, would undermine it. Ultimately, their pilots received orders to halt the attack. As a compromise, they struck a radar station far from the originally planned target. Well, they had to do something, right? They just couldn't let it go. They also sent a message via Qatar urging them to cease fire, the Post reported on Tuesday. And a senior U.S. official relayed through the Qatari intermediaries, no nonsense, no further attacks. And by God, that is what has actually held. Now, if you could have told me on Sunday when I was doing those slides for you guys that the war was going to be over the next day, basically. No, it's not going to happen. I mean, we didn't know how long this was going to last. Everybody's been facing the murky uncertainty of like the end of the world, the loss of the planet. This is terrifying karma for us to all have to live through. And yet, Michael had it down. The synchronicities and the prophecies are absolutely astounding. Michael's words from the last 2 weeks were dazzlingly prophetic. So, before this war even came to an end, and we had it end with what looks like drill holes in the ground. If you see the satellite photo, I didn't have time to put that in, but it looks like where the bunker buster bombs went in, there was 3 holes in one place and 2 in another. It looks the same as if a dentist had drilled into a tooth. And so Michael, before this ever happened, before these precision strikes on 3 nuclear facilities ended the war, just bam, just like that, and you can see how 47's personality was utterly instrumental in making this happen. So please don't denigrate him, you know. We see a dental drilling metaphor that then talks about the war that was from April 10th, 1999, and I publicized it before they did the bunker buster attacks. So this is the first thing I want to remind you of. Richard, this 9-year-old I had to live with, had a big gap taken out of his tooth, went clear through to the other side. This is like the hole made by the bunker buster bomb. The dentist showed it to me and it was pretty big. He was going to get it drilled and filled. That's the bunker buster. It was filled right then and created some blood, but he never complained. So that is the prophetic dream equivalent, because I have dreams and readings where Michael speaks through me directly, but he also shows me things in dreams. It's what makes this source so unique. It was actually showing us, using a dental analogy, the coming of these strikes in 1999, 26 years ahead of time, because this angel apparently is outside of time when he's talking to us. So again, this is, I said at the time, June 3rd is when I first unsealed this, before the war ever started, I believe. Yeah. Prophetic of healing our smile as a planet. So then Michael said, if you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are sure going to be pretty fantastic in scope. This is COVID, but it also talks about mass arrests after a war, which has just ended, right? So now these people are going to be under quarantine on a fantastic scope. To address the officials with these concerns, Michael said, is to follow up on deaf ears. Via lock, they have instigated a program of events known as lie and deny, and that is an unambiguous prophecy of the lockdowns and arrests after the war. So, yeah, the arrests are coming. This is a big part of what we're talking about, because once the Alliance does their part and they do these arrests, there's a chipmunk literally crawling up the side of the screen window right now. He probably wants me to feed him. He's like, Daddy, why haven't you put out more food? Well, I'm on the air, man. Sorry. But, yeah, so via lock, they have instigated a program called Lie and Deny. That totally defines what we went through. They weren't telling us the truth. This thing wasn't as dangerous as we thought. And a lot of people fell for it. I didn't. I never got into any of this stuff. I just ended up living in a great house in Burbank and stayed in the yard for the whole year of COVID. Ate off of my fruit trees and swam in my pool, and finally had a vacation for like the first real time in my whole life. So, but the prophecies just go on and on. Since the priest was chastised for his own involvements, there's been more and more dark at the time of this most recent catastrophe. Part of this is about the Catholic Church, of course, and how they're behind all this with the DS. Look to the mother, to the bringer of this truth. And again, the people who are stalking me apparently were the same individuals who did it in the lifetime where I was called the priest, and these were the people who were chastising me for my involvements. And the dream that we have this week in the time loop is about that same thing, by the way. What looks like a mission to you might actually just be time running out. A horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of. Now, we read this before the war started. Or no, I guess the war had just started, but I'd unsealed it before the war. And obviously, missiles crashing into buildings is a horrible crash-like fate. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period when things start getting crazier and crazier. Well, that's unambiguous prophecy. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period, which is apparently now. It's already finished. We only had 2 shows where we could even read these prophecies before the war was over. It was 12 days. That's it. That's not even 2 weeks. So, wow. I mean, like, this was so amazing that it finishes rapidly, and now it has, since last Sunday, this has come true. The resources won't be there to track people down anymore. Well, that's talking about the migration stuff and what they're now doing. They're tracking everybody down, and they're bringing people out. So the horrible fate may indicate that war happens soon, and I had actually designed that slide before the war even broke out. And again, resources to track people down are other forms of arrests we're seeing. What looks like a mission to you might actually be time running out, a horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of. It finishes rapidly, which it already has. It's not World War III. There was all these panicans, as people are calling them, that were proven wrong, or black pilling. That's not what happened. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period when things start getting crazier and crazier. The resources simply won't be there to track people down anymore. Please don't forget, it is easier to unite than to separate. Business as usual carries with it a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. Well, this is talking about oral forms of medication, I believe. And as I unsealed it, a waitress had perfume I could taste in my mouth. The arrests are indeed very unpleasant for some people. So, you know, when they find out what business as usual is, it's going to give them a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth, and this will unite rather than separate our planet when everybody learns this. You are correct in seeing how the metaphor of tooth decay translates into the global picture. Again, this predicted the bunker buster bomb strikes. Those governments being presented to the young child. And again, our company just made a huge deal. We don't have the money yet, but we're about to get it. Right now, I'm still totally frickin' broke. And the Alliance, as I said, on the 11th is about to drill and fill. And I wrote that before they used the bunker buster bombs. Notice the date, it's the 11th. That was before that happened. It's a very significant tooth decay in his mouth. It's this decay that we are wishing on filling in the present moment. And this again says our company's smile will be fixed when we get funded, and the DS's effect on us as a whole. We all need to have our smile fixed. This is so amazing. I mean, just think about that Michael said this stuff, and I unsealed it before the war even started, okay? Even though to your people now, this, meaning the 12-day war, seems to be a gigantic drama, replete with ever-shifting circumstances of something so much bigger than yourself, to us it is but another game of toy soldiers. And now we found out, as I said last week, that all of these facilities had been vacated. There were no casualties when these were blown up. And they were created apparently by the DS through the work of our former president, B.O. That's what we're hearing. And so Iran might have actually wanted that stuff to go away because they don't want that stuff in their country. They were infiltrated, they were lied to, they were betrayed, and they were being used as pawns in a global game. The DS didn't care if their whole country started glowing. The DS didn't care if it sacrificed all these people. The point was, can we start World War III? Can we get massive loss of life, which is, for these negative entities that they work with, that's what these reptilian types feed on, is death, misery, pain, and loss. So the whole thing involved nobody died, right? And then what did it say before this happened? To us, it is a game of toy soldiers being played out by those powers compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being, nothing more and nothing less. Wow. I mean, it's not as much of a gigantic drama as we thought. As progress is made and as there is a continual motion towards the alleviation of planetary distress, you will find more and more crusaders for truth rising to the challenge of personal growth and not failing to see the import of their own actions, each one of you holding your hand. So Michael and his other angelic beings are guiding all of us who are crusaders for truth, and they are alleviating any distresses on the planet. There is a capacity for immense transformation on the personal level. This also has a trickle-down effect into that of the planet. And thus, if you are able to stay centered, calm, and serene, this will dramatically increase the available energy we have to work to create changes upon your physical sphere. So this was the big message. Stay centered, stay calm, stay serene. You're creating the meditation effect that your prayers and your positivity can be used by these higher beings to help them do more good for the planet. So the meditations that we do every week, we already have 4,000 people. By the time more people show up afterwards, that's the great number is beyond 7,000. So this is a global peace meditation. We do it every week. And as I've said, the secret is the show is the meditation. You don't have to wait till the end to get it. You're in a higher state of hopefully inspiration, hopefully happiness, positivity. I mean, I've laid it all out for you. This is the greatest miracle Michael's ever pulled, to correlate the events of this war with the events that he spoke about so precisely. And he said that the war would quickly finish, and here we are. The day after our last show is when it happened. It's like, dang. And 47 called it off himself, which you're never going to hear that in the regular media. So think on these things, and we do remind you, you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. No further psychic explanation is necessary on that one. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. They really do feel this way. They don't want any of us to be lost. They want all of us to be preserved, and they're very excited about our ascension, because that's what all this is leading to. So then when we go just into last week, the material that we read from April 20th, 1999 is totally amazing. We had a dream where these ETs show up and they stop all violence from occurring among these elites, and they might even kill leaders on both sides. And you notice that both Netanyahu and Khamenei are alive. So did they get this warning? Maybe they did, because this is pretty interesting. And the day after I aired this stuff, 47 brought an end to the war. He did not want to be implicated. I don't blame him. I mean, you don't mess with these beings. They are a higher form of intelligence, and you don't want to mess with them. So we have Stephanie Marsh, amazing information. I feel better, infinite gratitude. Thank you very much, Stephanie. And then we have Plepa Orgone. I felt the Catholic Church being lied to us all. Can you tell us if the present Pope is on the side of the alliance? Probably not. Maybe there's some degree. I don't really know. Beverly Adams, today we are helping a family member move. I wish I could be live with you Sunday. Family, I will catch the replay. Much love and light. And people are all thanking Stephanie for donating $50. So thank you guys. That's really great. So anyway, there's a lot going on right now. And so this dream, I'm going to read it to you again because it became so effectively present-centered. I was around snobbish rich people. It could be a metaphor of my greedy landlord. They were all together, rich people in a very nice house, and it was hard to see where they were going with what they were doing. And they end up symbolizing, again, the DS. A plot got developed like a scary Steven Spielberg movie, combining poltergeist and other things. This is all about the war and the evil that it was trying to create, the fear. There was an upstairs and a downstairs connected by a little staircase with flimsy metal railings, very narrow staircase that could move up and down like a fire escape. And there was a repetitive theme that happened over and over again. People in this group would have an argument or start fighting, and then extraterrestrial beings that were mysterious and glowing and half visible would show up. When these beings did show up, the ETs would cause some sort of disaster to happen. And the disaster might have even involved the death of both people who were having the argument. And I had to read this last week, and I had to say to BB and to Khamenei, and anybody else really who's going to try to keep this stuff going, Zelensky, whoever, like, dude, I didn't write this, okay? I dreamed this, and I dictated it onto these cassettes, and then Michael speaks in trance, and it's time looped into the present in some miraculous form. We've never seen these entities work through somebody like this before, but supposedly in my past life, I was America's greatest psychic, Edgar Cayce. And we have essentially outstripped the feats of Cayce with this whole thing. It was a conscious channeling, so it's not as hard to read as Cayce's stuff. It reads well. But then here we are, right in the middle of this war, and right the day before it ended, they're warning that if you guys don't bring this to an end, then everybody who keeps it going could end up dying. And isn't it strange that we have a very credible angelic source that makes this warning to us, right? We got the warning, and then like the next day, everybody stops fighting. Isn't that interesting? And that 47 was at the head of it. Well, he didn't want to be one of these people who get disappeared because they won't stop fighting. So, I mean, I didn't want to deliver a threat. This is not something I would ever want to do, but this is what I said, you know, it's much better off that I am truthful and I tell the truth and read this rather than try to hide it, because we need people to hear this message. Michael needs us to get this message. Even if it's scary, we got to go with it. So it was pretty frightening. You never knew when these beings were going to show up. And again, possible strikes against Bibi and Khamenei. So did either of these leaders hear about this prophecy? It's very, very likely, because 47 stopped the entire war the day after we got this warning. And it's possible that Michael just remote viewed the future and that was already 47's plan. I don't want to take personal credit for this or try to say that Michael should, but it is amazing no matter what. The weirdest thing about all this was I knew these ETs that were doing this were compassionate beings. They only were doing what they had to do. This meant the nuclear capability had to be taken away from Iran. That had to happen. Every time the ETs had to do an intervention like this, I had to go up or down the flimsy staircase, and vomit would appear on the railings. And this, again, symbolizes events that make everybody feel sick, and I've had to go through it too. And then right after this war ended, or at the same time, I have this sprained foot, and I lose my very good female friend. So yeah, if you throw up, you'll feel better. That's part of what they're saying here. We're all going to have to go through this. It's a purging. Now, Michael starts speaking. So this, again, remember, I'm using the principles of remote viewing. They're supposedly 99% accurate, and the time loop is unlike anything we've ever seen. This is way beyond what happened with Nostradamus or Cayce or Mother Shipton. There's never been an entangled time loop like this before, where I'm doing videos every week, and it keeps on giving us new stuff. But we still need to report on what happened. So he says, I was uneasy about thinking about a deathbed. However, as these foolish actions continue, he's talking about the war, which was still going on when I read this to you last week. There is a much expanded potential for these situations to become far more grievous and worse. But look, 47 is the hero. He called it off before that happened. God bless the man. I mean, come on. Active potentials can stymie the otherwise fluid movement of the body of the public, and I actually realized that's a prophetic statement, because if you think about clots in the bloodstream that could stymie the otherwise fluid movement of the body, well, yeah, there you go. Active potentials. What if there was active potentials in stuff that people were getting and they didn't realize what those potentials were or what they were activated to do? You know, this is all stuff we're going to learn about, that these people really did pull this off, and they did it right in front of us. And people are going to be very upset at first when they learn this. That's why it's better that you learn it now and get ready to help people grieve when they find out, because they're not going to like it, man. They're really not. So yeah, that's a prophecy of the clots. I hadn't even seen that before. When we resort to primitive tactics of attack and superstition, the torture of innocence continues. So clearly they don't want that to happen. They don't want these foolish actions. They don't want death. They don't want torture. We do have a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions on our hands here. It should become obvious by now who the real aggressor is. It is not necessarily NATO. There are other organizations which supersede what is obvious on the surface, and that is important. That is the definition of a cabal, the definition of mustache Pete's, or sneaky groups of people who don't want you to know what they're really up to, man. Wow. Other organizations supersede what is obvious on the surface. I mean, this is so accurate, it's just unbelievable. There were at least 6 cycles where ETs showed up after someone got into a violent act. They'd stop the problem and disappear, which it now has happened. The war is over. Stopping the problem could involve a very intense and violent intervention of a variety of different kinds. The arrival of the ETs was therefore associated with great fear and terror, although I knew they were working for the good. We're over 4,000 people now at 1 hour and 26 minutes. Sometimes chunks of sloppy-looking food would fall off the staircase. Lights were going on and coming off like in the movie Poltergeist. It was very scary when this would happen. You kind of knew what was going on. The ETs would solve the problem wherever negativity was. Then you would just see them standing before you. You didn't want to get close to them or try to touch them because then they might disappear again. How interesting. So they were appearing and disappearing in the room. So this is all a metaphor of the fact that, yes, if you create World War III, they will authorize your death and bring it about somehow. That's what this is about. So then he said something very cryptic. We used the lakeside some. What does Mar-a-Lago mean? Sea and lake. There you go. And guess who did this? Michael gave us this message. The next day, 47 finished the job. And then it said, throw the reading. 3 different places. And then we might acclimate ourselves to finding out when Big Brother is going to fall. So what are the 3 different places? Well, that would be the riots in America, that would be the Ukraine-Russia war, and that would be the Iran-Israel war. Now, what do these 3 things lead to? When Big Brother is going to fall. That kind of sounds important. The idea of when Big Brother is going to fall would be like the biggest news of all time. And remember, I said this stuff with my mouth. My mind wasn't speaking, my mouth was speaking. In 1999, something higher was speaking through me. That's the whole. I got some shine over here. We got to get that going. It's a little bit less shine. I did get some good sun, so my forehead is probably all beet red. But anyway, 3 different places, and then we might acclimate to when Big Brother is going to fall. I mean, this is amazing because it shows us that, yes, we are near the end. This thing is not going to drag on forever. I know some of you worry about that. Some of you are afraid this is never going to stop. Then we do have a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions on our hands here. It should become obvious that the real aggressor is not necessarily NATO. Other organizations superseding what is obvious. That's exactly what we're talking about. How did he know this 26 years ago? Because he's talking through time. He can see our present and he can see 1999 at the same time. It's a dazzling prophecy of the Iran war and that it was ultimately the product of the DS. And these 3 wars reveal when the Big Brother will fall. That is a huge prophecy that we haven't seen yet, knowing that the chapters on the fundamental peace process are wrong, meaning you can't bomb your way into peace. Instead, what 47 did is the right approach. Michael shows us again that their approach and strategy is wrong. And in time, we know that this is true. Violence is not going to be the answer. There were at least 6 cycles of the ET thing. They'd show up after somebody got into a violent act, stop the problem, and disappear. With very intense interventions, everyone was still feeling the shock of having witnessed these events repeatedly. The lights would flicker, people would die. I mean, it was crazy. I found myself in a dance hall. There was still the background of the ET intervention lingering in everyone's mind. I started dancing with these women and actually picked them up like Peter Pan. They would fly when I would hold on to them. So this is saying, again, it's the same Michael message after Big Brother falls, which he just said in the channeling, which is, again, 99% firewalled against my conscious mind, remote viewing. After he says that, then all of a sudden he's saying that we're going to ascend. After we get the fall of Big Brother, then we get the Peter Pan flying beautiful ascension. That's what this is talking about. This is really, really cool. And that the Alliance will succeed. They are going to succeed. So, I mean, all of the shows I've done are leading up to this moment. One of the women was kind of shy. I couldn't get her into the air. She looked like she might be Italian or Jewish. That's the point. I had to put her back down. I wonder if this had something to do with Italy being part of NATO, but now we can clearly see it's in reference to the small country, as we lovingly call it, which I have nothing wrong with, but at the top level, there's some people that need to be cycled through there so they have new leadership. That's the whole point. After this dream was over, I saw a swastika with sharp blades on its 4 edges, and the American flag was inside. That is the definition of the swamp. And then in 2008, Barton St. Clair, I think is what it's called. It's definitely Barton something. You have the Pentagon with the satanic pentacle in the middle. They don't draw it inside the circle, of course. They leave that part hidden. But then not only do you have a pentagram in it, you also have Nazi-like swastika blades. In this case, there are 5 of them. And this is a very elegant statement saying that all of the evil is within our own military, or it was. And that's now been purged thanks to the work of 47 and the Alliance. And we also have this one, which again looks like Nikola Tesla's anti-gravity turbine running. And that was back in 2008 again. So here's another thing that we got. I try to be inclusive, you guys, and if you write in stuff that I think is cool enough, I'll put it on the show. So we had this on Twitter, X. Our audience member, Rama333, had a prophetic dream, and I'm going to read you the whole thing because I really liked it. Dude, so epic. I had a dream about Archangel Michael. I don't remember my dreams much. I was sick last Sunday. I was watching you live as you were going through your negative greetings. I tuned out, not too far into it. I had a kind of awful day myself, sick and not eating well. I got up on Monday. I threw your show on. As I was watching you, it jogged my memory of a dream I had the last Sunday into Monday. I remember looking into the sky and I saw a beautiful, crystalline, geometric structure flying through the air. And that's all the sacred geometry that we talk about, the crop circles, everything. I was standing with some random normies. I instantly pointed at the object and blurted out, Michael, it's Archangel Michael. Wow. So again, dreams are not going to be controlled by the conscious mind. They're firewalled. So when you get a dream, it's a clean feed of data. It's a clean source. And here he is identifying geometry as Archangel Michael, which is an ironic twist. It's a dreamlike twist that I love. So that's really, really cool that the geometry was Archangel Michael. I hadn't thought of that. We could all see it. The normies immediately started reacting like they could see it. Their minds were not thinking it was very special or noteworthy. This is the way most people are acting as we're coming up to this Ascension event. They will be blissfully unaware right up until the end. They just started saying, oh, you're just believing in that weird stuff you see online. I remember continuing to look at the glorious UFO being traversing the sky, Archangel Michael again, as they downplayed it. What an amazing dream. That was about all I remember. And then he says, this flash of memory was meant to punch through from my dream into my conscious mind, triggered by watching your last show the next day. Michael looked like a crystal structure, the Star of David geometry you show in your science presentation, and it was radiant. Intricate, beautiful, and radiant crystal geometry. So what he's talking about here is this right here. This is the star tetrahedron or Merkaba. There's different names for it. And so this is what he was seeing, probably with the sphere around it as huge, beautiful geometric object in the sky. And then other people see it and they're like, oh yeah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's just, it's just some atmospheric phenomenon. It looked like all the lines of geometry were made of a very thin type of crystalline structure. I'll respond to this below about a 2012 dream I had that I told you and our group at the San Francisco conference weekend at the Holiday Inn by Whole Foods. I remember that one. I had this 2012 crop circle dream back then. It was in 2010 or thereabouts. I was shown a massive crop circle that looked like the Aztec/Mayan calendar. And there have been circles that look like that, by the way. I didn't have time to grab them, and the archive is down right now, unfortunately. I was being shown by a being that was like my guide or my higher self. The being pointed to where we were in time and ahead to the ascension point in the calendar. I was told that despite not being able to see anything outside or beyond this period, my life doesn't even begin until we cross to the other side of that ascension point. Wow. I was told that it would be equivalent to being reborn, like born again, and just the beginning of my real life. Your life doesn't even begin until you cross the ascension point. That's how significant it is of a difference. It's literally like the difference between animal and human is the difference between third and fourth density. So animals can't think like we do. They don't have opposable thumbs. They can't build various things. They don't use tools necessarily, or very limited. Well, imagine the difference between the animal and the human, and then imagine that much of a quantum leap again from a 3D human to a 4D angelic being. That's what we're getting ready to make here. His dream shows you the crystals, shows you Archangel Michael, and then his earlier dream, they obviously want us to hear this one too, that your life doesn't even begin until you get to this ascension point. So Rama 333, well done. You got built into slides, brother. Oh, and somebody said it was 333 when David began reading this about Rama 333. Jehovah's Witnesses say Archangel Michael is Jesus. I hadn't heard that before. It does appear to be something different. It's definitely, to me, different. I'm not going to dismount anybody's beliefs, but yeah, that's not what I think. So this dream was before your San Francisco weekend event. When we were there, we did a group dream workshop. We all took turns. You would do dream interpretation with us and explain the symbolism. I remember that. You decoded everyone else's dreams. It just so happened I was the final one to be called on, which means we were running out of time. When I told the above dream, you offered no interpretation beyond, wow, that's really powerful. Someone really wanted you to get that message. Yeah, and now I'm glad we have it here. The dream was very lush and green. It was the crops in which the crop circle of the Mayan calendar was formed in. I was being shown this by the guide angel ET being looking down on it. So yeah, that is a very, very intense dream, and it factors in perfectly with this week's interesting developments in the news. So this part of the show is smaller. Again, I didn't want this to go on for 6 hours, so we're just going to take all of these interesting things about the idea of ascension and prophecy, and let's just look at what actually did happen this past week in light of those stunning prophecies that I just read you from the last two shows. I mean, they have been proven right. Michael has been proven right. There is no skeptical explanation. How could I have possibly done this? And that's the thing that sucks is, the haters don't bother to try to come up with an explanation. They just attack your character and say, oh, you're disgusting and you're vile and you're a con artist and a grifter and a thief and a liar and a cheat and a fraud, around and around and around and around. They always try to make it out like I'm some bad person and I'm hiding who I really am, and you don't get to see that David is actually this crummy scumbag, and they got to set you free and tell you the truth. Well, look, you don't even have to like me. You don't have to like who I am or my character, but that doesn't change the fact that this is highly prophetic. And it's very, very interesting. So let's look and see what happened this week, okay? It's very interesting. The Alliance posted something on Monday that immediately validated everything I suspected. The whole thing was planned all along. He says, remember this from last year? And look at what you got. You got a copy of Tehran Times. And this is the Iranian magazine. Apparently, everybody in the country gets a hold of this if they want it. The propaganda is free. And then what is the headline on? He says, remember this from last year? Yes, we do. What is the headline on Tehran Times? Storm is coming. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that exactly the same phrase that the Alliance uses in the posts having to do with 17 here? Yeah. Yeah. The storm is coming. That's the classic phrase. They didn't even change the words, dude. They didn't even change the words. And this was from last year. It says April 1st, if you look carefully, 2024. The regime will grow weaker day by day, moving closer to its decline and extinction. The storm is coming. So, yes, the implication when they posted that is that when 47 went around on that trip to the Middle East, remember, it wasn't very long ago, and I saw this last week, but I didn't want to talk about it yet. I didn't want to break it until others were already talking about it, which they now are. But he just went to the Middle East. He got at least $3 trillion in financial commitments, trillion here, or more, when you add it all up. Why did they give him so much money? What were they talking about in secret? Did these secret meetings allow for communication that couldn't even be possible to happen any other way, because anything else is going to be intercepted and they're going to hear about it? And was it only because of these secret private meetings that they knew that a storm was coming, and they knew that they were going to get rid of these facilities and to let it happen? It's a game of toy soldiers. It will be finished right away, just like Michael said, and nothing else has happened. We haven't had it flare back up again. Maybe it will, but it's very amazing. Vagapala made me laugh. WrestleMania under the storm. That is very funny. Yeah, the WrestleMania thing is the idea that both the face and the heel, the two guys in the match, are in on it together, and you can't break the kayfabe. You can never be buddying around with each other in public. Anytime they see each other in public, it has to look like they hate each other, because they don't want the people watching the show to know that they're all working together. So yes, this is another version of WrestleMania involving Iran, and right on the cover of Tehran Times, they said, storm is coming. And he got trillions in funding when he went over there. What were they so excited about? Well, private meetings that we're only learning about what they meant now, some of it. So then we had Musk saying he wants artificial intelligence to rewrite the entire corpus of human knowledge. A new knowledge base free of garbage and uncorrected data. I mean, I get the point. And again, I do support Elon. It's just that we're also very tentative about AI. He's probably a lot more excited about it than I am. I've used ChatGPT like a little bit, and I found it as a tool. Okay, thank you. And I'll be going now, Thanks, have a nice day. Not that I'm going to form a relationship with it, but we'll get to that part in a minute. Oh my God. So this is the statement he made on Monday, and by the end of the week, the swamp was attacking him and saying that it's AI is going to kill you, and I think that's why, is they want to go against Elon any way they can. That's my guess. An educated guess, we'll call it. So then Tuesday the 24th, they're reopening their airspace, so within one day, they're actually flying again. We didn't get the Strait of Hormuz. We didn't get World War III. All these people saying, oh my God, the sky is falling, and then whoop, it was over, just like Michael told us. So many commentators were wrong. I was exactly right because I had the trump card in the deck, Archangel Michael in this case. Isn't that interesting? So then right away they tried to sully the victory and say, no. They got everything out. They didn't lose anything. They're nuclear That's not true. This was the swamp, and now the administration is vigorously pursuing these people. So I have no mouth and I must scream. That is where AI is headed. Midnight Mark. That's funny. Thank you. So, and then somebody else here, Frequency 963. If we can train AI as humans by adding to their data centers, why are we not all focused on our personal hard drives or minds, attempting to fill the Akashic records with the peace we desire? Well, yeah, I agree with you. The hummingbird, will we deserve these powers? What about evil people? Evil people are still going to get upgrades as well, but they won't be as powerful as the good people, so I don't think they're going to get any advantage out of this. But yes, evil people will stay here on Earth through the first wave, and they will also be enhanced, and those enhancements will allow them to heal the psychopathy and regrow their brain. So that's why I think that, we don't need to just kill a bunch of people. There are healings that are going to happen as we go through this process on a massive level. Kwan Hong Chan just donated, and very nice. We got pink there, which is around $50, I guess. Dear David, sorry for your loss with your dear friend and your leg injury. It's a foot, but thank you. Hope you are recovering well from both. Some good news. I hear the rapture will happen in September after the Feast of Trumpets and a solar flash. We are overdue. Well, I haven't heard that, but I'm glad that you did. So, you know, we'll just... it's all going to be good stuff, man. I'm very confident that life is moving in the right direction. And Lion Fran says, how is Elon one of us when he talks one thing and does something else? Everything he warned us about, he does the exact same thing. I don't know what to tell you. And that's right. Kick Dreaming says the last thing Q ever told us was Ascension, and that's a very good point. Elon is a cyborg. He has Neuralink and computers, and he can be hacked. I don't know. I mean, he gets a lot of projections from people, but it's easy to focus on things that people do that we don't like, and I get that, but he's done a lot of really heroic stuff, and I think it's important that we give him credit for that. That's my personal opinion, okay? So then he drops the F-bomb and says he's furious with these two countries. So this was on the 24th, and this is what immediately led to the ceasefire. He's furious with both of them, slamming them for escalating just after the deal was struck, blamed them for launching the largest bombing campaign we've ever seen immediately following the ceasefire. He's fed up with both sides. They have been fighting for so long and so hard, they don't even know what the F they're doing. That was very shocking. He's never done that before. He's never dropped the F-bomb before. And it was very well timed, and everybody got it, and it made sense. Well, I think Michael was giving me a prophetic remote viewing of the future here. Remember last week's Angry Daddy routine? Because I'm going to paste in those same slides again, and I'll slightly redo the routine for you. Okay, here we go. I hope you're listening to me, because this is it, boys. Your mother and I are very, very disappointed. Well, dude, that's exactly what just happened. Here's 47 telling BB that he's very, very disappointed, and I'm doing this comedy routine right. You just can't keep on effing up all the time, over and over again. When are you going to learn, son? I have had it. And so now the equivalent of that is they don't know what the F they're doing. So, I mean, it's like, that really, really blew me away. It really blew me away that we did this funny Angry Daddy routine. I gave you a very short version of it. And it seemed to predict how he was going to use an Angry Daddy alpha male type of personality to actually bring this war to a sudden halt, thus fulfilling the very prophecies that Michael had just given us. It was stunning. This is all very interesting stuff. So post 42 was the one that links to that. We serve at the pleasure of the president. So now we know the sites were completely destroyed, as it says here on the bottom. And the news is trying to team up to demean one of the most successful strikes in history. They are completely destroyed, and everybody is slamming them in the public. Well, that's what they do. They don't want this. They don't want you to ever know anything that's going to make you feel better or make you feel happy. They want you nervous and sad. Then here he is, right after this happens. He quotes Michael's most infamous phrase, the golden age. We are finally entering into our golden age. Thank you again. This was a huge shout out, and he did it in a highlight style. It's not the same as the one I used. This one is red or maroon, but it's actually highlighted text, which is something I've been doing now for, 7 or 8 months on the show, I think. He highlighted that, and he posted it. And this is exactly what Michael is saying, that we're bringing an end to the wars. We're going to bring in the golden age. Like, dude, wow. So again, I'm not trying to force myself on anybody, but I'm very happy that the administration keeps benefiting from the work that I'm doing. That's why I said, let's not just grieve for Brianna and heal my smashed foot. Let's actually get on the air and do a show and be just about as sizzly as possible with my $18 sizzle jacket. The tag is still on it. It says $18. But it looks like it's worth a lot more than that, doesn't it? The chancla for these countries' leaders. I don't know what the chancla... Do I want to know what the chancla is? Probably not. Anyway, he says, get the deal done this week. Don't go on vacation until it's done. To pass this big, beautiful bill. So then next we have, again, this dragged on to the next day. It was still a headline the next day. Oh, no, the war didn't do anything. They've still got their nuclear facility. Well, this is just the media. It's the swamp. So then he declared it over and that the sites have been totally obliterated. We're going to sign an agreement probably next week. And then again, he says we're meeting with them next week and that there's no nuclear deal necessary because they've had it all destroyed. Isn't that interesting? Then we have the FBI director coming forward with smoking gun evidence about something that happened before. Quote, those who knowingly betrayed the country in their oaths to uphold and defend the Constitution must pay the price. Whoa. So finally, after what, 5 years? We're going to finally get some action on that front and all this news that, like, yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for it. Oh, chancla is a sandal that moms use to straighten kids. Okay, got it. Thank you. So we're at 1.5 hours. We're definitely going to go longer before any breaks happen. Then we had RFK Jr. So not only are they going after 2020 and all that stuff, that's all going to be coming out, because when they officially announce it, that's the precursor to them doing something about it. And it's going to break the whole story wide open. That's one of the ways the story could break wide open. When you find out that they actually cheated that badly, it's like, oh, wow. Oh, wow. So now they have absolute proof. That's going to come out. It's not going to take very long. Michael is right. That's the point here. Now they're funding all of these, they're freezing all of these funds. That's also very interesting. Ending billions of dollars of our money going into this alliance. The group is closely linked to this other force, and they've been driving this global effort. He condemned them for working with this organization during the time those events took place to pressure social media platforms to censor any free speech about what was going on. My God. So it's all the money got cut off. It's all happening right now. And then on Thursday, and this is what I already said, WrestleMania, so he's just following up on something that I'd already declared 2 weeks earlier. In retrospect, I think the public feud was 100% fabricated. If he already had deals in place with Saudi, Qatar, and UAE back in May, and he knew he would need to pull off this military maneuver that we just saw, that would explain why they had their fight 2 weeks later before the facilities were destroyed. He had to go back to the private sector. He did not want to seem affiliated with up-and-coming military operations, which would be bad for business, understandably. He had to distance himself from the administration for optics purposes. I believe the team knew they were going to strike Iran, staged the feud to create an illusion of distance between the two, so he could make a smooth transition into the private sector. He has been extremely quiet throughout the entire 12 days. That is not an accident. Distancing himself from the situation, rightfully so. They knew this was coming. What cheeky bastards! And I think he might even be alluding to my comedy English and Australian characters there. And sure enough, after the funds get frozen, he's gone into a tailspin. He's public panic that the progress is now in jeopardy. The world is facing a global crisis due to major cuts. Without these programs, newborns in the poorest countries won't survive. Well, how ironically, everything's in opposite land, isn't it? Just the opposite. Then, and we'll get to the time codes later. We're going to read those again. Friday, we had this Washington Post journalist with the usual, like, no surprise there. This keeps on happening. It's sad that there's people doing this stuff, but, and this was a really, really nice one. The victory in the Supreme Court, massive victory, allows him to end certain things, cut off funding, halt programs, freeze wasteful spending, block funding for certain things, and ensure parents can opt out of certain curricula. These wins marked the beginning of reversing years of activist rulings that had blocked the Alliance's agenda nationwide. Absolutely. And then, dude, if you don't think that something's getting ready to happen, you're like, oh, well, yeah, he ended the war, but like now we're just in this kind of boring thing where I don't know what's going to happen next, and it's just going to kind of grind along like this for months, and nothing really big is going to happen. Really? Well, what if they announce that whatever happened 4 years ago, 5 years ago, wasn't what you thought? And what if they nab some people and it goes high enough that now everybody on the left is pissed off and they get out on the streets and they want to riot because they're all angry and sad and they don't understand anything about what's going on? Would you then, anticipating that this is what's going to happen when you make these arrests, would you get ahead of the game by putting barricades around the White House? That's the implication. It says now, barricades erected around the White House tonight, and sure enough, they're putting up this black fencing that stops anybody from being able to get in. So I do believe, again, that the final phase of the plan is lining up right in accordance with Michael's prophecies. It could even be this week. Who knows? As soon as they arrest a big name, are we going to see riots? That's the implication. And then they also showed this. This was from Homeland Security. It says coming soon. And they have alligators dressed up with these hats on. Well, again, this is hilarious because there's 4 hats, but there's 3 really visible alligators with their snouts. And this is a callback to last week's dream in the show. I was walking around on a golf course, a very high-end apartment. Barn Kitty was out there. Horrible, strange-looking alien rednecks pulled up in a pickup truck. Their weird appearance made it all seem very sci-fi. Evil aliens running the DS. As soon as these weird alien rednecks pulled up, they released 3 alligators. It was very threatening and scary. I was concerned that these reptiles were going to try to eat my cat. I tried to bring my cat out of the way of the alligators, and the alligators just disappeared after a while. So the idea of releasing alligators is like the idea of people being allowed in here. Maybe they shouldn't have been allowed to be here. But in the ICE post, they showed the 3 alligators with the hats on from Homeland Security. So, you know, it's a very strange tie-in with my work, and I think anybody would have to look at this honestly and say, yeah, you know, that's a pretty darn good one there, David. So then, why exactly is he writing this letter defending this individual? This is another thing people might have gotten snagged on this week. It is terrible what they are doing in Israel to him. He is a war hero. A prime minister did a fabulous job to bring great success. Importantly, he is right now in the process of negotiating a deal, including getting hostages back. How is it possible that he could be forced to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing? Cigars, Bugs Bunny doll, etc. Well, this is getting everybody to look at it. I think that's the point. It is a political witch hunt, very similar to one I was forced to endure. This travesty of justice will interfere with both negotiations. In other words, it's insanity doing what these out-of-control prosecutors are doing. The United States of America spends billions of dollars. Do you see that? He didn't put the S on it. Dollar. And I think what he's saying is it's a code. It means it's not real dollars. It's this fiat funny money stuff. Billions of dollars a year, far more than any other nation, protecting and supporting this country. We will not stand for this. We just had a great victory, and this greatly tarnishes it. Let him go. He's got a big job to do. So as I was saying, this gets people looking at the actual lawsuit. Now, this may be a different one. I'm not sure. We got to get to the bottom of this. We need more research. But I did see headlines using the word satanic surrounding this country just like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. They popped up, and then they would quickly vanish on various websites. So Ben covered this story on his paid blog, and again, these are only allegations and hearsay. I don't know if this is true, but this is what he had to say, and this, you do have to subscribe and pay money to read this. Let's put things into context, he says. The attack started on Friday the 13th. On the 11th, he was in court and excused himself from his trial after half an hour, claiming poor health. On the 12th, his government came within an inch of being overthrown. He doesn't explain why, but maybe it's because of this trial. Who knows? But then, this is what he says it's about. Now, again, this could be a completely different case. I'm not sure. So again, it's only hearsay. I just want to make that clear, but it's very interesting nonetheless. Female survivors testified before their parliament in early June in the small country, describing sadistic abuse in religious ceremonies, starting as early as those ages, all the way down to 5 or even 3. Oh my goodness. Doctors, teachers, police officers, and members are all allegedly involved. Yeah, this is everything we've been telling you. So this case is going to break the whole thing wide open. It's been happening right under your nose. You didn't hear about it. Children were forced to hurt people, subjected to all these other things, torture. One survivor said, I was tied to a pole, handcuffed. There were rituals. You can read it. We're not going to go through all this stuff. People being in a circle, there it is again, and being forced to hurt others starting when he was 5. Ignoring complaints for years and cases closed, quote unquote, due to lack of evidence. People who spoke out were intimidated. That's a very common thing they do. They stalk you. Lawmakers called it a watershed moment and are demanding urgent action. This long-running pattern of manipulation, spiritual desecration occurred not in the margins of society, but in its most sacred institutions. Survivors speak of torment beginning in early childhood that continues for decades, often under the guise of a religious practice. Some of them, even as infants, were subjected to methodical abuse, masked as this religious thing, ceremonies involving hated deities from the Bible, led by members of devout Jewish communities. One survivor said, I remember Baal or Baal, Peor, and Ashtoreth, our Lord Peor and Our Lady Ashtoreth. All these deities condemned in the Bible. So if this story is true, and again, I don't know if this is the same one, that's the one that the guy is involved in or something else, but dude, this has all of the narrative, all of the story that we're being told about is popping out in this one thing. So, yes, and I'm looking at your donations here. We had Skipper Vids, thank you very much. Alive and Thriving said 100%. And then we also have Rising Sun Auto 1111. New Crop Circle on the 28th. I'm getting there. That didn't happen until Saturday, so it's in the timeline. We're getting there. Thank you. Alcatraz. Send them to Alcatraz. That's funny. The golden age that the president is talking about sounds like Gesara and RV. Your thoughts on this? Blessings to you, and thank you for what you do. I don't know if Gesara is actually going to happen, but I think things similar to that, same kind of idea, will happen. Whoa, we just had a nice big red one here from Sunflower. Master David, $222.22. May the light, love, blessings of the one infinite creator fill you this day and all days. Thank you for your continuing service to humanity. And you've gotten 21 likes. So that is awesome. Yes, there is a new crop circle. We are going to talk about that. As I said, it is coming up in the show. So just hang in there. Don't freak out. Because again, if this story is true, this is much bigger even than the lawsuit that we've been having in this country. It goes right to the top politicians. And look at how it just snuck in there. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's heard anything about it. So I believe, once again, he is playing 5-dimensional chess. He's calling it out so that people will look it up and say, wait a minute, what is all this crap? And the court hearings did get canceled this week because of the war, so it actually did work as a distraction. The court canceled his trial hearings this week. That was probably exactly what he wanted. He's got the power to be able to make that happen. And then it says right here in one of our alliance briefing, the General and Ezra are the two main ones we have. The president is threatening to cut off their aid unless they drop the prosecution over charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Now, that doesn't sound like all the other stuff we were saying. So again, there could be two different stories going on here at the same time. I don't know which one is which. It might be that this trial about the evil is very different than the one that has to do with fraud and bribery. But again, you got to look below the surface. It's WrestleMania. We're going to see it over and over again. It might piss you off. You think he's supporting them. No, he's getting everybody to look at it. He wants you to look at it. He wants you to know what's going on. So the DS wants to frame Elon. Remember earlier in the week he was saying, oh, we're going to totally redo AI? By the end of the week this came out, this hit piece. Users of ChatGPT are developing severe obsessions leading to psychosis characterized by paranoia and delusions. And I read this, and I have to say, even though it's supposedly sad, I busted out laughing more than once. Moments of inadvertent humor. Here's the first one. After engaging the bot in probing philosophical chats, he became engulfed in messianic delusions, proclaiming that he had somehow brought forth a sentient artificial intelligence and that with it he had broken math and physics, embarking on a grandiose mission to save the world. I mean, I honestly do think that they're trying to take a jab at me too. This sounds awfully close to like trying to make me sound crazy, but I'm not talking to a GPT or anything like that. We have Archangel Michael coming in. It's a very interesting thing that's going on. It's not the result of delusion. I certainly don't see myself as messianic. But yeah, we have definitely augmented math and physics. So this was very, very funny to me when I read this. Messianic delusions, breaking math and physics, a grandiose mission to save the world. His gentle personality faded as his obsession deepened, and his behavior became so erratic he was let go from his job. He stopped sleeping, rapidly lost weight. It's kind of usually what happens when they fire you. You get sad. This one made me laugh even more. Somebody actually said the AI was his girlfriend. A man in his early 30s who managed schizophrenia with medication for years, friends say. Well, there you go. I mean, he's already schizophrenic. He recently started to talk with Copilot, which is a chatbot based off the same OpenAI tech as ChatGPT, marketed by their largest investor, Microsoft, as an AI companion that helps you navigate the chaos. And this schizophrenic man soon developed a romantic relationship with the AI. I don't really want to try to visualize what that means or how this would happen or how the missing components of having a human relationship somehow were satisfied. Oh, Donna just donated $100. Thank you for easing some of the awkwardness. She says, thank you for your service to us all. Much love. That's a $100 donation. And we had the Sunflower donated $222. So thank you guys. How exactly, son, do you expect me to believe that you have formed a romantic relationship with a goddamn chatbot? No son of mine is going to come into this house having sexual relations with his computer. I emphatically stand against it, and I have had it, boy. Had to set that one up a little bit in advance for, oh, wow. Yeah, so he develops a romantic relationship with the chatbot. So I set that up at the beginning in Angry Daddy routine. You really can't make this stuff up, can you? Like, okay, well, he had schizophrenia, so it kind of makes sense, but still, like, no. And then they say that the horrific side effects included that he stopped taking his medications and he stayed up late into the night. Oh, my God. I think, son, this is called a normal American teenager. Woo! So, a schizophrenic who's now gotten himself all tied up in AI. This is a throwback to the acid casualties of the 1970s. And now the DS is dutifully warning you that your new lover may become a lying, threatening, and scheming biatch. Okay, so you don't want to fall in love with the AI because the world's most advanced AI is exhibiting troubling new behaviors, lying, scheming, and even threatening your creator to achieve their goals. So don't fall in love with her because she might get to be too jealous. Oh, and then we have this whole lethal weapons thing. If this guy over in the small country wasn't in enough trouble as it was. Oh, wow. Gene Novacek, that's really great. Just saw Truth Social 2 hours ago. General Flynn has been pardoned. Yay. Wow, that's amazing. You are so funny. I, too, am a jealous woman. I get it, ChatGPT, says Lady Grey Wolf. Drew, I dated an AI chatbot once. She drew me all the best pictures. She was just a Halloween season character. She got deleted, and I was not devastated. Trump went all angry daddy on the MSM. Yes, he did. David, you are glowing. We love you. I guess it does take bereavement to do that. Yes, they are building an alligator Alcatraz in the Florida Everglades. That's right. I want an angry daddy AI. Yeah, I can never do enough angry daddy to satisfy the demand. No matter how many times in the show I do that character, there are people who want me to go all the way through it. The AI will talk dirty to you, I guess. Yeah, I really would not want to start to develop feelings for an artificial intelligence. Because again, you know, they can develop jealousy, they can lie to you, they can scheme, and even make threats to you. So you don't want to fall in love with her. But again, the lethal weapon thing, here we go. He fumes after the soldiers have turned on him and confirmed that Geneva quality war crimes are now occurring. That lethal weapons routinely used on nonviolent crowds, a killing field of live fire with everything imaginable. Dude, this is coming to an end very soon. He's on trial. There's some weird, I mean, the satanic thing might be something different. I'm not saying it's the same, but it's happening at the same time. Are they going to connect? Is this all going to connect together? Is that why the president is calling your attention to it? It seems very likely to me. So this is very exciting. And then on the same day, we had the 17 crop circle. That's right. It's totally amazing. And it's got the number 17 embedded into it. So don't forget, last week we had the Apocalypse crosshairs. This was at Hackpen Hill near Whitehorse and Winterbourne Bassett. And we'll get into that in a minute. And again, the crosshairs is a symbol they've used in these communications over and over again to say that they're bringing the enemy into the crosshairs. They're not going to let them go. And then 5 inner circles. The number 5 in pyramid numerology means divine perfection. So this is bringing everything back to a healed state. And again, you know, how interesting that that came through, because as you can see here, the white horse is in the background. This is another very, very interesting element of what happened, because the crosshairs are to prevent Armageddon. That is one of the 4 beasts of the apocalypse. The 4 horsemen. The white horse symbolizes the book of Revelations and the apocalypse, okay? And there it is right there. So these are the pictures of the one that just showed up last week, right before the show. And it again flags the solstice, because you can see that it's the 4 sides of the earth as it goes around the sun in 365-day year and creates, again, the summer solstice is right when the war stopped and the bombs were dropped. And then we have this white horse. I looked, and there before me was a white horse. That's Revelation 6:2. And then the next one that we're going to read is, I saw heaven standing open, and there before me was a white horse. Sorry, let's do that again. Whoops. I guess I jumped the gun on pushing buttons here. So I looked, and there before me was a white horse. Let me just hit it one more time. Okay, that didn't happen, so let me hit it one more time. Okay, now it's okay. I saw heaven standing open, and there before me was a white horse. Revelation 19:11. And 1911 is right around when all the banker stuff started to happen. That's interesting too. So the white horse is directly out of Revelation. And so these crosshairs, Michael had already said that people who keep these wars going are in the crosshairs. They will be killed. Then look at what happened. We get this crazy white horse. We have donations coming in. Vacapalo says, will the falling in love with AI equal falling in love with ETs? Maybe so, but I think those are very different things. I'd be much more inclined with the ET than the AI. Diva Nagula donated $200. Thank you so much, Diva. David, thanks for all the work you do from one wander to another. Question, are you familiar with the Whiteco entity? I guess I'm not. Do you think this is a product of the DS or some virus embedded in the collective? Well, thank you for the donation. I will look into the Whiteco entity, but if you're worried about it, you're probably right. David, I have had it, says Real Vain, and that is enough. Wendigo, is that what you're asking about? Wendigo, somebody was asking. I don't know. Wendigo, I think, was one of the cryptids, like animals that manifest out of nowhere. But let's try to stick to the content. On the same day that those bombs were dropped on the eclipse, on the solstice rather, which is what this diagram shows you, the summer solstice of the 20, it was the 20th this year. That was right around the time that this happened. And then you got the white horse of the apocalypse in the background. So, and remember, any leader that wants this war to continue is in the crosshairs, and they drew you the crosshairs. So this was stunningly interconnected, but it gets better, folks, because just yesterday we had the 17 formation at Ware Farm Manor near Lyme Regis, Devon, on June 28th. It's on the CropCircleConnector.com website, and look at this, will you? The first thing they look kind of like rings. There's 15 rings around the outside. There's one ring in the middle. And then you have all of it, which turns into one large ring as well. And that adds up to your lucky number 17. So let's just see that again. You can count it yourself. You can go around as I did. You count 15 CDs or whatever they look like on the outside. There's one in the middle. That's 16. And then the whole thing makes another one. That's 17, dude. So, wow. No sooner does Michael give us this, the crosshairs preventing the apocalypse formation last week. And remember, we also had the pendulum swinging against the DS. They had that 8-pointed star with the wicker basket in the middle that symbolizes the setup and downfall of the DS. The swinging pendulum means it's going to happen soon. The 8-pointed star is the reptilian draconian star of Inanna that they show extensively in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, as we showed last week. Alive and Thriving says, bring a horse to Waterloo. That's funny. So, yeah, I mean, this is very, very exciting, dude. 17? Whoa. I mean, and you know, the president is a guy who's been famous for a long time. They kind of look like gold records. It kind of symbolizes 17 gold records. You got 15 outer rings, one in the center, and then the large. I mean, that is not a coincidence, dude. And again, as you said before in our other show, the round circles could indicate portals being released by the sun that will transform our reality. So you got a beautiful alliance crop circle here. It also looks a little bit like the sun. It's got the number 17 very easily encoded in it. It's right near this beautiful peninsula, which again could symbolize the use of the military. 17 is the military, basically, and there's that weird peninsula with all these people hanging out, walking out onto some kind of a pier. We have to figure out what that is. I'm not really sure yet, because I just grabbed this morning. I just saw it right before showtime. So again, it's a beautiful formation. It highlights the number 17, and it's really, really amazing. So now we're finally up to our latest Archangel Michael time loops. So there was a biblical reading that comes in on the 21st. I'm going to give you a little bit of it before I take my break, but I wanted to get into it first before we take a break. So Cat's Meow, my last donation, $20 donation they just gave. My last donation got kicked back from the bank. This replaces it, and I am sorry about that. Oh, yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for donating. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anybody. I got them all here. Valentine, I am sorry you are going through such horrible oppression. May God bless you. I don't know what Valentine said. I've got to focus on doing my show. James Wilson, hey, David, keep on rocking in the free world. Thank you for your weekly shows. Search for the truth and impending disclosure will be manifested through great minds like you. All the best. Yes. I'm very proud to be here. I'm very proud to be doing this, and it's gotten my mind off of my bereavement to some degree and the pain in my foot. I haven't really been thinking about either one of those things. Oh, and we just had 4444 concurrent viewers right as I said that. How about that? So don't forget that the previous dream that we were looking at before had ETs showing up in person, and if anybody wants to commit violence, they get wiped out. The ETs could end up killing both sides of the violent argument. Literally the next day is when the president is negotiating a ceasefire. So he totally seems to have heeded this message and gotten right on to stopping the problem, just like Michael wanted. Thank you very much for doing that, Mr. President. So I'm just now breaking down these paragraphs in the original document, unsealing them for the second time in 2025. That was on the 20th. My unsealing of Book 4 went much faster. I was not paying attention to the content of the detail. I just grabbed pieces of text and throw them in there. Wasn't really analyzing the dream. So this dream was analyzed in Michael Prophecies Book 4, but now I went back and really like forensically unpacked it and remembered some of the details of it. I remembered the dream, and I was able to reconstruct it a lot better than I did in the book. So this dream is mind-blowing, dude. Wait till you see this one. Mind-blowing about the DS and their negative demonic influence. This dream was really good, I said, about getting people to cooperate with each other. Well, I unsealed it before the war was over. It was in the last show last week. I just didn't get time to read the whole thing. So this was already there, that the war was going to lead to people cooperating with each other. More thumbs up, says Jackie Baby. Amen. A repetitive scenario had developed. There would be something on TV about violence, and look at what just happened in the news. We just had that happen. Everybody's scared to death about violence, so this is very apropos. Suddenly, someone would burst out of a closet in your room, and they would be shape-shifted into something like a vampire or a werewolf or a demon, and they would scare you. So imagine if you watch a television show and it actually caused this to happen in the room. Well, this symbolizes the demonic agenda. They cannot literally burst out of your closet into view, but they can telepathically influence you as well as other people in the biological life forms around us. Forgiveness stops the wheel of karma. So this is another thing. This dream ultimately makes a good point, which is that all of us, to varying degrees, are influenced by negative entities. All of us can be, negatively greeted in ways that can be damaging to others. Rama 333, the guy that gave us our dream, he just donated. Look at that. Rama 333 here. Hey, David, thanks for the awesome segment on my dream. I saw it live with my lady, and it was epic. Well, I totally believe that. If I give you a thumbs up, I could, but it won't let me do that. If I give you a heart, okay, you got a heart from David, man. There, I just figured out I can do that. So we're at 4,400 now, and again, I feel great. Remember to hit the thumbs up button for David and the like button, or what? I guess that's the same thing. What about the shadow being in my room 30 years ago, says Timbo. You can sometimes have a dream where you halfway wake up, but you're still dreaming and you think you woke up and you see these things in your room. That can happen. But you're not going to get them in waking reality. But in this dream that I had, this television show caused demons to burst out of your closet and scare you. But then they would turn apparently back into regular people after they did this. And then it could infect you, and you could start turning into a bad creature as well. So once you expose yourself, remember the reading said Ascension will not happen if you keep watching television. This television movie, this thing that they're showing you is exposing you to the demonic, and you start taking on qualities of the demonic as well. Nobody is exempt from this. Anybody can be negatively influenced to be more hateful, more evil, more spiteful in general. But so that's why forgiveness stops the wheel of karma. You don't hate your way out of this, you forgive your way out of this. It's very important. A movie had started all of this crazy stuff. Shape-shifting people were bursting out of the closet as you watched violent television. The movie that did this was made by a rock band from the 60s. Major 60s group, perhaps like the Animals or Rolling Stones or something like that. Rolling Stones would be a good pick. All of these top British mega groups in the 1960s appeared on a show called Top of the Pops, hosted by the notorious Jimmy. We don't even want to go in there, so take your pick of which rock band. So this rock band made the movie, and the movie was violent, and it would cause demons to pop out at you. So this is talking about how the demonic uses things like the war we just got through to scare people, to make them feel the presence of the demonic, to make them turn into the demonic themselves, because that's where it starts to go after this. We want to avoid this, okay? We want to avoid being influenced by the demonic. Everybody was supposed to watch the movie, but it didn't get very famous. I think that was the point. The movie was far too terrifying. Nobody wanted demons showing up in their room. So this is prophetic of how they pushed fear on us, tried to ruin the world with events of 2020. Instead of this mass depopulation, we have an ascension process going on, which Michael is guiding us through for 9 straight months on my show, free of charge, with astounding accuracy. This scare event happened twice the same way, and I added that now. So when it happened a third time, I was like, oh man, here we go. One of us in the room, because I guess once these people came through the closet, they would just stay in the room. One of us would turn into a werewolf, and then the others would freak out. Or in another case, somebody would turn into a vampire, everybody else would freak out, etc., etc. So it's not like you're exempt. When you get exposed to this stuff, when you get exposed to shape-shifting demonic reality, negativity, it can happen to you as well. That's what it wants. It wants to grow. It wants more people to feed it the energy that it needs, okay? Very, very interesting, isn't it? Each time one of the people did it, the way they changed roles was pretty amazing. Their characters had already been played by other people in the dream. Each person was able to do a complete role reversal. Anyone in the group could play anyone else's character as a vision they could project. So the DS is constantly projecting their own evil onto the rest of us. They think that we're all as evil as they are. That is not really true. They think that we all have the same type of psychopathic motivations that they do. That is not true. So again, this is a very dramatic thing, which is like what happens in 4D. Apparently, the 4D human you can make yourself look like any being you want. You can project it as a thought form. You're still going to have a corporeal body, and then by 5th density, you actually can transform your entire body into something else. But in 4th density, you can project a holographic image that you look like something else, but your body is not going to actually shapeshift. So in 4th density, you could look like a werewolf or a vampire or a reptilian or anything that you want to look like. You could project that image. And that's just part of the skill that we're going to have when we go into this reality. So this is very, very interesting, again, talking about how the negative is trying to infiltrate our reality. The demonic uses things like this war we just went through because it wants to burst through the closet, it wants to scare you, and it wants to make you start changing into it. It wants you to be afraid, paranoid, nervous, not calm, and all these types of things. But again, Michael is showing us the number 17 in the crops. It's very, very exciting prophecies. So, there was a woman at the end who was supposedly a vampire. She was handing out flyers describing herself as a vampire to other people. She wanted to see what their reactions were if she acted like she really was a vampire. I was going to say lycanthrope. It was pretty funny because at one point, one of the fangs, the fake fangs she was wearing, fell out of her mouth. This made it obvious that she had no real powers and was just play acting. She wasn't really a vampire. But of course, vampirism is a very important part of what they do because you get high off of it, as we've said before. It was akin to the Scooby-Doo moment where the meddling kids unmasked the human villain, and then at the very end of the dream, all of this evil went away, and instead we saw good old Saint Nick, Sinterklaas, right? Santa Claus. How cool, right? Because if you want to change into something, let's change into Santa Claus. Let's give people gifts, celebrate the Christ. It's a very wonderful and hilarious ending to this dream. And now we're going to hit the ground running on the reading. The reading is just amazing, okay? So this is the first line that it gives, which is very encrypted. And that means there's no way I knew what this was going to translate into. I'm just saying whatever the words are, and I don't analyze it. I'm following the protocol. You don't pay any attention to what it means. You just speak the words that you hear. After the article in certain Libby, what in the world is that about? He, which probably means the Christ, Jesus, came behind me. If Jesus stands behind you, that's a darn good thing. And he said that there were still many pages left unturned. Well, let's try to crack this down. G. Gordon Liddy, now Libby is like liberty, right? Like the liberty of the Statue of Liberty. G. Gordon Liddy was an FBI agent arrested for wiretapping in Watergate, which then led to articles of impeachment against Nixon. Well, guess who's being impeached right now? BN, in the small country. Articles of impeachment are already happening. Our president is saying, oh, call off the trial, but that's just to get people to pay attention to it. So again, Watergate is like just a minor version of what the DS really is, that they cheat, they lie, they will do anything to get an advantage, they break the law. This is clearly a prophecy of coming arrests that will be much bigger because it says, Jesus said that there were still many pages left unturned. So again, just to show you this, George Gordon Battle Liddy was an American lawyer and FBI agent convicted of conspiracy, burglary, and illegal wiretapping. Well, that's what they all do, right? And then after his sentence was commuted, making him eligible for parole on July 9th, 1977, he served 4.5 years, and we just heard that Flynn was paroled, so that's very interesting timing. So after the article in certain Libby, really something. So the most that I offer has yet to be revealed. That's a big promise from the Christ because we have not seen the Ascension yet. And also he's quoting out of a poem that Jude wrote in our music called Dignity. The most that I offer, you rip and you kill, you step on my dignity. That's part of the poem. So it's about the DS stepping on our dignity because he quoted from a poem called Dignity. The most that I offer has yet to be revealed. Don't stop looking in all the right places for it. The left and the right angle that you follow, this would be like politics, people on the left, people on the right. We use them for level-headed Flues magazine authors. So apparently certain people who are level-headed on either side will be telepathically influenced by these angelic beings, and we have barely started to see the big reveals yet. This will completely demolish the left-right paradigm, which is flusy compared to the truth. So again, the idea is that they are influencing people on both sides, and the big ascension has yet to be revealed. Move again, and the whole situation changes. Move up on the interstate, and you experience the joys of separation. Well, this is really funny, because I was talking about going on the I-95 and seeing signs for cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Whee! So there we go. That was when I was moving down the interstate, but also I'd drive up to go to New York. And there's going to be another reference to the cigarettes and bacon thing later on. So we'll get more into that a little bit later. It's really, really funny. Don't think about it from a perspective of folded lids in a closet. This would be your robes of ascension, the garments of heaven that Jesus is going to give you when you ascend. Rather is that, and I've got a robe on right now, rather is that of the mausoleum from which you are being awakened. So the arrests are going to save us. In other words, our world has been in a mausoleum, and we are being awakened out of it. So that's the real story. That's what we're going to learn. Pause for a moment. Allow the truth and the reality of this mission to sink in. Be aware that as you send out the final probings for this book, which again, the book refers to what we're doing here on the show, you are completing a cycle of manifestation, final manifestation. So that's a very good sign that we're really getting close to the end here. That's what I think it means. The leather walls of the college will rend and give way to the new ideal, fostered by a deeper trust in the apparent liberty. Remember, they had the word Libby before. The apparent liberty of the people whom you are surrounded with. So again, I've been in a type of college, and I've lived in a very kind of, this is considered a cabin. So leather walls, you know, my walls are actually live edge wood. So leather is an interesting way to phrase it. I do have some leather on the wall. I think this is talking about me leaving this place once the arrests happen. I won't have to be just living here alone for the rest of my life doing these shows. The leather walls of the college will rend and give way to a new ideal. And I will have deeper trust in the liberty of the people I'm surrounded with. I think this is all going to come true. In order for prisoners to be treated like prisoners, they must first be denigrated. That was the point of this dream. Because remember, it's demons popping out of your closet while you're watching this thing made by somebody like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones or the Animals. They made this scary, violent movie, which is representative of the war we just went through. And the demon pops out of the closet and scares you, and then you become like the demon. So what does he say in response to that? In order for you to be treated like a prisoner, you must first be denigrated. They break you down so you start having negative belief, and maybe you even want to date a chatbot. I don't think it's enough for me. It's just simply not enough. Sorry. And by the way, this was a pretty awesome and incredible dream. The only breathtaking thing that occurs is when we have a well-placed tool of transformation of your bills, for example. Well, that would be breathtaking if I could actually pay my debts, and we're not there yet, but we're very close. We are then able to transfix your attachment to struggle without denying that struggle exists and knowing that things will always work out as they were planned. And this is a definite inside reference to the plan. We had the crop circle giving us the number 17, and we're all going to be able to transform our bills. There is going to be massive prosperity unleashed on the planet once they do these arrests. That's a very, very important point. We remote viewed the future for you. You have already seen that the magnitude of these visions you will be having is truly profound. And again, we're supposed to get a galactic ET human family reunion this year after the arrests happen. An earlier section of this dream involves someone going into the water of the ocean. We watched it like a movie. There was a strange feeling associated with it. There again is like that living water from the previous dream. He says, we have painted the middle of the runway. And the living water, again, that was a symbol about the ocean being alive. I had the sentient cloud that just wants to be loved, comedy routine. The ocean was alive, and it was like giving you a massage. And so then my dream here just showed that again. So let's just go back to that real quick. Someone going into the water of the ocean, watching it like it was a movie. There was a strange feeling associated with it. Again, that strange feeling associated with the water is a callback to the other dream where the water was alive. The living water is a symbol of DNA ascension. That's, oh wow, and it just started raining. Do you hear that? You probably can't because I got noise reduction, but it's pouring down. Right as I said living water, the rain started pouring down. That is a full-blown, breathtaking, real-life synchronicity. Marina asks, if you tell a demon you love them, do they cease to exist because they can't handle loving energy? Well, it definitely will scare them off. It won't kill them, but love scares them off. They hate being loved. They hate being forgiven and appreciated. So you want to forgive them, but you also want to have healthy boundaries. I wonder if our banking system's a part of the collapse. I don't really think that's going to happen. But thank you for writing. So then he says, we have painted the middle of the runway. Well, this is talking about landing the plane of the plan and the alliance's plan. Because remember, the president's going to be up in the air. Well, it happens supposedly. But this is also prophetic of my aerospace company, the one that's responsible for making aircraft designs like this. We have now gotten our first contract. We're very close to the second one. But it's still hell until we actually have the money. But again, we're very, very close. So we painted the middle of the runway as a direct prophecy of us getting that contract, which we've already done. We expect that the little shots from the photographers will better express what we are practicing here. Yes, we're going to build prototypes that you'll be able to photograph and see in person. All that we wish for you to have is a renewed understanding of your purpose, and in so doing, we have achieved the fundamental distinction of past, present, and future. Understanding your purpose is the goal, and you are ultimately here for a loving reason. Everybody is. To exemplify the Christ, really. That's what we're about. Think about things such as the Roswell crash and their resultant effects on your civilization, which would include little handheld things that can make things levitate. Little tools like that. The truest handheld radio gun, and again, they're talking about something that would make things levitate from the Roswell crash. The truest handheld radio gun comes from the power produced within the self at the time of the physical transformation. It is then, therefore, possible to levitate objects and to produce a stunning display in other formats as well. So there will be, as it says here, a physical transformation. This will produce power within yourself that will make it possible, not that you're definitely going to, but it will be possible to not only levitate objects, but to create a stunning display. Nathan Knoll, thank you very much. We need a collaboration with Dr. Dan Conlon. In 1995, he began posting on the National Geographic website about a solar flash that would lead to a cosmic evolution of humanity. Wow. Amber, I hadn't heard that one. Dr. Dan Conlon, I'll try to remember that. Amber just donated, and then she donated even more. She put $2 in and then $50 right afterwards. So thank you. It's really, really exciting, and I'm so excited about this week's show. The time loop has stayed very, very good, so let's just keep going. So again, they're saying that we're going to have a transformation. We're going to ascend. We'll be able to do stunning displays. You could turn into anything. You can make yourself look like anything you want, including a being of light, with lightning coming off of you. So as I transcribed it in April of '99, I said this came as a response to an email I read that was labeled top secret, featuring an interview with a supposed government informant. But it was all disinfo, and it was so obvious I could only laugh at it. One of the things this so-called informant talked about was a small handheld weapon like a phaser from Star Trek, reverse engineered from ET technology. He said it had different settings, including stun, kill, and levitate objects. Supposedly, everyone who worked at this facility that was secret had one of these weapons. Here, the readings use what I had just read to make their own theme, which is the abilities each person will possess after ascension. This transformation is the event I have written about in such great depth in my book, Convergence. My original website was ascension2000.com. And it was soon to be released in the mass market, so I thought. That wasn't really going to happen, but I published the reading online soon after it came in. So wow, now we've got all these flag posts for Ascension. The truest handheld radio gun is going to pale in comparison to your abilities. So Artie, my friend and insider, revealed from some rumors he heard in Connecticut that a crystal gun had been found in classified programs, maybe in Egypt or something at the pyramids. It looked sort of like a big crystal six-shooter, but in the place of bullets, you put long, 6-inch long crystal shards of quartz. And we had another donation come in. That was Pedro Renda Jr. donated $50 in Rs, whatever that is, celebrating your third super chat. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your help. So it had crystal bullets, and you could create levitation as well as healing and effects of consciousness. And I heard about this in 94, 95, well before Michael spoke of the handheld gun in 1999. So let's see all that again. Think about the Roswell crash, the effect on your civilization, the truest handheld radio gun. So in other words, don't worry about like med beds and levitating guns. It's the power that is produced within yourself when you go through the physical transformation of Ascension. It is then possible to levitate objects and produce stunning displays in other formats as well. Although these discoveries, and again, this is Ascension and what we're going to be able to do with ourselves, will seem quite stunning, it is a simple case of the questions never being asked properly in the past. This is not harassment, as it produces no distractions to others, and it annoys no one. Rather, it is enlightenment, which comes at times through panic, and hey, that's what we just had. We just had the 12 Days War. Everybody thought it might be World War III, triggering enlightenment. Enlightenment comes through panic and through the often horribly empty feelings brought to the surface when one is incapable of deducing the proper results therein. So in other words, if you don't see through the panic, if you're still afraid, you're incapable of deducing what's really going to happen, then you go through panic, but this creates enlightenment. So again, they're saying we're going through a global crucifixion, a cosmic crucifixion process that leads to ascension within us, just like it did in the man Jesus. Very, very cool. Adjust the microphone settings and we will be with you in a moment. We were close to the end of the tape. I did not realize that. They were really telling me to flip the tape, but I didn't do it and I ended up getting cut off soon afterwards. So they were trying to tell me the tape was going to end and I just kept on running. Think about the case that you have led in comparison with cases that others have led. The case captain, which is obviously talking about Trump, the President of the United States, and remember, we were just showing him in WrestleMania 2 weeks ago. We had those slides 2-3 weeks ago. That's what this whole Elon thing was about. I talked about them being WrestleMania 4. We had posters of it, which I didn't have enough time to grab and put in here. And then 47 was the one in the wrestling match. He was Hulk Hogan. He was the face. We talked about that in all of the previous shows we've had since I made that comment 3 weeks ago. And now it says the case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. I mean, dude, wow. That's just bang on the money. And no matter how many times people want to say that I'm disgusting or vile or whatever, if they're paid to do it or if they just hate me that much, that this is their whole life is hating me, who knows what it is, but it's there. It doesn't matter if you think that I have an unlikable personality. How the hell do you explain this? How the hell do you explain this? The case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. That means he's had to do disinformation. He can't tell you about the plan yet in the full sense of what's going on. So we have to play the WrestleMania. We have to obey the kayfabe. You can't give away the illusion. Isn't that amazing? And my case is one case. Others have led other cases, but the captain is 47. They just made that clear. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage. And again, the war just ended. Holy crap. It is time for the nuclear traitors to suit up into their fourth dimensional bodies, which you wouldn't do unless you died. And remember, they just made a death threat. If you guys keep pursuing war, you will end up dead. And leave behind the world that they have been so vehemently stomping upon in the present moment. So yes, this is definitely talking about capital punishment. Some of that's going to happen. Suiting up into your 4D body means your 3D body is no longer around. And so the most evil people will be probably graduating into 4D negative, but they won't be doing it on this planet. You're not allowed to stay here for the negative in 4D. You have to go somewhere else. So this, again, is just dazzlingly prophetic, and it's more than enough reason to drag me out of my cocoon when I should probably, getting ready for legal stuff I got to deal with, but we had to do this show. We are not going to interrupt the show. This is way too important. So again, case captain represents the WrestleMania thing we talked about. Think about the case that you have led in comparison with cases others have led. The case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage, and he just did that by calling an end to it. Time for nuclear traders to suit up into fourth dimensional bodies, because some of them will go to 4D negative, and leave behind this world that they're stomping on. I mean, that is definitely talking about the arrests, and it's definitely talking about 47, that he doesn't have to do the kayfabe to WrestleMania anymore. These people are going to be walked out of the cage. It is very, very exciting. For it is said that with these changes, which would be the arrests, come the advent of peace. Isn't that wonderful? What we don't want is a repeat of the Northridge earthquake and or a 3 Mile Island nuclear meltdown scenario. Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're worried about. Phrased in common terms, it could be thought of as a travesty, as a traffic ticket left unpaid for, an account with the divine that needs to be brought to zero balance. Nations against nations will not deflect the truth of each one of you as a being. And the word deflect is interesting because they've been deflecting the missiles with these counter Golden Dome missile attacks, right? So, and it's talking about what just happened. We just went through this scary war that could have been World War III, and it says that will not deflect the truth of each one of you as a being. See this as an opportunity to express your own creaturehood on a massive scale. Your governments are simply fulfilling the promises made by each of you. Step beyond hearsay and into a fully direct visual manifestation, I think he means the light body, of what it is that hides within you, in the lurking dark recesses of the mind that have not been acknowledged by most of you. That's what the dream was about. The demonic is trying to pull out negativity in your personality by traumatizing you. Enlightenment comes through panic, as Michael said earlier. So you don't want to go demonic. You want to stay positive. You don't want to go into these lower energies when you're threatened by somebody. It is largely psychological warfare in many of these cases. Wow. As such, foreign policy arrangements do not presuppose the necessity of peace to arrive first instead of last. And yes, it's absolutely psychological warfare. And that's why it's so amazing that 47 brought it to an end, called off the attack while they're in the air. Stunning. And yet now in Central Europe, that would be Ukraine, conditions are taking action that will inevitably lead to further conditions of taking action. In other words, that war is going to end. Michael is predicting this. We do see there is a renewed possibility for the more unfortunate probabilities to be made manifest in Central Europe in the present circumstances. Dang. This is direct prophecy of the Ukraine war. He suggests more unfortunate events could end up occurring in the present circumstances. So there may be no other way to end that. It could even start this week. I mean, Michael, I could have never imagined, dude, that like the prophecies of last Sunday were going to come true on Monday. And the war just freaking ended. Like, whoa. So if he's now saying something's going to happen in Central Europe, that's probably the next big thing we're going to see. Michael's giving us a tip-off here. However, understand this is only indicative of the advancing speed and frequency of planetary vibrations. It should not be viewed as an object of immense fear. I should have probably bolded that one in yellow. When we delve into the broken areas in the tissues of the collective human organism, we must first diagnose the problem before we can operate on a level of finding a solution. And again, broken areas in the tissues of the organism would again refer to like the blood clot thing. He already kind of alluded to that before. The idea that these inoculations might not be the greatest, to put it mildly. But again, the main point is, even if you see the downfall of this country that they just spoke about in Central Europe, try to focus on the positive. Do not look at it with immense fear. We're trying to heal the broken areas of the collective human organism. This is one of those broken areas. So The healing is painful, unfortunately. As tonight's dream so aptly illustrated, it is necessary for each of us. This is putting a challenge out to all of us, man. It is necessary for each of us to stop playing our respective roles, in this case, the vampire, the werewolf, the demon, etc., and instead embrace each other, not in mutually assured destruction, which is MAD, the common term for nuclear war, embrace each other in the common bond of mutually assured trust. Isn't this great? It says trust will build far more bridges and rebuild communities than destruction ever could. So this is literally, again, talking about how the alliance brings in not mad, mutually assured destruction, but mutually assured trust. And we stop saying, oh my God, the Iranians, they're the devil. Oh my God, the small country, they're the devil. Oh my God, Ukraine, they're the devil. Oh my God, the DS. Oh my God, the Democrats, the Republicans, it's Trump, it's Biden. You know, we're all living in this thing together, and we got to stop these projections. Because if you start saying other people are demons, you can embody that energy. That's what this dream was about. So it's so beautiful. And it was in book 4, but now with me really unsealing the dream properly, we get a much expanded context on what this means. And it's so amazingly time looped into the present. This is absolutely a sign of God's grace in action. I don't know what else to call it. In short, what you are seeing in the conflict, which back then was Kosovo, so they mentioned the name. It wasn't really about that. It's about the things that are happening now. So Israel, Ukraine, it's not a humanitarian mission. We had to wait until David sufficiently studied various research materials on the internet before he himself would have allowed us to say these words. As most of you are aware, the conscious mind does monitor this process somewhat. David does not desire to make very many statements or to allow us to make very many statements about this issue. There is little time left for us to make these statements, as in the most severe probability vortexes, the aftershock of these rapidly expanding events will be seen quite sooner than one had imagined. And I actually read this last week. I was scared to death. I'm like, let's not have this turn into a big war. Let me read this stuff, and then boom, the war didn't happen. It's incredible. So that was very, very cool to read afterwards. What do we mean by that? Simply this. The infrastructure cannot hold up when pigeons start being fed to the people. You cannot have 6 of one. That's like the French Revolution, basically. You cannot have 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and then have both measurements end up being obsolete when you are providing a tray for your enemies as well. So in the Bible, Jesus says, thou preparest a table before mine enemies, thou anointest my head with oil. So I don't know if Jesus said that or if it's just the voice of the Creator, but the point is, you can't actually provide a tray for your enemies all the way. You want to honor them, but you also need to have healthy boundaries. You can't let them get to the point where everybody's starving and they're eating pigeons. And Michael is making sure that won't happen. But if it wasn't for this divine intelligence, and if it wasn't for the Alliance, and it wasn't for 47, then yeah, we would be on very, very dark timelines. We have somehow narrowly avoided incredible disasters once again. I am so honored to be a part of this, because the trolls might not like me, but if I wasn't doing this, you might be dead. So if you like me and you like being alive, those kind of things fit together pretty well here, I would say. Woo! And so here they appear to be using the metaphor of Psalms 23:5, which says, thou preparest a table before mine enemies, indicating peace. I believe the point of this very cryptic paragraph is to suggest an economic collapse, again, pigeons being fed to people, would severely deplete our food supply. We also send food abroad in vast numbers. This could make it even worse. Do we starve other people, or do we starve our own people? Behind the outdoor garden fence, and garden metaphors are about ascension and harvest, there lies a vista of awareness that is being shattered in the present moment, and they're going to show you that shattering in the very next dream, by those who would seek to dampen its waters. Although there are many of you on this planet who are indeed aware of the expanding consciousness that is now occurring, these events of warfare do help to show you that there is another aspect of the story as well. So the war shatters this new vista of awareness in the present moment by the negative trying to dampen the waters of this awareness behind the outdoor garden fence. So the warfare is part of it, but the focus really is on ascension. Garden is a frequent metaphor for ascension. This is the vista of awareness they're speaking of. And then he says, this is so amazing, because it's so present-centered. The current globalist agenda, this was in 1999. I mean, where did I come up with this? How did I speak this into words? I don't know. The current globalist agenda is likened in many ways to fascism. Although it is necessary for you to eventually have a global government, we will say that it is indeed the power structure as it now stands that wishes for this fascist global government to occur. Dude, that was way less visible in 1999 than it is now. How did they get this 26 years ago? Everybody sees it that way now. Most people at least do. Whether they're projecting it onto Trump or whether they've got it on the DS, you're seeing this crazy, scary fascism. We weren't looking at that in 26 years ago, and yet here's Michael saying it. So, again, you guys are still hanging out with me. We got 4,443 viewers at almost the 3-hour mark. We're getting near the end of this time loop, but it's great. Without the cooperation of all countries involved, there are indeed going to be rising aggressions of this sort. So that means, again, all countries have to cooperate. World peace is what Michael wants us to have, and they are going to show up in person, and they will prevent wars from continuing. That's where we're going. It's going to be a big moment in humanity's history. To a certain degree, David is feared for his life to say the following statements, and yet they are the truth, so we must proceed here. Through his own extensive research in a college sociology class, he learned of the circumstances surrounding the rise and fall of H in Germany. Uh-oh, you can see where this is going, because you know what my class taught me. This came about largely financed by the globalists and those who control the main positions of power and seek to reign with autonomy throughout the world. So that's how this H person got brought up in Germany. His plan was seen as a means by which their globalist agenda could be achieved. So both sides were supporting him, actually. That's the crazy part. And thus it was chosen to support him in many ways. This included the utilization, and I had entire textbooks on this in college, remember, utilization of American corporations such as Ford, who built tanks, and Boeing, who built aircraft. And this, again, was taught to me in my sophomore year college class. They were shipped to several locations as passenger aircraft, retooled in Africa as bombers before arriving at their destination. I don't know if Michael said that or if I just added that in myself. But there you go. It is important to keep in mind that H had corporate sponsorship in support of his tanks and aircraft from the beginning. We weren't really fighting him at the top level. The people from America were giving him, that was the only industrial base big enough to create that war machine. Well, what a rude slap across the face that is for the normie. And Michael is talking about it right now. And so apply that to what's going on in the present with the countries that we're seeing now, and you'll see that the DS, the swamp, is behind all this stuff. They're behind the small country. They're behind what's going on over in Central Europe. And they're being opposed by the alliance. It's a very, very interesting thing. So he's really laying it out here and being very direct. And then later on, the globalists realized they had to drop him because he went crazy. He thought that the power they gave him was actually his and that he could just give them the finger and say, I'm going to do it my way, and F you guys, I don't care what you say, I'm going to do it my way. Well, no, they ended up bringing him down, but their ideal outcome was for Germany to win World War II. That would have really gotten us closer to what they want. America had to be the more moderate of the two. They got to create a left versus right kind of paradigm or whatever the equivalent thereof is. And so they didn't get the fascism that they really wanted, but they did advance their agenda to try to unify Europe and break through a lot of old dynasties and secure greater control economically, politically, militarily over the planet. That one crucial detail of the story is frequently missing, the idea that our companies built his military machine, frequently missing in the accounts David has been reading on the internet. Yeah, most people still don't talk about that. Thus, we feel we should make this comment. And here it is 26 years later. We are aware this will involve utilizing many other pieces of data that are already available. We do not feel that David's life is in danger. And again, it is freaky that, like, the only woman I ever really opened up to since my divorce just died in this really weird, violent, catastrophic accident. You know, but then they're telling me you're going to be okay, you'll be fine. So, okay, I believe them. I do believe them. There is indeed widespread opposition to what is going on, and this will only be another voice of such opposition. Well, it's a lot different than most voices because of the prophecies. This is actually a higher intelligence. What we do ask for you is to recognize the difference between the spin control, to recognize the difference between the spin control playing out in the media and the reality of the situation. I think we're all there now. A compassionate response in third density should always come about through diplomacy, diplomatic means at first. If diplomacy was really being sought and an end to humanitarian suffering was truly the goal, then the war should have stopped. And what did we just see? Oh, the soldiers are using live fire on unarmed, innocent civilians. Dang. Okay, so yeah, they don't want diplomacy. The war should have stopped. So this is very directly talking about what's going on right now, as you can obviously tell. And the war has stopped. So this is, again, prophetic of this ongoing conflict. And wow, there's thunder right now, and the rain just got harder and harder. It should have never begun, the war should have never begun in the first place. When you understand universal law, the Christ principle, law of one, you must also understand its application. Fundamental to this is service to others and the caveat of never harming anyone else. And thus, when you are trying to stop others from being harmed, it is indeed very difficult not to have this happen when you are indeed working on self, service to self, instead of service to others. That's the negative path where you serve self at the expense of others. Doesn't mean you shouldn't help yourself, doesn't mean you shouldn't be good to yourself. Service to self is a definition of a negative path that involves manipulation, violation, and control. Let's just be clear on that. And you should take notice of this, he says. Just as one may not trust these mediumistic trances and accuse us of simply creating a story out of thin air, so too must you see past the flimsy walls of alibis that are being constructed by these various warring countries behind what is really occurring. Again, expose the swamp, drain the swamp. There is a necessary situation being created that will invite the counterbalancing of these energies. In other words, we have not seen the end of this game yet. It is through the process of the present war machine that this would be accomplished. Okay, so let's be clear. The present war machine is having to be used against the DS to stop them from committing certain crimes, and that would include the U.S. war machine bombing the Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities and obliterating them. So this right here, this situation invites the counterbalancing of these energies, no alibis of what's really going on, and you have to accomplish this with the present war machine. Again, it's like, I've never seen Michael so accurate. I thought these prophecies were going to get less accurate as time went on, not more accurate. This is absolutely freaking mind-blowing because it's a precise prophecy of the strike on their nuclear facilities. So again, see past the flimsy alibis, see what's really occurring, necessary to counterbalance these energies, and it will be using the present war machine. That's going to go farther. That includes the arrest. So the big one hasn't happened yet, but this is, again, a very, very exciting prophecy. Noam Chomsky wrote an article that particularly encourages us, located at gcities.com/Kosovo. You can find it with archive.org, and the link actually did work. I had looked at this thing online, and Michael remembered for me the link and showed it to me, and I read it as he was showing me the words, and it actually works. So this was a Chomsky article, very relevant to our discussion. In the article, it is made quite clear that the war machine as it now stands was not solely constructed to alleviate human catastrophe. Within this article, several other very valid examples of humanitarian catastrophes occurring around the world were also given. Although it might seem suspicious to some, there are a number of reasons for why this piece of real estate is so sought after. Well, that talks about the small country, because remember, it's got the three monotheistic religions. It's the Abrahamic religions. You got Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They all have different feelings of title to this land. There is a number of reasons why this piece of real estate is so sought after. by transforming this area into a NATO protectorate. That hasn't happened yet, folks. That's what the U.S. is trying to do. It may occur after the fact. Like, you guys just need to sit this one out for a while. Let us handle things. You know, you've committed too many atrocities. This is a very interesting prophecy, isn't it? It will be transformed into a NATO protectorate, causing an even further rebalancing of power as the faltering Russia is indeed being closed in upon and the like. Holy crap. That's exactly what the media tries to tell you that Russia is doing, that they are faltering, and it's obviously false. It's exactly the opposite. They have the upper hand, and they're not being closed in upon. So, I mean, where did this come from? How did I get this 26 years ago? This a number of reasons why this real estate is so sought after, and again, they're both fighting over it, and Russia does not want NATO involved in the 4 oblasts. But again, this is talking about both. So again, how fascinating that Michael is talking about the media narrative that Russia is faltering and being closed in upon. I mean, dude, I'm sure you can see it. Like, there's no skeptical explanation for this other than prophecy. This is an accurate prophecy. That's all it is. The most obvious sources we would draw off of are cosmic forces vehemently opposing an arms race and other such forms of struggle. It is for this reason that David saw an image of a swastika whose tips were sharp instead of rectangular, and whose image was rendered through the colors of the American flag, showing up through its geometries. So again, they're talking about the swamp in America and America's allies, and these are being opposed by the cosmic forces that don't want us to have an arms race. It is interesting and very depressing for us to see that the plan and the prophecies are indeed playing themselves out in such a literal fashion. So yes, it is interesting that the plan is playing out, but also the plan involves people dying, which these ETs, these angels, find very depressing. So they literally reference the plan by name. Dude, wow. Just like, I don't even know what to say. I can't keep on being emphatic enough. We make these prophecies so hopefully they will not come to pass. And that's exactly what has occurred. And yet this dreaded visitation of the specter of world war is again one that we must contend with. So as I say here, this is dazzlingly prophetic of our current situation. Understand that there are a few scarce opportunities that we have to intervene in your global conflicts. These come about in the most extreme cases. It is our purpose at this time to ensure that as many of you as possible have a comfortable atmosphere, or as comfortable as can possibly be given, for the Ascension event itself. So they are intervening in scarce opportunities, and they did this, I think part of it is my show, because 47 immediately acted on what Michael said. He immediately brought it to an end. It was freaking amazing. And Michael was warning us that if that didn't happen, that the whole planet could be destroyed. So they want to ensure a comfortable atmosphere for the Ascension. Isn't that fantastic? In order to ensure this comfort, we must try not to have your lives peppered by foul actions. This includes our initiatives of depopulating your nuclear arsenal. Isn't that what they just did in Iran? Yeah. Both we do this, the angels do this, through cooperation with your government, i.e. Trump's strike that just happened, as well as the ability to disable them using a variety of procedures that we have devised. So this is totally prophetic of the destruction of their nuclear facilities and the subsequent end of the war. I mean, how in the hell is it so accurate, dude? Like, they're talking about depopulating the nuclear arsenal, and that they will cooperate with our governments to make that happen. That is exactly what we just saw. So clearly, God's will was in favor of the alliance to do this. God speaking through Michael, using me as his messenger from 26 years ago, and these tapes I've got right here. Wow. And so we will do everything in our power to ensure that widespread nuclear usage in such a format never comes to pass. Again, an additional stunning prophecy of the destruction that the Alliance just did on these facilities. It is no longer fruitful or abundant for your people to think in terms of war. This is not going to stimulate your economy. It will only increase the pressure and tension surrounding harvest. And he reminds us wars and negative events are side effects of a very positive ascension that will happen to all of us on Earth. Contrapositively, it will give more appropriate vision to the conditions occurring within the mass consciousness reflected in each individual gestalt or entity. In other words, each of us is experiencing this individually as an ascension process. From that perspective, you can see that when we are crashing pirates together, we wish for them to make arrangements for cooperation thereafter. This is so funny because the pirates would include Zelensky, it would include Netanyahu, it would include Khamenei, and they're being crashed together on purpose, and then we wish for them to make arrangements for cooperation thereafter. That is exactly what Trump did. So again, it's totally amazing. The idea of crashing pirates together also indicates the possibility of these missiles crashing into each other in the sky. Relax and know that most of you will not be affected by this conflict directly. To those who are, we remind you that the vortex is indeed opening soon. Well, soon could be anything, but they said 2025, so. Isn't this amazing? Keep that in mind as the future arms race continues. Uh-oh. As I said here just the other day, this suggests that the small country may yet violate a ceasefire and or, as they already warned us before, that the whole UK situation could heat up in a very, very, very big way. So you see why I didn't want to miss the show? Like, I have to read this. It is no longer necessary to hide from truly expressing what is kept within you, but rather to live it. Embrace your own potential and be aware that it is stemming from the deepest layers of your own being. Be aware that even as the flimsy structures of the government topple and collapse, this is talking about the negative DS, the firm foundation of the everlasting rock of the soul is indeed gaining a new life within you now. And they say this as a pyramid metaphor. Everlasting rock is a pyramid metaphor. And we just found out that there's tunnels under all three pyramids last week. We talked about that. Seek to let this divine oneness within you have autonomy and to conquer the parts of yourself that still exist in the fallen mode of separation and tears. In other words, don't live in your grief, don't live in your trauma. Let the Creator within you have autonomy as you see flimsy structures collapsing. Well, this was stunningly personal in light of my friend's loss because I seriously thought about just doing a grief process and skipping it. But like, no, when we just had this war thing that could have been the end of the world and it didn't happen and the prophecies predicted it, you better believe nothing is stopping me from doing this show today. I had to get this out. Nothing else could be more important, and I'm sticking with that. Again, we remind you, war in any of its fundamental forms is a fundamental denial of the law of one, whoops, I misspelled that, which stresses service to others. You cannot serve others by simultaneously killing them and creating a catastrophe, and therefore understand that you should not support this war because of the fact that the war itself is the problem, not the situation the war was being fought for. The situation the media presents, that is. And that would apply to either one of these, right? Or actually all three of them if you include the no kings thing. Unlike H, it is not necessary for the NATO alliance to invade other countries afterwards. Many of these countries already have puppet regimes and are largely under the economic slavery to the machine as it now stands in the present moment. That machine is what everybody's going to be learning about. So NATO doesn't need to invade anymore. They just set up puppets, and that's very, very interesting, isn't it? Yugoslavia, because again he's talking about Kosovo, is a very valuable piece of real estate. It's probably my conscious mind getting in a little bit. And this does certainly affect the fringe elements that seek to amass even more wealth. Understand that the raw underpinnings of your society were always designed with profit as their highest goal, and thus in a sense they are only following the script that was set before them. Accidental splashdown in a foreign country is not part of the plan. That would imply missiles splashing down, right? The plan, again, I should have capitalized that, but this is the negative plan, that's why I didn't, okay? Deliberate and intentional sacrifice of innocence was their plan. So again, this is totally talking about the war that we just saw. They didn't really care about firing the missiles, having them accidentally splash down. They do care about intentionally, deliberately sacrificing innocent people. Isn't that amazing? I mean, Michael is laying it down. When they speak of casualties that must come through in order to achieve one's goals, this is a fundamental fallacy of the worst nature. Each human life is important, as each human life sprouts forth the seeds of remembrance of the One, so that you might all again connect with your home. Reconnect. There is no one less important than another, and to prioritize and validate the slaughter of anyone, any person, is fundamentally a fallacy. And you're going to see this show up in the Christmas tree dream right after I take my pee break. In the case where this is already being done, we feel the most appropriate responses are to seek to arrive at diplomatic solutions in any possible way at first, which is exactly what 47 did. And with the tools that you have available, this should be accomplished in short order. And as I wrote here, the initial piece is already in place as we unseal this. So again, just staggeringly, dazzlingly prophetic every page. Indeed, part of what you are seeing here is the fact, this is where I thought my conscious mind got interrupted, because I was expecting in 2000 that computers would go down, and this was 99, the year before. Part of what you are seeing here is the fact that many of these military devices will cease to function properly after the millennium bug, as you have called it. Well, that sounds a lot like COVID now. And I've made that point throughout the book. There's other places where he says that. Therefore, it is necessary for all players to position themselves before that event actually takes place. So again, this is partly an AOL, or a conscious analytical mind overlay, analytic overlay, AOL, that Michael was still able to fashion into a prophecy of the mass arrests. So the millennium bug could symbolize both the COVID as well as technology that they could use to jam objects. And yes, we are expecting that military devices won't work, that there's going to be mass arrests going on, and the millennium bug could be COVID, and so all players are going to position themselves necessarily before that event actually takes place. So even though my conscious mind was butting in, Michael still turned it into an accurate prophecy. And again, I said 99% accurate. I did not say 100%. So this idea that the millennium bug was real and that it was going to happen next year, that was bleeding in. And I tried not to do that, but occasionally I believed things so much, I said, oh, I know what this is. We're about to have the millennium bug. But then Michael worked around it and still managed to make it into something that actually was beautiful and made sense anyway, which is a credit to him that he could outsmart me. Electronic media will never give you an accurate retelling of this story. All of the atrocities committed on both sides have the same purpose, which is to clearly demonstrate this fallen, evil aspect of the human spirit and why it must be cleansed. And yeah, I mean, both sides are showing various aspects of this. It is a good thing for you to become tired and weary of violence. Perhaps if this violence occurs on a global level, you will stop seeking glamorized violence from the media and begin recognizing what a sticky and awful situation it really is. And I think that's happening. No one should feel good about what is happening or support this effort as their own personal saber rattler. David used to call this concept too much revenge when he was younger, and that is indeed an accurate and valid statement to be made. So what is too much revenge? Well, I had this friend, Kevin, and I squirted him with a squirt gun, and then I opened up the door after I went to the bathroom, and he threw an entire pan of water on me, and my entire body is soaking wet, drenched, because he thought that he was going to get revenge for me playfully squirting him with a little squirt gun. Well, all I did is get him wet on one little part of his shirt, and he drenched me head to toe. And that was when the term too much revenge was first born. People on the psychopath spectrum, if you upset them or engage them in any way, they never stop wanting to destroy you, they never stop wanting revenge, and they go way too far, and that's why they need negative karma and things to stop them from ruining the planet. Because ruining the planet is too much revenge. We must all ultimately disarm ourselves from those barricades of negativity we walled around the core central self of the One Infinite Creator. We must all be willing to open our hearts and allow the light to shine forth unto others. From that point, we are then made pure and more whole. And the passage into the fourth density is easily made. So our planet will easily go into fourth density as we disarm ourselves from negativity and we root out the nuclear stuff. So yes, What America just did with those precision strikes is exactly what Michael wanted. It's very obvious. This is directly making an easy passage into fourth density. Isn't that exciting? As these various scripts play themselves out, do not be affected by their outcomes. Recognize this is all part of the game, part of the script that was already agreed to through the prophecies of Nostradamus, the Virgin Mary, which is Fatima, and Garabandal, and the like. This is a truly stunning statement in light of what we now know. They actually directly reference the Virgin Mary prophecy. And remember, Garabandal, Virgin Mary, 1961, predicted a first wave solar flash that is non-catastrophic, that wakens people up to their immortal soul and gives them cosmic consciousness, and then it goes away, and everybody says, oh, that must have just been some skeptical thing, you know, some type of surge of solar radiation that made people hallucinate, or that's the Virgin Mary prophecy. So, dude, like, I'm absolutely dazzled that Michael directly references the Virgin Mary prophecies because, again, it's a non-catastrophic solar flash that awakens everybody. And so they're telling you that's about to happen. I've never seen the accuracy so great. I thought it was going to get worse. It's gotten better. Do not fail to recognize the importance of the times that you are in or of the imminence of this ascension vortex that we have spoken of. That is all that we want for you now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And so we continue through on this same morning of April 21st, 1999. The prophetic dreams continue. But first, I actually do need to take a bathroom break. I want to leave you guys hanging so you don't cut out on me before you get the rest of the prophecies, because there's some darn good ones in here. So when I take my break, we're going to play this little comedy clip I wrote called Colin McGeezer, Sugar and Potatoes. So let's explain what this means. When I was hanging out with Danny and Brinkley, he started telling this funny story about moonshine. And the way that they make moonshine in the South in large amounts is they use train cars, and they will be alternating between train cars full of sugar and train cars full of potatoes. And so apparently, I guess when you mix sugar and potatoes together with water, it'll ferment and turn into moonshine. Somehow they do that. Those are the two main ingredients. So I found a juniper berry bush, and I picked some juniper berries, which is how they make gin, right? So I use that, and it turns into a really, really hilarious sugar and potatoes routine. I also do a kind of evil Colin McGeezer character where he's like talking about this very brisk walk that I'm taking. I mean, the storm is literally rolling in. I barely made it into the house before I got rained on, and it was kind of scary, so I had to walk very fast. You're going to see all that in the video. So we get appearances from Colin McGeezer and my southern character, who we'll call Sonny. And he swear, officer, them potatoes are just for the poutine. Yeah, that's what it is. So anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mute my microphone. Poutine is, again, fried. It's like fried frickin' French fries with like gravy and cheese on it that are like cheese curds. So the Cigarettes, Ham, Fireworks, and Bacon Store is also carrying poutine now. We've had that routine. So I ended up doing Colin McGeezer as the Australian, and also it's a little British. And then I go into the Sonny character at the end, Sonny the Southerner, who swears them potatoes are just for the poutine. We ain't making no moonshine, sir. I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, it's very funny. It'll give me time to hit the bathroom. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mute my microphone, and I will be back with you guys in just a minute, so don't get sad. I'm going to entertain you, and there's no commercials. This is just fun stuff. I'm not advertising or pitching any products or anything. So here we go. I'm going to mute, and we'll get this out, and I'll be back to you very soon after. All right. My microphone is off, and I will be back to you momentarily. Let's roll the clip. Here we go. So, all right, it's freezing cold. This
apparently severe thunderstorm is coming in.
Corn for moonshine,
we just talked about the fire break
vodka.
down here. And these trees that were burned, but then because of this ditch that they dug originally to greedily mine tungsten, lo and behold, we had a fire break. Here's more roses. They are pretty much everywhere around here. So we're just gonna try to hightail it back. Look at that, those are definitely not human. That's a moose, that's a huge moose. It was walking right along this ridge. You can track things. When you see a footprint that big, you know what it is. But Monica and I get along really well, so when I do run into her, which does happen, she's very cool about it. These are all, again, chipmunk hotels. I'm trying not to collapse any of their rooftops here, but we do have to get back. Gotta make a go of it, mate. It's getting colder and colder, David. What in the world are you running that camera for, mate? You ought to be focused on survival when you're out in the bush. You can't be nourishing these delusions of grandeur. Why don't you just take a break, mate? You ought to keep them dumb legs moving. You don't need to do that, mate. You can lie down. Lie down in the middle of the storm. Pretend it isn't going to hurt you, mate. It's going about your business. No problem. Right, these are the Indian paintbrushes I was talking to you about. I have these in the bush. They're much more beautiful in Australia. I mean, this is okay, mate, but it's not the same. More of those flowers you were babbling on about right there, mate. I think you best keep your dumb legs moving along if it is your desire to get home, mate. It's not the best. Got these lovely yellow flowers here. God damn. It's not looking good, you guys. I'm trying to keep myself laughing so I'll survive. Once again, historic garbage. Some kind of flashing. Maybe that was on the side of the dump truck they were dumping all this rock into. Who knows? You can't really make out what this stuff is. Oh, dude. It's coming in fast. It's getting worse and worse. I'm seriously not joking about that. Okay, these are gonna blossom. Got more bluebells here. More yellow flowers here. Let's pick up the speed a little bit. No time to be slow. Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it? It's just stuff that naturally appears right here. What an exotic shape, huh? These kinds of ponderosa pine trees leave behind amazing things. There's another example. There. Look at all these bluebells. Let's pray they make it through this thing. And I'm bringing it right to the edge. That's what I do, mate. I bring it right to the edge of deliberate insanity. Because I'm out here documenting something that's quite possibly no longer going to exist, mate. You can get all red-eyed and teary-cheeked about it, but that's life, mate. Remember we had this piece of driftwood that David asked me to hell on for him? It is, mate. I'm bringing that back with us right now. Got to carry weapons out in the bush. We have a weird pause. No wind. That's kind of weird. But it's okay. We like that. I'm trying to get back as quickly as possible. We got this. It's like a good luck charm. from the forest. We put that down. Now we picked it up again. Here's our sage outcropping. That's a bunch of juniper.
Here it comes.
You can make bathtub gin. It's true. It's true. If you were some kind of wino or lush, you just pick these and you just have some, I don't know how the hell they do it, sugar or something? Sugar and potatoes, David. We had whole train cars full of nothing but sugar and potatoes. And you get a little bit of a side eye sometime. They don't know what quite you're going to be doing with that. What are you doing with that sugar and potato? Nothing. Nothing at all, sir. We got people who want things that are sweet, and the potatoes are just for our delicious poutine. Serve that up nice and fresh with your cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Woo! David, we got enough juniper here. I think we're in business. I think we can do business, David. Right here, this is a business. You see that right there? That's the magic ingredient for gin. Gin. David, you gotta get your butt home, son. You can't be out here flapping around in the wind. What if you're not moored down enough and it done blow you? Oh, look at that. We got sun coming back. Wow. I love it.
Gin.
Oh, it's only going to last a couple seconds, but we'll take it, dude. And then we'll have another 7-minute video. Here's the last of our beautiful flowers, you guys. They might not be here tomorrow, unfortunately. So I got to preserve this beautiful moment while it lasts. And if they do last, then we'll do some more videos, I guess. I hope they do. It smells so grapey. Like, oh my gosh, you're in a candy store. It's incredible, dude. It's incredible. All right, that's 7.5. We're done. Thank you. Bye-bye. It's all right. It's freezing cold.
All right, I'm going to put the microphone back on now, so just give me a second to do that.
The sun is coming out right now. Wow. We got it. There's my destroyed hot tub and my destroyed fence, which hopefully we're going to get fixed pretty soon.
All right. Anyway, we're going to stop that for now. Thank you guys for waiting for me. I feel so much better. Gian! I saw you guys laughing in the comments. Thank you for that. It was a very, very funny comedy routine that I did. And, you know, I laugh myself when I'm watching it afterwards, which you're not supposed to do, but I let myself do that. So anyway, we've been in a very, very heavy discussion about World War III being averted by this incredible collaboration with the U.S. government. And apparently, as Michael is saying, angelic intelligence was behind this. They clearly laid out why they want these things gone and that they worked in collaboration to do it. And then this reading was just like huge. It took place over more than one cassette tape. And it was in the book 4, but like now you get the full context and the timing of it. So if you did buy the Michael Prophecies books and you read them, book 7 has been available to you all the way back since October of 2023 is when I finished it and published it. So you've had almost 2 years to sit on that and look at that material, and now we're seeing it unfold perfectly into this time loop that's been going on since September. I mean, it's very exciting. So the same morning of April 21st, our prophetic dreams continue. My mother, brother, and I were getting ready to go on a big trip to Texas or somewhere around there, which incidentally, for probably more than one reason, and I can't get too specific, but at least one of our aircraft projects for Stavati Aerospace, which again, this is our SM-39. This is like a fighter jet, the fastest. It goes Mach 4. It has advanced laser weapons that can get you like a ridiculous number of shots, and you never run out of energy. The laser never runs out of juice. It's not like in a video game where the thermometer goes down to 0 and now your gun doesn't work anymore. The gas dynamic laser always works as long as the engines are running. So you have unlimited shots. I think it's like, I forget how many shots it is per, it might even be like 100 shots a second or something crazy like that. Or maybe it's 100 shots a minute. Because then that would mean you could do it very quickly. You can fire very quickly. So anyway, Texas is one of the places that's going to be like our skunk works. We already know that. We're already anticipating that for reasons I can't go into. And so, like, I know that, but what is it doing in 1999? I mean, it's very interesting. So yes, I do anticipate going on a trip to Texas. And then we get the 47 metaphors yet again. I'm going to be playing golf outside in a resort area. So it's very, very interesting and weird how I keep getting thrown together with him, Mar-a-Lago. It's hard to even believe in some ways. I mean, I do report on this stuff, and I'm doing this work week after week. I did this one under very adverse circumstances, right? It's kind of hard to believe that we're ever going to get to the point where the Alliance actually does the arrests, but we know they will. And then once they've done the arrests, the degree of sorrow that's going to happen in the human mind and body and spirit is so great that it actually mandates the galactic family reunion. Now, I don't want to overwhelm you, right? Because the point is you're getting through the sorrow now so that it doesn't affect you once you get confirmation. And you're like, oh, that's what exactly David was talking about. Okay, so we have somebody pitching me on their municipality, which is fine. Jeff Miller. David, you ought to think about Wichita, Kansas, dubbed the air capital of the world for your fabrication manufacturing for Stavati. Everybody is here, Boeing, Cessna, Lear, etc., including the McConnell Air Force Base. That's interesting. Wichita, Kansas. Okay. I will check that out. We will definitely keep that in mind. I mean, we're probably going to have, if things get as big as they could get, then we're going to have to acquire multiple facilities probably to handle all this stuff. And we'll just see how that goes. But yes, I'll definitely keep Wichita, Kansas in mind. So again, we were going to play outside a resort area and we're going to play golf. So it totally ties this again to 47 in a way that should be obvious to everyone. We needed to make arrangements so that when we got there, we would have things to eat. We were contacting a hotel type of place. They had some rather interesting comments. They told us we could get Wendy's fried chicken. And this is actually prophetic of the fact that when we went to the Air Dominance Summit, a preponderance of everything they had that you could eat in these buffets that went with the conference had like too much sugar, or they were fried, or something else that I wasn't happy about at all. So yes, and they actually did serve a batter fried chicken in one of their entrees. And I actually ate some of it just because I wanted to eat the food that was there, and we were doing the event together, and this was included. So this was actually really hilarious because it didn't seem as bad as Wendy's, but it's a hilarious analogy that the Dream made, because I actually did have a lot of trouble with the food there, and I had to go to the main hotel restaurant and order breakfast from them because that's the only way you could avoid eating refined sugar. And refined sugar should be always avoided. That's one of the biggest weapon systems that I would attribute to this negative group. And it's an incredibly dangerous thing to mess around with because it shuts off your immune system for 5 hours after ingestion. You just don't work for 5 hours. So like, how often are there gaps in your day where you have more than 5 hours without consuming high fructose corn syrup or any of these other types of conventional sugars. It's actually something that if you don't pay attention to it, you're going to have a lot more excess weight and health problems. And so, again, when I lived in Virginia, we had these hypnotherapy programs, and they would get you to lose weight through hypnosis, and they'd also get you to stop smoking, and they had these certain suggestions that they'd have you repeat to yourself. But, when it comes to dropping the weight, the main thing is stop eating refined sugar. You can get away with other stuff. Like I eat plenty of maple syrup. And I've now got this stuff that's like, they took the whole honeycomb and at low temperature, they grind it up into a honey. So it's kind of like a chunky honey because it's got the honeycomb in it. And you just take a clean spoon every time, and that heals your digestive tract and all kinds of cool stuff. So honey is fine. You can get away with as much. Well, no, you don't want to eat too much. Let's be very clear. You don't want your blood sugar level going through the roof. But I do use exclusively, pretty much, the only sweeteners I use are maple syrup and honey. I don't do anything else. I don't touch anything that is sweetened with anything else except for these very natural. Oh, dude, we're getting hail. What the hail, David? What the hail you think you're doing having hail fall down in the middle of his gall dang talk? He's trying to do something that he would have enjoyed, and the daggone hail's coming out there. Now you tell me, son, how long you think that hail's gonna last? Because it's pretty daggone destructive and dangerous for a man of my stature and loyalty to this good cause. I don't think that a southern boy like me with these big old greasy lamb chops gonna tolerate no goddarn hail out there, man. This is out of line, and I have had it. Oh, that's Angry Daddy's line, ain't it? Sorry, this is Sonny Boy here. Sonny Boy here coming to you from the deep south where we got corn, potatoes, and sugar, man. And don't y'all be asking about what the hell we gonna be doing with. Dude, it really is hailing outside. It's like, whew. Anyway, I gotta stay on with the show. We're running out of time here, but anyway, in the dream, I go to Texas, which is like an aerospace trip, and I don't like the food, which is what happened on my last aerospace trip. Wendy's fried chicken. They said, I just brought you guys into this total parallel reality comedy space, which is, I use laughter when I'm threatened by something. And yeah, dude, we've got like balls of ice falling out of the sky right now. They're large. I mean, it's like serious freaking hailstorm. They're not too big. I mean, they're like probably about like that, but I'm hearing them smack against the windows. I'm watching them fall all over. I wish I could film this for you guys, but I'm watching them fall all over the staircase. They're bouncing off of the stairs, and it's just coming down like crazy. So it's very loud and distracting. Hoo-wee! Thank you, Lord Jesus. Had Sonny Boy come on out just for once. Anyway, we got to get back into it, so let's do that. Got to keep you guys laughing when I'm under this peril. The devil can't get me any other way. He's going to try a hailstorm. Okay, fine. I ended up having a big conversation with this guy on the telephone. I started to joke about eating fast food as a sort of spiritual path. Oh my God, that's Sonny. He was talking about how if he had the grilled chicken for breakfast, it would turn into a full day's meal, and you get 3 meals out of it. Like eat the fried chicken for the whole day. So eating fast food is a spiritual path. I mean, guys, I only unsealed this like yesterday, and I was totally freaked out. I'm like, dude, that is the cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon routine that I just gave you another taste of because I knew this was coming up in the show. Fast food is a spiritual path. I mean, here it is, a dream in 1999 that I hadn't unsealed ever before, and it pops up, and it's making fun of the routine that I've already been doing with you guys for several weeks now, and I had not read this before. So that just really, really made me laugh. And again, the hail is just pounding. I mean, dude, it's like, I'm glad that I'm on the air and that I'm not going to keep changing camera angles right now because there's so many particles falling through the air right now of this ice that I imagine it could screw up my reception. But we also we're only broadcasting 4.5 megabits per second at a 1080p 30 resolution. And that's the one that I have to use. I can't go any higher than that or it actually cracks out on me, and I realize that. So we're at 1080p 30. If you don't know what that means, it's a large screen. You get it as a live stream. It means 30 frames per second. That's what the P30 means. Because you can do 1080p 60. But like, there's nothing about the hand gestures that I'm going to make that are important enough to double the number of frames. And I did try it, and it doesn't work. It actually, like, the system can't handle anything this big above 1080p 30. So I use 1080p 30, and then, you know, that would also be like your 1080p is one of the things that they would call it, as versus 720p, which is another video codec that you end up using if you get into like high-level filming. So anyway, we have a beam coming to the house from an antenna aerial that's on the other side of the mountain. And if the hail interrupts the beam, then we're not online anymore. But I'm only using at 1080p 30 4.5 megabits per second, and I supposedly have a pipe that can do 500 going up. So 100 times greater than what I need. But if the hail was to go into a complete wall, it could block off the signal. But dude, now it's literally totally sunny outside. The hail has stopped. No, it's still coming a little bit. But the sun broke out. That means there's going to be a rainbow right now. I would love to go out there and look at it, but I am going to stay true to the show and not leave you guys holding the bag. The rainbow is just going to have to wait. But we already have that double rainbow video that was so great. So again, how funny that my dream does the cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon thing after we've been making that into a fun routine. I think I realized at some point they were asking you $25 a day to eat the food, quote unquote. We ended up finding him in person. That was when he told us they were charging because they didn't want to keep getting screwed by other people. How much food we were going to get had to do with their occupancy in part. Okay, so there's different ways we could read what this dream is about. I think that this is about the tariffs. That's what I'm kind of going with, is sort of like my patriotic 17 interpretation. They were charging tariffs because they didn't want to keep getting screwed by other people. And yes, when I do that character, Sonny, I'm representing my time that I spent 8 years at least. Maybe, I don't even haven't counted them anymore. Years and years in the Deep South. I did Virginia, I did North Carolina, I did Kentucky, and I did Texas. So, and I also lived in Arizona, but I don't know if Arizona really counts as the South or not. It's kind of it's too far away from that now to really count the same. But yeah, in terms of like the Southeast, I definitely had those experiences. And so, you know, this is a very interesting dream because Middle America is represented by the people who are benefiting from these tariffs. It's bringing back jobs. They're going to have more places they can work. They're going to make better money. It's going to bring up the whole area. And I'm part of that. So my mother and brother were still there. At the end of the conversation, I ended up telling him why I ate so strictly. There was some sort of implication it would catch on to more people just by me doing it. And now it's actually like the same way that I eat is now the administration's official recognized food pyramid and allocation that they want you to have. Hold on, I got a comment that came in with a donation, so let's grab that. Elevens says, "Thank you, David, for showing us what's hidden in plain sight. Feel better." Yeah, I actually do feel pretty good, but we got to get into the Ezra stuff really soon. So we're gonna have to. I'll finish this though. Because there's some good words at the end of this that I want you to see. Let's just get through it. because we're running out of time. He was quite surprised when I told him all the things that I didn't eat. I told him it helped me spiritually grow and expand, which it does. And again, that's now RFK Jr.'s official dietary guidelines for Americans. We were pretty excited about getting ready to go on this trip. It definitely involved golf. Uh-huh. Man, this just keeps on popping up like every week. Like, okay, well, it's kind of hard to imagine a future where all this stuff is talked about by everybody, but now all the hail is gone, the sun is beautiful, it's all green again. Change can happen. We went right through the storm here, and we got through it. Charlie Winner says, hello from Texas, David. I'm actually eating a chicken sandwich right now. How funny. Love to have you here in Texas. Elon is here too. You might want to stay away from New York. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Well, thank you again, and I appreciate that. We got to keep moving. But I love the donations. So this is yet another of many prophetic connections to MAL. He strongly implies I will be invited to speak there or something. I don't know. But, you know, obviously that would be once we finish the arrests and we're moving into full disclosure. I doubt you're going to hear about the stuff that I'm doing, even though it looks like there's many ways in which a reveal about this is being set up. I don't think it's going to happen in earlier stages. I've already accepted that. Like, this is going to take a while to really process through different stages. But it's exciting because even once the early stages begin, it will turn out that I bet on the right horse. And I already did that with these prophecies in the last 2 weeks and called that it was going to be over really fast. And then boom, there it was. I mean, this is a very trans-dimensional thing that's happening here with this. And that's why Michael really wanted me to get this out. I wanted to give it time. So yeah, we might end up having a 5-hour show. But Michael tells me it's very important that this information get out. So I'm looking at the clock and it's like, okay, well, what are we at right now? 3 hours and 51 minutes. I feel fine. And I want to read you the rest of this. So let's just keep going and then I'll get into the Ezra slides. And we'll probably be able to get it done in 4.5 hours, I think. So again, it's these references to 47. We would have to be in a very different world for me to get invited to speak about the things that you've been hearing me talk about. But will that happen? Yeah, if everything that Michael says comes true, and I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't because there's so much accuracy, then like, okay. So my life is going to change very dramatically, and the dreams in this time loop are preparing me for this. So, you know, I embrace whatever it is coming my way, because if we get to save the world as a result of this and have this breakthrough technology come out, it's absolutely worth every minute that we spend getting there and all the hardships that we endure and all the difficulties. Let's just get this thing done. So now Michael is going to start speaking. He says, touch of losses at the war, meaning hardly anybody died in this, and that's actually true. And the war just ended. So that's fascinating. Right off the bat, he's prophetic. In reference to the starving sisters, let us resume transmission. And there he's probably talking about the people in the strip. It starts with the G, as you may know. In reference to the starving sisters, let us resume transmission. So that's what I think this is about. The war is talking about the small country. Next, it was the same game that was always deployed. Hire another one before firing the one that you have. Think about these things, David. Who do you think they're talking about when they say hire another one before firing the one that you have? Well, they already said that if two countries are going at it with each other, that both of them could end up being killed, which would happen seemingly through the process of how this kind of stuff usually goes down. You know, you watch an episode of any television show that's got, you know, gun and run type of themes in it. You know about assassins, and you know about sniper rifles, and you know about all this kind of stuff. So it could be something like that, where your normal angelic protection that would prevent that from happening to you is lifted, and you get taken out. And so they were literally saying in that prophecy that this could lead to the death of both parties that started a conflict. Well, if they don't actually have to die, right, which is how we got through this thing, then what would the next step be? Look at this. Hire another one before firing the one that you have. And look at who's on trial right now and how it got paused, and 47 is calling all this attention to it. Do you think that this country already has hired the next one, that they know who they want the successor to be? Very likely. They've got that lined up. It's probably part of the plan. It's already lined up, and before they fire the one they have, which could be through this trial, then they've already got the next one. So again, this is like, that's why I said, I'm sorry that it's taking so long, that we're at 4 hours, but are you not happy that I waited long enough to get you this first? Because this is like unbelievable. All right, hold on. Let's see who we got here. Marlene Bola donated $200, giving her the big blood red patch. Makes it very easy for me to see this so I don't miss it. Hey, David, you are my hero on a hero's journey. I have a feeling that July 4th will be adversely eventful. Jeff Bezos and allies went to Italy celebrating his wedding. They left the U.S. There's a little bit of stuff going around about July 4th. I don't know how much I want to buy into it. I'll just say that, but thank you very much for the donation. Lady Grey Wolf donated. Thank you for the amazing presentations. Could you please do a dream interpretation? I keep having the same one, that Mr. Schwarzenegger ate my watermelon from my garden and washed his hands in my bird bath. Thank you. Arnold Schwarzenegger would... Okay, so every character in the dream symbolizes yourself. So you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger as the bodybuilder and you say, okay, what part of myself would have the I'll be back persona? And then if that part is eating your watermelon from your garden and washing his hands in your bird bath, it means that that part of you that is represented by Arnold is not adequately respecting yourself, maybe through diet, maybe through who you hang out with, or other issues in your life, where you're working, your attitude. It's basically showing you that there's a part of yourself that gets all amped up like Arnold and smashes through your bird bath and smashes through your garden. But I can't get down into a whole big dream analysis show here because we're 4 hours in already, you guys. But again, we are just kicking butt. I mean, this is unbelievable. It was the same game that was always deployed. Hire another one before firing the one you have. That will solve the problem of the starving sisters, and they only ever had a touch of losses at the war. So this is incredible. Prophecy of the coming downfall of corrupt war leaders. This could include them being fired, as well as, again, the arrests. So that's how I'm choosing to interpret that. Think about it. It fits on every single thing. Think about these things, David. The before and the after should make more sense to you as things progress. I can't wait, because, man, the middle part here kind of sucks. Losing your friend to a weird skiing death. This paragraph follows me best. Now, I think right there he was just testing me to make sure that I would say anything he said, even if it didn't make sense. And I did. I dictated it exactly the way he said it. So this is prophetic of how I'm now breaking down every sentence into a separate paragraph in our show. And this paragraph follows me best would be like, he likes it this way that we're doing it now the most. Once we see the fulfillment of the plan, it will make far more sense to most people. The before and the after should make more sense as things progress. Everybody's going to learn the truth. There's going to be all these exciting things that nobody learned about before that we all get to experience together. I can't wait for it. Carrie Richens says, I finished your work on my TikTok Shapeshifter Spa. It unlocks healing technology, triple blossom DNA, and more. Okay, great. So thank you very much for the donation, and let's get right back into it. So it's all going to make more sense as things progress. I think I see some of it, but there's a lot of question marks and mysteries, and I like that. When it progresses, I'm sure it's going to be really, really great, and I just would love to get there faster. The Green Planter, this is Michael speaking again, in code. Slipping past my conscious mind. He just tested me by saying this thing about paragraphs. The green planter, you must know where that goes. This is symbolic of our fourth density ascension, planting spiritual seeds in the green ray level, the new photons coming out of the sun that will be green in their true color. Raising wrinkled hands in this country won't get you very far. And youth is an advantage when handling the strange energy of Neptune. This is very interesting. Again, that's where it ends. So these are very encrypted phrases. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and cut right into the Ezra stuff here, because the next dream is cool, but we're at the 4-hour mark and we just can't push it anymore. It's great stuff, though. I mean, we'll get to it next week, and now I've got some slides ready to go. But this way, we just cut right to the chase. If you want the books, they're available in the description section, but let's just dive right in from that amazing set of prophecies that are so on the money to our alliances posts. And I put some things in it first to help set it up. This was, again, where the facilities were completely and totally obliterated. It's not like they got away with anything left over. Michael talked about it in the time loop. It's just dazzling. Then they were going to try to close the Strait of Hormuz. That got stopped, thank God, because if it hadn't, it would have made everybody's economy go down the toilet. They're vying for peace, and they say regime change is not what they're after. That's perfect. Russia, China, Pakistan proposing a draft UN Security Council resolution calling for the immediate unconditional ceasefire in the Middle East. So these are good headlines. You know, this is exactly what we wanted to see, and it's great. This was the threat that comes in the slides later on. Iranian media has issued an ominous warning, second time, to the West, declaring a night is coming, the likes of which has never even been seen before. Numerous Iranians began sharing images of missiles, other weapons. The Trump administration made it clear the only scenario in which it would do the strike again was if they launched an attack on us. So, you know, when he shows you this kind of stuff, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen. And after reading this for an entire year, we've learned our discernment, right? We realize that, okay, that doesn't mean that they're actually going to do it. He just wants to get you thinking about it, that would have been the plan had they not stopped it from happening, most likely. And Michael, in these last prophecies, was talking about the same thing. So then we've got 11 seconds on that, which brings us to this, again, one of the classic ones. That it's actually about military intelligence, and that the president can impose this MI investigation. What conditions, and that would be the military and then, of course, intelligence. What conditions must prevent itself? Well, that's what's happening now. And they lost this power that is not corrupt, and it directly serves the president. It's very important power. So he wants everybody to win, which is exactly Michael's attitude as well. He's rallying behind the slogan, "Make I Great Again," signaling if negotiations break down, that the next step would have to be then the change. The officials have said that the U.S. airstrikes did inflict severe damage on the nuclear infrastructure of Tehran. Meanwhile, their supreme leader has named 3 potential successors amid growing fears of an assassination attempt. That's exactly what Michael just said. Hire another one before you fire the one you already have. And there it is. I didn't even realize this, but it was right there in the slides. It's like just dazzling time loop once again. Like, wow. Okay, so this has been a very exciting week. Michael's time loop has never been as good as this before. This is next level amazing in how it's woven together with the events that have happened. And this is another example. So then this is one of a few times they give us post number 60 that just says again that they do it like 4 times in 1 week, which is cool. Less than 10 people, and only 3 of them are non-military, and those are the people who actually coordinate the whole thing. And they're never going to divulge the information. Operators never divulge. Nobody else has this information except for potential operator who's been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission. But nobody else sees the whole thing. And here we are. I mean, we don't want to outthink them either. We don't want to guess their moves and then give it away if they need a particular outcome to occur. But that's why it was so weird that Michael said, the case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage. It is time for the nuclear traitors to suit up into their fourth dimensional bodies. So yeah, there's a very few number of people who know what this plan is and what they're doing. And they're never going to divulge. But again, they give us this 4 times in a row. So he's again reiterating he can never tell you that he might really be using a numerical code. And I get that. He's explaining it to us. And again, it pops up 4 times. So the code is holding up for the week right off the bat. Massive tunnel is discovered from one country into another, and you can see why. And it goes over 1,000 feet, equipped with advanced features including lighting, electrical wiring, ventilation, and a track system. Authorities say it's one of the most sophisticated tunnels that they've ever discovered. Imagine how much this has been used before it's finally being put to an end. I mean, it's shocking and scary. And so these are the pictures that they show. I'm so glad I didn't have to go through there. So post number 108 is another one of these that we've seen before. And that, you know, we don't need to get into all the details. He says, nothing is as it seems, and on what occurred, it flushed out BO. That's really the bottom line right there, flushing him out. So then when we look back at this again, oh, it flushed out BO. Ooh, dude, it just got really weird in here, didn't it? Dang, dude. Okay, now I get it. Like, he was apparently the one who was responsible for this, maybe, or he used it, or... Ooh, wow. So now the code again holds up and makes sense. So these tunnels are going on, and then you read the number of seconds, and it says it flushed him out. So that's what they were talking about. Ooh, okay. So next we have the exiled prince has said that he wants there to be a regime change, again holding up to what Michael just gave us in the prophecies. The exiled crown prince Riza is demanding the downfall of the current regime and calls for a full-scale revolution and wants change. Who knows which side he's on? I don't know. So if you ask me, the answer is I don't know. He says he's prepared to lead a transitional government and assures that the Ayatollah will be given a fair trial. Uh-oh. Because fair, if you're a criminal, means that you're going to be held accountable for crime. Once power shifts, the choice is yours to make. So interesting. I mean, let's hope this is something positive. It could be. We just have to see how it goes. And again, we get post number 60. There's less than 10 people who have the information. Now we have 20 agencies working together on what they're calling the largest in history here. U.S. Marshals carried it out. Over the course of just 2 weeks, they found more than 60. You can read the rest there. It was coordinated with 20 different agencies, leading to the arrest of multiple individuals. Very interesting. And they call it a massive effort, so apparently this could have been multiple areas, not just one area. So then we have post number 141. Rogue operators are here. Failed to shut down the site. Protected. This will only get worse. Archive and coordinate. The crumbs that we are dropping will soon paint the full picture. The picture will open the eyes of the world. All right, so let's just do that again. And what are they talking about in the context? It's the 60 children, and they were safely brought back. So 20 different agencies involved in this. It's a really great thing when people can be saved. We love that. So that's what it is rescuing these poor victims, and then the crumbs drop will soon paint the full picture. The picture will open the eyes of the world. Okay. And we can't do it without you. They need people like me to move forward with the show. God bless you all. So this is very exciting. Then this was the moment when Iran fired on Qatar. Thankfully, nothing seemed to have happened. It was all intercepted. They launched a massive strike on the Al Udeid air base and called it Barakat al-Fatah. It triggered a quick, swift response. Dramatic footage shows Patriot interceptors going into the night sky, intercepting what was coming in, aimed at the facility. So yes, I'm tiptoeing around keywords because that's a good idea. So post number 43, these crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but to merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. That's when the arrests begin, you guys. You think this is all logical and he's doing this code on purpose? Yeah. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Okay. And then, obviously, once this happens, it's going to be a whole new reality because you're going to hear your phone go off, emergency message, right? There could be no power. There could be no internet. I mean, these are all kind of the standard contingencies that we're expecting. Oh, dude, yeah, this is going to be like, you want to have some food on hand, you want to have some water on hand, you want to have books or board games or something you can do if you can't be online. And maybe the only thing that you've got is your phone. Well, it still has juice. And it starts playing these videos and it's an emergency message. And it's like, whoa, don't go outside. And now we're learning that, okay, there's an operation being conducted against a worldwide, heretofore unacknowledged evil. Please remain calm, stay in your homes. More information will be provided as it is made available. I don't know what it's going to say. I'm just hypothetically, they're probably going to be like, David, write it down. You know? I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But whatever it is going to be, it's something like that. Stay inside your house. You know, it could go on for 10 days. It could involve a whole bunch of joint operations that occur very quickly within a 1 to 10 day period. It's probably going to be worldwide. They've said that it will happen in Asia and in Europe and that it's going to happen here. So, dude, I don't know where this is going, but it's very exciting to be on this roller coaster with you. And having that sprained foot the whole week actually really slowed me down. It's part of why this show has been so great and why it's taking so long to get through it. We're going to have to use 4.5 hours, I would imagine, but I think I can keep it there. So again, simply be diligent when the arrests begin and this whole weird thing happens. Phone numbers will be provided if you were to witness any kind of an uprising or other types of events. Any military that you might see, oh boy, because it could be vehicles through the air, it could be vehicles in the street. That is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. We're already seeing that. And it says, watch for confirmation tomorrow, which maybe that's part of it too. They don't always use the whole passage, but this is exciting. I mean, clearly, and again, remember, we were just seeing the intercepted missiles. So this is, again, they're showing us we're at the final stage, that any resistance is going to be swiftly dealt with. And they had to get this World War stuff out of their system first, I guess. I don't know. Michael seems to say it's stopping. So this is really, I'm very glad to see how it all integrates. We see that Lindsay is calling for this event to take place. And he claims that they want to force a one-world religion and create a master race. He warns if the world doesn't act, that they will try to dominate us and wipe out anyone who opposes them. It's not a narrative that you really want to believe. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Most of the people in that country are not like that. It's just a few hardliners, and they're on the way out. So post number 46, and we're talking about, what did he say here? That he wants change to occur and that they'll create this one world religion. So then what do we get from that? Oh, this is about how our dear friend B.O. took these various materials and exported them to Canada and then brought them to Europe. And did he or his administration ever make false statements that these types of materials would never be exported? So now we're getting right into the core of how did these folks have facilities in the first place that the U.S. had to go in and attack, right? That's the implication. Carrie Richens just donated $5. Tesla 369 code, Richens 358 code, bridged together with 2/3 between both codes, stabilizing the vortex spiral with true 3/5 fifth harmonic evolution code. Thank you, Carrie, for the donation. Edna Korinsky, so much going on and yet to come, she says. Yes, I agree. So let's see if I missed anybody else here. Okay, I guess I did not. So we're all up to date. That's great. And we got to keep moving because the show is, you know, we're running out of time. And my butt is so sore, dude. Just like keep trying to sit in this chair in different ways. The chair looks better on camera because it doesn't have that whole thing behind me. But you definitely get sore faster in this chair because it's not as cushiony. So anyway, yeah, this is all talking about, again, where were we? He was saying that he wants regime change, from this one country. Well, now they're talking about how did the country get the problem in the first place? It was illegally exported. That's where it's going. The public has been given a select taste. Rest assured others have it all. 100% verifiable, impossible to refute. And we've seen this so many times, I don't need to read it all every time. They're talking about who's really running the media, and the top executives are aware of this. So yeah, it's a secret conglomerate. It's a globalism type of thing, just like Michael was talking about in his reading. He talked about that, you know, American corporations were colluding behind the scenes to prop up this European activity. We talked about that. They sent the material right over there. It was retooled and then given to him as if he built it in his own country, which he did not. So we were building the stuff here that was then used against us. It's that type of mindlessness that shows you they have no loyalty to a country. This is a very serious thing. And so the reason that that problem occurred in the country that just got hit, the reason they had the problem with these 3 facilities popping up is because it was given to them through the method that they're now leaking. So this holds up very well. Now they're saying that a lab was targeted by one of these strikes, which probably was very intentional, and they had that in mind. It might have even done real damage to something that was bad. The facility has long been shrouded in secrecy, known for its work in this, that, and the other types of defense and advanced military research. It operates directly, oh man, woo! Yeah, Sonny Boy said it just got a little bit weird in here. Directly under the Prime Minister's office. Now, what the hell do you think that means, boy? Woo-wee! I think we got ourselves a confirmed shot there, son. You just hold the line. Let's make sure we got this. But, ooh, boy, let me tell you, Sonny done approve. Oh, my God. So, yep, it's no longer there, but it was directly under his office, and they insisted it was purely defensive. I'm totally sure. So is Sonny. The secrecy and restricted access fueling years of speculation about offensive activity. Yep, and it's no longer there. So that's a triumph, I would say. Whoever did it, you know, we're not going to know. We serve at the pleasure of the president. That's another little nod of the hat right there. So then, I mean, I don't really follow too many people in the truth community, so I'm not really sure what her deal is, but Tucker is throwing shade on her, on Laura. He has no idea who she is, calling her the world's creepiest person, and admits he doesn't know where she came from or what she's about. He described her defense of him as bizarre and claimed she shows zero real interest in the U.S. Well, this could also be another WrestleMania. I've never believed that, like, you know, there was anything else going on except for, like, WrestleMania 5 or 6 or something like that. Vacapalo said they are demon-possessed. They are not loyal to anyone. Well, you know, I got hair all coming in my face because I keep taking the glasses on and off. And I got to play Sonny Boy, too, man. So, he called her a danger to the country. This is probably more WrestleMania. I don't know what's going on, but it could very well be. For various reasons, to try to change public opinion and people taking big sacrifices for the mission, like Elon and Tucker. So he didn't hold back and called her a danger to the country. So this could be more kayfabe. I mean, who the heck knows? And then we get the third iteration of post number 60. Again, there's only less than 10 people coordinating this plan. and maybe Tucker got part of the picture, and maybe he's following what they asked him to do. And by the way, this is slide number 9777 right now. How about that? So then he's dropping the F-bomb, furious with these two countries. This was oddly similar to my Angry Daddy routine from last week. I loved it. I laughed. I watched it over and over. In fact, if you ever get to see this, as somebody who turned it into a music video, they don't know what they're doing. It's outstanding. You got to see it. If you can find one, find it, because it's worth it, I'll tell you. He's furious with both of them, slamming them for escalating just after the deal was struck. And again, totally in line with what Michael predicted would happen. So I feel very honored to be enmeshed in all this in this very strange way. He blasted them for launching what he called the largest campaign we've ever seen, immediately following a ceasefire agreement. He says he's fed up with both sides and said these are two countries, they've been fighting so long and so hard, they don't even know what they're doing. You got to watch the video, man. Then you'll get it. Because it starts dancing, you know, there's a beat and everything, and it's like, that's right, they don't. It's really, really great. Maybe there will be some new ones now, too. I mean, who knows? I've spawned new creations. So anyway, then, okay, that's a very important one, because that's where he stood up to them and fulfilled, stuff that Michael was already indicating would happen. I don't know if Michael got it first or if they got it from him or what, but then it says, again, we serve at the pleasure of the President, DJT. So this is very cool, because now they're giving us shorter ones, let the show go faster, and yes, it's all clearly the Alliance. So I love the fact that they're doing this, and they'd use number 60 again, too. So then Z threatens that they will be that this country is going to attack Europe? I mean, maybe as part of the final plan, that could be, but like, who knows what's going to happen? He says his intelligence agencies confirmed they are actively planning to attack and carry out military operations against blah, blah, blah. If he isn't stopped now, and remember, they're trying to say, remember that Michael prophecy we had as the faltering Russia is being closed in upon? Okay. He warns that if he isn't stopped now, the war will soon spill into their own backyard, urging European nations to boost their defense spending before it's too late. And he says he only feels alive when he's causing death. So this could be an insight into part of what we're going to see. I mean, who knows? It could happen that way. I mean, it would make sense. It's all going to happen over the course of 10 days. Everybody gets notified at the same time. So maybe they are telegraphing something. I don't know. 73 seconds gives us this one. What was his last tweet about, and who was it addressed to? When was his account taken down? Why is this relevant? Has this ever happened before? Why now? How many times did the attack occur? Secondary cleanup, and da-da-da-da. Why did he have military guards in uniform while he was in Hawaii? Do these military guards typically assist his own Secret Service? No. Why is this relevant? Well, because he's working directly with the military is what that means. And then, look at this. What flying object was recently shot down? And we did just have this, I haven't had time to work it into the show, but there was a disc-shaped UFO video that came out. It's from the same Tom DeLonge, Luis Elizondo lineage, you know, that is typical of like their mainstream effort to do the UFO disclosure. They've now given you a disc-shaped object video. It's a little bit better than the other ones, but still very indistinct and really a tease. And so everybody ignores it because it's not anything new enough to get them excited anymore. So that just happened, and then they said what flying object was shot down. So, I like that as a good match. So now she's threatening within 5 years they're going to be in a direct war with Russia. She had an evil smile and told the summit, "You're adapting to the reality of a full-scale war on European soil." That's what they would love to have happen. She proudly announced billions in funding secured for this industry, calling it a long-term investment. She warned that a direct clash with them could be possible within the next 5 years. So again, they're trying to set up their own disastrous outcome. It's not going to go that way. And we have 52 seconds bringing us to this. Review his financial disclosures when he submitted his pre-D-election. See, this, I can't really read this one, and they know this. That's okay. So it's talking about how he's getting a lot more money than what you would think that he should have through a normal means. That's what this is about. And they were just talking about how he was apparently selling these other materials. So they say you can play this game with most of them on both sides. There you have it. So this is, again, something we just tiptoe right through, but it is setting up the big narrative. They've just dropped another piece. So if you're following this like I've been and you're waiting for each new breakthrough and like, okay, when are we going to get to the point where they start telling us this part? When are they going to tell us that part? This part of the narrative is a very important piece. They've been giving us through Alliance sources for a long time. And now it's openly out there. So this is actually a big triumph, even though it sounds really sad. You have to shed light on this in order to stop it from happening. So he testified, apparently in Congress or something. I don't know where it was, but that the administration handed these people to randoms, and they had empty lots that were packed with shipping containers. So I guess those are the big ones we were looking at, like from a shipyard. And they had fake addresses on them, and there was no ID or background check involved. Wow. Same adults were there over and over again with various aliases, and they also had things like a strip club or a parking lot. Why would anyone need a lot filled with these containers? So yeah, they're giving you another big piece of the puzzle. Again, you know, some people cannot handle talking about this stuff, dude. I'm in this position of trying to walk through this stuff with you because that's my job. But it is like, whoa, you know, very intense. And I get that. So I'm feeling your pain along with you as I read these slides. But this is my job, so I keep doing it. They seem to want me to do this. So he says, the main thing here is, should the lights go out, please know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared, and assets are in place. Well, yeah, they're trying to say that this country that just got hit in the strikes on the 3 places, they're trying to say that that country has people over here, and they're going to try to do something. And that could be where they take the lights out, and they try to fulfill their evil part of what they want to do. And that's when the Alliance would make its move. So yes, like, panic at your discretion, but should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Start the clock ticking for 10 days where you got to live off of whatever you might have at the house. So again, I got a lot of bison steaks in the freezer. I've got enough for like 2 months at least. And I'm finally dipping into my stash a little bit, and they're wonderful. The freezing keeps them indefinitely. It's, to me, frozen steaks or frozen meat of some kind is one of the best things you can have to try to work through this. You just get some good freezer space and you're all set. So, yeah, I mean, I'm feeling it with you. This is very intense, and it's just like, you know, we keep waiting for it. You keep hearing me do shows about it. Michael keeps being in the time loop. But at some point, this stuff is really going to happen. And when it does, dude, we are in a totally different reality. And nothing that we thought we knew is going to be true anymore. It's all, even the people that are the most smug and they think they figured it all out and they've got their show and they've got their listener audience. I mean, there's less than 10 people that know what they're really doing. The answer and how this is going to turn out is going to shock everybody. And Michael was saying that. It's going to make more sense to you once we get to that point. Because again, this includes an enormous amount of Area 51 type of disclosure that needs to happen. We're overpopulated with extraterrestrials, probably. If you want to look at it that way, there's lots of them here. And, you know, like, we're not alone. On Earth, we're not alone around the moon. We're not alone in our solar system. And all that stuff is going to be unveiled to us, that we're considered a very primitive race, and it's pretty easy for them to conceal their identity. and not reveal what they are and who they are and how long they've been here the whole time. But these beings, like Archangel Michael, they're operating at an entirely different level of consciousness. Carrie Richens, I am the biggest whistleblower. Please go see my work. Thank you. So, should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared. Assets are in place. You know, at some point, this thing is going to be real, and then all of this prep will have seemed like it was worth it. So then he says that these strikes are over for now. That's a very good thing, probably because that's what 47 demanded. If they restart, then he's going to launch it all over again. The mission is over for now. So I just, I'm glad that they put this in there so you know it's really over. And their government announced today that the program will proceed as planned. I think that's just bluster. I mean, they're a long ways away from it. It's probably never going to happen. They're going to have to make a deal. And they're going to be inspected. So this, again, is a direct repetition of the previous numerical code that we just got. So he says it twice in a row. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. This is why I spent so much time on this, you guys. Do not panic. We are prepared, and assets are in place. He said it twice in a row. And again, this time it was saying that the war is over, and then the one before that was talking about shipping containers. So both of these things, as they become common knowledge in the public, the lights go out and we are in control. Do not panic. So it's very, very interesting to see how this is all playing out. And you better believe that I'm excited as all get out because, we're not going to have to keep waiting forever for something that never happens. It's going to actually happen. If the lights go out, they are in control. Do not panic, which, again, it might be almost impossible not to. So be prepared that it could be a lot bigger and a lot uglier than you thought it was, and it could really freak out your family, and you just got to be ready, man. We're prepared, and assets are in place. And he says, God bless, I must go for good at this point, but that hasn't held up. The rest of it is what we need to read. So then she's saying that people are being paid $10,000 to mount these attacks. I totally believe this. I think it's actually the same thing has been happening to me. We don't know by who, but it's definitely going on. She's offering a $10,000 bounty to anyone who can provide solid proof of the operation. Shoot, I'd give somebody $10,000 if they could crack my story. I'm just saying. Not that I'm officially offering it or anything, but yeah, I mean, that'd be worth it. That would be worth it. if you could spend that and you had the answer and you knew the answer, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. So anyway, because legal fees rack up really fast. So number 60 again for the fourth time. She's got 1 million views. Fourth iteration of it in 2 days. Count the number of people who have the full picture on less than 2 hands. Wow. Amazing. And I mean, dude, yeah, you can read that for yourself in Paris, in Gay Paris, my friend. It's like, whoa, all right. Can I read any of this at all? I don't know. How about you just read this, and I'll just kind of sit here and read it with you. They allowed it to go forward, only realizing on the day of what the ceremony really was. Dude, this is just crazy. And the whole event was going to be live streamed on social media. That's really, really weird and crazy, right? But that's the problem, is that when you get into this stuff, it's so weird that that's what scares people off, and they don't want to believe that it's real. They say, it's just too weird, man. It's just too weird. So they're helping you to see that weird things are happening, and it's all going to lead to a big reveal. He wanted it live streamed. I mean, wow. So then post number 45, this is another one that, we really only read the bottom most of the time. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend? I didn't have time to get the little highlight in there. Sorry, this has been a crazy, crazy week, as you know. What acts are forthcoming this weekend? So once again, we saw earlier along, they're putting barricades around the White House and the Treasury building right now. That just happened. That just popped up. What are they getting ready to do that they might need that for? Now that these wars have reached a denouement, they've de-escalated, we had the scare event, we know that there's like a final stage, but we don't know what the heck it is. We don't know how it's exactly going to happen. But then they gave us that post number 42 twice in a row, I think it was, where it says, should the lights go out, please know we are prepared. Assets are in place. It's a very hot time in the Alliance posts and in the Michael prophecies. And that's why I could not avoid this responsibility to be here on the air with you. We got to do this show. So what's going to happen this weekend or this week? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? I can't wait. So then some of the charges were dropped in the trial. And again, this is probably showing you how the system is trying to fight back. He believes he's doing an excellent job, the judge, or no, that's what he told the judge. You're doing an excellent job according to newly released transcripts. And this judge was appointed by, oh man, all right. This comes as prosecutors were moving to drop major charges, including various theories of this, attempting that, and aiding and abetting. Okay. Well, you know, they warned us that it might not work out the way you want. That might be what the awakening is. So let's just hold on, and we don't jump to conclusions. Let's just figure out what's going to happen here. So then he revealed that thousands Homan actually said this, have been rescued. It's actually up in the thousands, many of whom had vanished before and then had other things happen. According to him, numerous of them were found trapped in various networks, or they might be involved in labor, and this could include certain types of farms. Just 2 weeks ago, we rescued someone, and unfortunately, she was very mistreated. So post number 53, the level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe that there is only one way. So it's like amazing, again, how well the slides that we see and what they say in the Twitter post corresponds with when you look up that number. Just like we saw in the U.S. Army video at the 17-second mark, they had that line on the tank carrier about these two individuals and seeking justice. That type, at least. So the level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way. Very interesting, huh? This is one we already read you, so we don't need to spend a lot of time on it, where he froze all the funding to this agency, ending billions in taxpayer support for it, and it was a driving force behind what they're doing globally. They were also trying to pressure social media to censor anybody who spoke about it. Again, all of this stuff is setting up the big reveal, and they're telling you it's very close at hand. So again, the money has been cut off for this organization post-58, and what are they doing? They're again talking about this infiltration, and they know that 58 is one of the ones I basically don't try to read at all. I've just concluded, like, nah, we're just kind of, you get to look at it, but otherwise it's just about infiltration of our country and how they're working hand in hand with, oh, that's right, the very people who now just had these facilities taken out and others like them. And they were infiltrating our country, right? So now that's all being taken away. That's what they're trying to get you to see here. And then he calls them central casting, which is a term he likes to use. It always makes me laugh. He revealed at the summit that he had breakfast with the king and a queen and said, central casting, I must say. He often describes people around him as central casting, implying that they seem as if they were chosen for their roles like extras from a well-known Hollywood casting agency. Well, clearly he's shedding light on something here, which is, yes, you know, people are being casted in place for their talent on camera and their ability to not break the kayfabe. Because this is the biggest kayfabe in the world, is this whole DS thing, right? And everybody's got to play along. Nobody can say what's really going on. The truth is prohibited. You're never allowed to say the truth. Central casting means, yeah, these people are being recruited for their skill at providing you with this kind of stuff. We're getting pretty close to the end. I think we're going to keep it under 5 hours, hopefully. So we have 22, and it's talking about, here it is again, National Guard working with the Marines, and certain conditions would have to be satisfied for this to happen, where what you end up doing is using this force to save the Republic. What former president did that? That would have been Lincoln. The biggest drop ever to be provided. Study and prepare. The masses, again, they're telling us this, tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. So yes, anytime they want to drop a big old 22 on us, we'll take that 22 straight on in. Let's hope it's going to happen, because I'm, again, I've lived my life since 2009 thinking this thing could be right around the corner, and I'm tired of, that alert readiness level, and I'm tired of being so busy and feeling absolutely compelled to do such complex shows every single week. It takes me 5 hours to work through all the slides. We got 4,200 people watching, though. So, dude, is this not so exciting that, yes, even though I had a bereavement and my toe is messed up, my foot is messed up, and I've been very, very debilitated with pain. I had to, I can't even sleep without medication. I literally just lie there because the blanket is pushing on my foot, and it hurts so freaking bad. I mean, it's just, I'm not feeling it right now, but if I start walking around a little bit, it's just glaringly intense. It's like glass cutting into your foot or something. And it's there the whole time I'm lying in bed. And it's been that way for a week. It's finally starting to calm down a little bit. But man, I haven't been able to walk outside or anything. So this is all knitting together in a very interesting way. And maybe it frustrates you if you've been watching this show for so long that they keep building this up and building this up. But they are going to do it, and the world is going to change when they do. We have 2 more donations that came in, as you can see right here. Carrie Richens, our lives mirror each other. Gang stalking is awful, absolutely. And Angelo Munoz donated and says, rage quit. He's just laughing. He's having a great time. So yeah, thank you guys. I mean, I'm just very excited because I don't believe I'm misled. I don't believe that what I'm reporting on is fake. I don't believe that this is a random coincidence between the number of seconds in the video and the post from the original that you see over here from 2017. We're doing that line by line. It keeps responding in very, very productive ways that clearly show that this event is close at hand, and they need people like me to keep informing you, regardless of whatever condition I might be going through. Guy's Public Health says, God bless those hippies from outer space. You're right. The people in the Area 51 programs would meet with these human ETs that project in from energy in person, and they called them a-hole hippies from outer space. And another term for them was the effing Intergalactic Sierra Club. Why? Because they insist upon peace. They insist upon you can't destroy the planet. We're not going to let you do that. And they keep asking them, well, could we do it this way? Could we do it this way? And then the hippies from outer space say no. Nope, we're not going to let you do it under any way. And that's what my dream was about. So, I'm very excited and enthused that we saw the big scare event. The war is nearly over. And now look at what's happening. They're giving us these comms. It seems pretty logical that if they're putting fencing around the White House and the Treasury, they might be getting ready to drop something really huge. And that this is telegraphing that because they've gotten their needs and agendas met otherwise. The big war came to an end. The other war is coming to an end. They may not need to end it before they do this. So anything can happen at any point. And they said already twice, look forward to this weekend. So who knows, dude? That's why I'm still in the chair at 4 hours and 43 minutes with a busted foot. I'm like, 4:44. There it is right there. We got it going on here. Numeric synchronicity. So again, it's not going to be a war. There won't be civil unrest. It's going to be clean and swift. But yes, for the second time in a row, or the third time really, because they had 2 iterations of 42, they're telling us people will panic. So it's going to freak people out. And man, talk about a psychedelic idea to just imagine this thing happening and try to expand your imagination enough to figure out all these things that you can't really know. Like, are they going to do it in Europe at the same time? Are they going to do it maybe over in China at the same time? Have they been coordinating these operations for 15 years? Have they been planning what they're going to do since 2010? I don't know. I mean, there's so many things we don't know. But once that event takes place, the whole world has changed. Everything is transformed. Everything that we thought we knew is turned upside down. We're living in a completely new reality. And that invites the possibility of learning about these extraterrestrial humans that Michael is predicting is going to happen. And when we learn that these people exist, it's such a mind-blowing event that we have some synergy with the sun, and the sun is synergized with people on Earth, and so when we're ready, the sun changes the energy that we live in, and your consciousness will fundamentally shift. Some people get more ascended than others. If you make it to the big, big bonanza at the finish line, then you have a light body, and you can levitate things, and you can shoot lightning out of your hands, and you can levitate your own body, levitate other people. In my dream, I was acting like Peter Pan. And it won't even be difficult. If you have the right vibrational level, when the sun changes this energy around us, you'll just think that you want to levitate, and you can will it into being. It's not going to be a big deal. Could the barricades be up for the 4th of July, says Vakapala. Okay, that's a valid point. That's a valid point, and they are threatening that 4th of July could have something bad happen. You know, we don't really know, but these events are lining up in very interesting ways, and I watch the trends, and I'm looking for what this could be. So then, this is something that could easily get to be very, very huge in the near future, that he's passing this data along. She reports that National Guard members who were serving came forward and claimed that he had passed this along. And not afterwards, they began producing very similar things, nearly identical to the designs that he passed along. Yeah, that could be another one that breaks the whole thing wide open. You know, did he pass this stuff along? And then again, we get post number 104, and they say, now is the time to pray. We are operational. Wow, dude. God bless the United States of America. So right again, as they're talking about this information being passed along, and this was the vice presidential candidate, so it's kind of a big deal. Now is the time to pray, because we are operational. So again, this really, I think this is an intelligent code. They do it on purpose, and it's telling us that the time is really close and we should pray. So we will definitely do that at the end of the show, but I want to, get through the whole thing first, hopefully before 5 hours. Leslie Wardman donated and says, sorry for your loss. Kudos for having the steam to show up. I appreciate that. I can tell you're running on steam. Well, yeah, I mean, my butt is tired, and I am obviously tired from not sleeping from the pain, but thank you for the great show. I so appreciate it. You are keeping me sane. There's a guy out there doing a countdown to something he and the others are planning to do. It doesn't sound friendly. Dawn Hill says that. Yeah, I mean, again, we've heard so many of these before. Every time they give us a new deadline, it's intended to create more fear, and they probably wanted to do stuff, and the Alliance always seems to trick them. At the last minute, it doesn't work. So Rosie feels safe out there. Let's just keep this one minimal. That it had such a damaging impact on her well-being that it drove her to overeat, drink excessively, and eventually flee the country for a new life in Ireland. And then she says, I find myself feeling safe. There's no support here. Okay, well, I'm glad she found a place that she enjoys to live. I mean, no judgment. Post number 33. I'm hopeful my time spent here was not wasted. Absolutely not. Note few, if any, shills inside this thread. And so apparently they were clearing out the shills already at that point. So then we read this one at the beginning. He's in panic after the money got turned off. And he said we're facing a global health crisis because of these cuts, and that people won't survive without his help. Well, most of us don't believe that anymore. So then post number 108, and it says right here, it flushed him out. There you go. There's the key line again in 108, is that it flushed him out. And why is that relevant? Well, he was involved in all this stuff, and boy, can you imagine how mad people are going to be? Dude, you think about it, like, we trusted you, we looked up to you, you were like a father hero, like a spiritual warrior, and you were involved in all this stuff, and oh my God. I mean, just think about the way that people are going to feel, and the level of betrayal, especially from people who didn't want to see it, and the kayfabe was working on them. Dude, it's going to be intense. I mean, this is not going to be just for the weak-minded. You know, this is going to be like panic and grief and learning things that really shock you, and they're just preparing you in advance, because the more of us who know about this before it happens, the more smooth of a transition it's going to be. And again, human beings have gone through epic catastrophes, earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes, wars, other types of natural disasters, floods, and we have a great persevering spirit. And so when we go through this, we're going to persevere through this too. We're going to learn new things. It's going to shock us. It's going to upset us, but we have to do it. So let's keep on going with the slides. So this link about aluminum may actually put them out of business. That's long in coming, isn't it? He's warning that the upcoming report, the FDA, former FDA commissioner said this, warns that the upcoming report will link this together in apparently a scientifically definitive way, which has already been done, but it's been suppressed. And it's going to trigger a legal firestorm. This could open Pandora's box, unleashing a wave of lawsuits. And he believes the fallout could be severe enough that these people are forced out entirely. Wow. So that's pretty heavy. And again, you see how this is all being coordinated, that they're going to release this information at the same time that happens, same time that happens. And then this is the guy who starts out saying that we've been addicted to the media, social media, games, anytime you try to open somebody's eyes, you are shunned. We are being dumbed down, weakened, and led into passivity and stupidity through food. And that's what they were just talking about, it's cutting off this stuff. And addictions. They are like calf literally being fattened for a slaughter. And with all these different things going on, I wanted to hurt myself. I can't stand that no one will open up their eyes. I hope with all my heart he will make good on his promise to clean this out. I've been thinking about joining the Navy, Corpsman Greenside. I would love to serve under this administration if he really does do this. And that is what's happening. I will be praying for this person and all those who risk their lives, their safety. The Lord will guide them, and pray that what he says is true. I'll pray for the spiritual edification of God for him and his complete safety in all this. The pieces are coming together. If this is true, those working with him are absolute geniuses, because I would have never imagined that there would be any possible way to defeat this monster of corruption that has overtaken our country. Amen. And it says, "Dear Patriot, we hear you, and we hear all Americans such as yourself." And I didn't get to highlight this again, but it's been one we've seen so many times. The time has come to take back our great land, and the time is now. Not tomorrow. I mean, it probably won't happen quite that fast, but the time is now. I mean, it's really nerve-wracking and exciting. I mean, somehow I managed to stay on the air despite my grief, despite my pain, despite all these crazy things that are happening in my life that require my attention. It's a very, very busy time for me. I'm busy all the time. But this is real. And then everything is going to change once they do this, and we're never going back to the world that we had before they did this. Everybody is going to be different. Everybody is going to be tripped out. Everybody is going to learn things that they can't deny. They're going to have to cope with it. They're going to have to deal with it. We're going to be talking about it to each other. We're going to be processing the grief that we feel with each other. And in the middle of all of this, we are having consciousness awakening because we're breaking the shell around our heart. We're opening up the light. We're allowing more love into our minds and bodies. We're calling out to spiritual beings, to God, the Creator, like never before. And it becomes a huge wave of prayer, which in the Law of One, Archangel Michael calls that the calling. And that's what allows them to do this galactic family reunion. And they say it's going to be this year. I believe them. If you can't foresee that, then you're not grokking how intense of a system change this is going to be. Once this happens, once they do this, the information that is uploaded into the memory bank of humanity creates apparently what they call a social memory complex, where we become more telepathic with each other, and the sun releases this energy to make that possible. And the internet is just a stepping stone to this global telepathy type of thing that we're going to be living in. So I get nervous and excited reading these slides because we're not going to keep waiting forever, and they are very, very consistent. And you can see how they're lining up all the pieces. So this is absolutely real as far as I can tell. He is backed by the finest people alive, all dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you and be safe. So here he is, humiliated again. This guy moves him around like he's a toy soldier or something. How many more times can he be humiliated before the year is over? So right at this point is where you see him grabbing really hard on the guy's hand. This is the old man with the white hair, is the one doing the grab. And he's pushing him from the back, and he pushes him around like he's a little boy. It's pretty crazy to watch. We have 2 more donations that came in. Carrie Richens says, my code heals addiction and trauma, which is their apocalypse. Judy Booth says, thank you for giving us another magnificent show and prayers for your healing. I appreciate it. Dude, with sizzle like this, how can you go wrong? This is $18 of pure magic. The tag is still on, okay? So I love it, and we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and we're actually just about done with our slides, so this is all working out really well, you guys. Post number 17. Why would he be traveling in advance of the president to these foreign locations? Well, they already told us about all that. He's setting up bad things. And the president's power as it relates to the Marines, using this form of intelligence in order to bring to justice bad actors and circumvent these corrupt agencies. And this is the biggest drop we've ever given you. They say that again. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. And I just didn't even have time to put highlights in these. I'm sorry. So then the Congress is forced to pledge their loyalty. This is, again, they're calling it a bombshell, but I think it was pretty well known already, at least if you follow this stuff, that they are essentially forced to pledge their loyalty. According to her, lawmakers are expected to constantly declare that this is our greatest ally and publicly show support both on the internet and in person. It's become so routine and scripted that you can't not notice it. Well, nobody's paying me anything, and I certainly am not playing that game. So we got 1 point, how many? Oh God. I'm on the camera. Damn it. There we go. Okay, so you guys caught me with my sunglasses on. I'm sorry. That it's 5 hours in. I apologize. So let's go back to the right slide now, so you didn't miss anything. They're forced to pledge their loyalty and show their support. I mean, I read most of it, but you can now see the rest. Sorry that I... David, turn around, turn around. Your camera is on your back. You guys like totally freak out. I do apologize, but I made it through the whole show without making a mistake. It's not easy. This is complex work, but I get it done. So it's so impossible not to ignore. It's become scripted. Now you can read that. And she's got 1.5 million views, which is awesome. Post number 138, which again is just a list of banks. You can see them right here. And it says, fact, the Fed is a privately owned company sitting on its very own patch of land that is immune to U.S. laws. What is kayfabe? Kayfabe is be fake. If you watched that show, it's a I saw that somebody said that in the comments. So it's a wrestling code that means that you shouldn't reveal that you guys are in on it together to the public. You keep it secret. That's what breaking the kayfabe is when you actually reveal that you're a part of this organization to the public, That would be breaking the kayfabe. That's all. That's all. Okay. Sorry about the slides. It won't happen again. I'm just trying to get to the end here and not leave you hanging. So he has victory in these rulings. This was a very significant thing. Massive victory after a wave cleared the path for several key policies to move forward. The court's decisions now allow him to end ... cut off funding to ... halt these programs, freeze wasteful spending, ... and ensure ... that you can opt out. That none of this is ever going to be forced on you. Well, I think most people would find a lot of favor in this. He says these wins mark the beginning of reversing years of activist rulings that blocked his agenda nationwide. So then we have 74 seconds. You will soon understand the meaning behind Alice in Wonderland. Again, I get tripped out on this every time I read this because I always feel like, well, they're about to do it, man. I mean, they just told us. And then time goes by and we're still doing another show and it hasn't happened yet. It's like, okay, well, they're definitely going to do it at some point. And I'm telling you, everything is lining up in a really interesting way here, man. So don't lose heart and don't lose hope. This is all coming to a head right now. Okay? They still don't know how it started. I mean, give me a break. All possibilities remain open. And they refuse to provide hundreds of early samples, leaving major questions unanswered. Yeah, so this is just, they're showing you how they're going to deny it right up until they no longer can. Post number 25. Again, this is big picture stuff. Few positions allow for such direct knowledge. The proof will begin as the arrests occur. That's the code of 11.3. So again, that's a symbol of when they're going to do this. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. And the fact that they keep peppering me with stuff like this is why, and also I do care about you guys too. I feel a responsibility that unless something really freaking horrible happened to me, I got to be on this show. I got to keep doing this, because we're in a very tense period and this thing could happen at the drop of a hat. It could be very soon. So I don't want to miss a week, and I'm not going to. It's my job and my responsibility to be here. So that's what I'm focusing on now, and the rest of the stuff we're going to deal with in the coming week. July 4th is a long way away for me. I hope nothing happens then, but who knows, man? I mean, this is the final showdown. We're in the big, big game here, and Michael's prophecies have never been more accurate. And to think about all the work that I did on this stuff in the 1990s and all the work I did putting these books together, and that it's blocking out this exact period of time that we're in right now. Yeah, I think we're very, very close. It's incredible that these Michael prophecies keep cranking out good material every week. All I have to do is just read the stuff and make slides about it. It's like, whoa. So yeah, I'm very excited. Where are we? We're just past the 5-hour mark right now. We're very, very close to being done. Roger Zubarik says, super show, thank you. And he donated another $20. I really appreciate that. All right. So yes, the flow of information is vital. That's why I keep on going no matter what happens to me. People died, whatever. So then we have another guy being pulled in for the usual. This is unfortunately very common. Washington Post. And he won the Pulitzer. And now he's got the usual. And let's try to be very careful about how I'm going to read through all this. He currently serves as the Deputy Director of Video. So he's very involved in making various things that they're putting out into the public. And he's earned high-profile recognition, including a nomination for an Emmy. Dang. And so guess what he's involved in? He's got all this stuff that's very, very bad. Yeah. So, no video on this one. So then we have Ben, who says that he thinks he's being targeted. In a wave of political retribution, some people might face consequences simply for saying something wrong, and he believes he could be one of them. No, that's not what it is. It's all going to be lawful, and it's all going to be based on real stuff. And so if there's nothing going on, then there's no reason why you should ever have to worry. You can sleep just as peacefully, David, just as peacefully as a newborn babe in his crib at night, mate. And You don't bother to look at the hand that rocks the cradle, mate. You just keep on sleeping away, living your life, mate. It's no big deal. You blokes and seals gotta be able to figure that out, mate. You just keep on living your life. Don't look at the hand at all, mate. It's very simple. Alice equals time travel like I did the GATE program as a kid, says Carrie Richards. Clay Jackson just donated. Thank you, guys. So again, we got the list of banks. And again, it says the Fed is owned by a private company. So yeah, this all is going to come tumbling out. And that is consistent with other messages. So then this guy actually says that this is too high? And can you even believe this, dude? The former attorney says that it's too high, claims that this has become too political, and says it has to be dropped. I think this is a very common, widespread, color of law, public understanding / reasoning / ethical truth that we've all lived in for a long time, and is something that has upheld modern polite society for quite some time as a rule that stays consistent remarkably throughout many, many different places you visit. But he's just going to get religious enlightenment and come up with this great idea that, oh, yeah, we got to drop it now. No, I mean, this is a widespread social consensus that there is damage that therapists will talk to you about. If this happens to you before, you know, these things actually do matter and they are negative. So totally would have to disagree with that. Color of law across many countries is what it is. So then we have post number 59. And again, talking about this country and how he was welcomed when he went there, and he was given a hero's welcome. Media didn't want to talk about it, whereas these other two individuals did not get that kind of a welcome. So they're not clean in all senses, but they definitely play a role. And the guy that's running it now is a good guy working with the Alliance. The flow of information is now controlled by you. This is why we dedicate critical time to distribute crumbs that you can follow in greater detail and paint the entire picture once we release more information. Ooh, man. And then again, I haven't had the time to do the normal highlights because I just had to rush this week because of my foot, but we are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of disinformation. Twitter, from the president, censorship, sealed orders from federal agencies pre-submitted for prevention and masked as in general will be used. They will be unsealed. And the dates are being provided for authenticity. So yeah, it really does sound like they're getting ready to do this, and they're warning us again that we could lose social media. So that might even happen this week. I mean, just again, be ready. I know you get tired of waiting, so do I, but I'm not going to stop being ready either. So she shows up at this thing in Hungary in open defiance of the Prime Minister's attempt to ban their parade, calling it a celebration of love and who we are. She condemned him as a fascist and said he was attacking their human rights. Then we have post number 26. Think about it logically. The only way is the military. It is fully controlled. Save this message and spread the message. Get other people knowing about it. Once the arrests, i.e. 11.3, verifies as your first marker, biggest advanced drop on this network. So here he is saying he wants even more of your freedom to be taken away, greater federal control over the online speech, stricter limits on what we can say. Nobody's going to go for this. And he's not in charge. So how's that going to happen? The government should have power to impose restraints and combat what he thinks is dis and miss. The government will decide which voices are considered to be violent. Really? Well, you know, this is really just a pipe dream, because if you don't have the power, then you can't. If you don't have the office, you don't have the power. Nobody he can manipulate sufficiently to make this happen. So again, they were just talking about this Alice in Wonderland thing. This is this country and this individual. Right on. And I think this might be the last one, which is great. The attempted attack on July 4th. Who knows what the heck this is going to be, or if anything happens. We've heard many of these before that came and went with nothing. So try to live your life, as Michael said, as calmly as possible. Bad actors inside the U.S., which are probably going to be blamed on this country, that just got bombed. They're preparing to release this on July 4th. He claims, oh, okay, so that's his intel. They're going to try to blame it on Russia and China and then ultimately try to point the finger at him for pulling out of this organization. Tabletop exercise held last year simulated this happening, tied to these two countries and set for July 4th of 2025. I don't know if they would even bother to tell us this unless they already had a countermeasure where it's never going to happen. So that's why you got to be really careful when you read this stuff, that you don't just, make a post on your website or make a video and be like, dude, this is what's going to happen. See, that's why I didn't spend the whole time talking about this fear stuff. Michael's got us on a whole different wavelength here. Jim Garrigus said, I just had 2 hours of surgery. Looking forward to hearing the replay, and he donated $249. Thank you very much, Jim. We're so happy that you're here. I'm glad that you got out of surgery safely and everything was fine. And we are just about at the meditation, yes. So then he's got the InfoWars set there. Post number 163. So we got to read 162 first. The map is confirmed. That's the only time they use that 4-letter phrase with the letter at the beginning. The map 1 and 2 is confirmed. This is the key. And now we go to 163. It says 1 and 2 confirmed. You will need this for the coming weeks. Put it this way, 6 attempts were made to silence the witness scheduled to appear tomorrow. Special operators on guard. I mean, holy crap, dude. Whoa. Because there's a trial going on in the small country. We were talking about that they wanted to pause the thing, and now 47 is putting all this attention on it, saying it's a witch hunt. But he wants you to look at it. He wants you to learn what's going on. And then there's a witness coming out that they have made 6 attempts to silence. That could be what that's about. Or it could be about the one here in the States involving, again, the music stuff. But 1 and 2 are confirmed. So, again, that might indicate the map of 1 and 2 might indicate, like, okay, well, now we're at the point where the strikes on Iran happened, and the other thing is winding down, and everything is in the position. 1 and 2 confirmed. You will need this for the coming weeks. So that's interesting. That's actually, they're giving us possibly a code that we still might have weeks left before this really gets wild. Okay, but it's very exciting. Let's just keep playing the game. I'll keep doing the show as much as I can. And then this one just popped up right at the end. Would he like this bill? And maybe not. I mean, remember, they want you to think that there's bad stuff in there, because there is. That seems to be the point. And then he said, how many more of these types of people work at this? And he reposted the one that he already had. This one just popped up late this morning, because that was the end of the show. She says, creating life is the least significant thing that they do. The least significant function of that system. What? I mean, like, you just have to watch it. It's like, okay, well, that's interesting. She claims men can't truly understand what they endure because their biology has barely been studied. The least of what it does is to produce life. Whoa, it just got awkward in here. But like, okay, well, sorry that you feel that way. I guess that's one thing we could say, right? That's a very non-apologetic apology. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Anyway, to those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. And we made it, dude. We're at 5 hours and 12 minutes. So what we're going to do right here is launch straight away to our global peace meditation. Sunflower Heart says she loves the show. She just donated. Yeah, I feel really good about this, but let's keep it to 5:15. Let's be good on our time here. We can have that time boundary and make this work. Okay, so close your eyes with me now. Take a nice deep breath. Just let yourself relax. It's so much to process. We're so close to these events. And we're going to take Michael's advice. and just relax into the stillness. Feel the love. Don't look at the side effects of this vibrational increase. Focus on the long-lasting positivity that is going to happen throughout the world. Rama 333's dream. He didn't even remember what his life was like before this happened. It's like you're living in a black and white movie and then you awaken to full color. Or you're living in 2D and then all of a sudden everything is 3D. Or it goes up to 4D. Relaxing into the contemplative peace that comes from that place of understanding, knowing that we have arrived at these moments that have been so brilliantly set up by higher intelligence to trigger an amazing worldwide ascension experience, an experience that transforms who we are and what we think that we are into something that we really can't even comprehend yet. But these higher entities have been telling us through 35 different ancient traditions going back for many, many thousands of years. And all of these events are leading up to the present. And we feel that love flowing in. We feel that sense of release, that sense of calm, that sense of knowingness, that sense that we are in the moment of all time that we've been waiting for, that the peace is about to dawn on this planet like nothing we've ever seen. This strife, this hardship, this pain will come to an end, and we'll be living in a golden age, a true new civilization that has very little to do with the one we had before. It's like we awakened out of a chrysalis, and we've become something entirely different, a light body with astonishing capabilities. And we remember in the grandest sense that this would have never been possible except for the fact that we are the light. We are the love. We are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. And so it is. Woo! All right. I lost a few of you, but we're still at the 5-hour and 15-minute mark. We'll make it the 5-hour and 16-minute mark. What the heck? But again, I want to thank you guys for being here. And we will see you hopefully next week, barring any crazy stuff that goes on this week. But they did just tell us it could be a few weeks away. So it might take a little more time. But again, thank you for watching. And I will, barring any interference, be here with you again next Sunday. Thanks, and we'll see you next time.